Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1, Reincarnation. In the middle of an extravagant hotel suite, a young man lay sprawled on the massive bed. His eyes shot open, wide with disbelief, as he bolted upright, scanning his surroundings. This wasn't a dream, he mumbled to himself, his voice shaky, still trying to process what had happened. Slowly, he got out of bed and made his way toward the large mirror on the wall. Staring back at him was someone he barely recognized. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Fair, almost porcelain skin. He traced his fingers over his reflection, eyes lingering on the strong, defined features. His build, muscular and toned, was far more athletic than what he was used to. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a body like this. This can't be real, he muttered, admiring the new, almost perfect form that stood before him. He couldn't help but smirk. I look nothing like the college kid I was back then. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he mumbled to himself, so I was really reincarnated. As the realization fully sank in, a wave of joy surged through him. Yes. Yes, he shouted, his voice echoing in the lavish suite as he reveled in the thrill of a second chance at life. Damn, he muttered with a laugh, shaking his head. And here I was thinking all of that was just a dream. He paused, then called out in a low voice, "System, are you there?" A digital voice rang in his mind. Yes, host. Congratulations on unlocking memories of your previous life. The system is rebooting and will be fully synchronized with you shortly. Dave nodded thoughtfully as he sifted through the memories of his new life. So, my father was a genius, he mumbled, piecing together the fragments of this world. From what he recalled, his father had been a financial prodigy, a mastermind of the stock market who'd built an empire worth hundreds of billions. But tragedy had struck just last night. His father had died in a plane crash, and the shock of hearing the news had shaken Dave to his core. It made sense now. The trauma must have triggered something deep within him, something that allowed the memories of his previous life to resurface. Or maybe it was just a coincidence. After all, he vaguely remembered a snippet from a dream, something about his past life memories unlocking when he turned 18. And yesterday had been his 18th birthday. The timing was almost too perfect. I'll be damned if my father's death was what triggered my memory awakening, Dave muttered to himself, the thought weighing heavily on his mind. You don't have to worry, host. It wasn't your memory awakening that caused it. It was just a coincidence, as you believe, the system chimed in. Dave sighed in relief. Thank you, that lifts a huge burden. He couldn't bear the thought of someone dying just to set the stage for his new life. So, are you supposed to be my system genie or something? Dave asked, his tone calm as he processed the presence of this strange voice. Yes, host. You could say that, the system responded. What's your name? Dave asked, gazing into the empty air as if visualizing a conversation. I don't have a name, came the reply. Then can I give you one? Dave suggested, imagining what his system might look like if it were a person. Yes, naming is allowed, the system confirmed. How about Say? It's a short form of Seze, which means rebirth. Say, that will be my name from now on, the system replied, adopting the name with a tone of finality. As Dave named the system, the door suddenly opened, and a strikingly beautiful woman walked in. She moved swiftly to him and enveloped him in a warm, tight hug. I am so sorry, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Dave scanned his memories, piecing together her identity. Rumia Garcia, my aunt, he thought as he looked at her. Rumia had black hair and blue eyes. Dave's blonde hair came from his mother's side, while his blue eyes were inherited from his father. The contrast between their features was striking, but there was no mistaking the family resemblance. It's okay, you can cry, Rumia said softly, noticing Dave's stillness and emotional detachment. When Dave remained unresponsive, Rumia looked at his emotionless face and broke down in tears. How can God be so cruel, she murmured through her sobs, holding him tightly as her grief poured out. As two more people entered the room and saw Dave's impassive expression, their hearts ached for him as well. They could sense the weight of his sorrow, even if he wasn't showing it. Keep calm, stay strong, the best is to remain composed, Dave thought to himself, struggling to maintain his icy facade. It felt as though his body wanted to cry, but something was holding back his emotions. He then recalled his father's words, echoing in his mind, never show your vulnerability. Always stay strong. It was a mantra his previous self had lived by, and it was subconsciously influencing the new Dave, making it difficult for him to express his true feelings. Eventually, Dave hugged his aunt back and said softly, I'm okay, Aunt. Rumia looked at his face, her eyes searching for the truth behind his smile. Seeing the genuine expression on his face, she nodded, though a hint of concern remained. Really? She asked, gently caressing his cheek. I am, Dave affirmed, his tone reassuring. He then turned his attention to the other two people in the room. These are the butler and the secretary of your father, Rumia explained, gesturing toward the two individuals. After his death, they've been dedicated to serving you. I came to introduce them to you. After an hour did the trio leave. That was intense, Dave mumbled to himself as he stretched. For the past hour, all three of them, Rumia, the butler, and the secretary, had drilled him on how to handle various matters. They covered everything from dealing with visitors to managing the estate, all the things his father had kept him away from. Dave's father had always wanted him to live a normal, lavish life, shielded from the political and business struggles that he himself was embroiled in. But now, that life seemed no longer possible. System reboot complete. Super template system is now available for host to use. Hearing the notification, Dave smiled, as he began to check out his system functions. Chapter 2, System and First Template. Say, introduce your functions to me, Dave requested. Affirmative. The super template system revolves around three main functions. 1. Template draw. This function allows you to draw templates from various multiverses. You can either use these templates yourself or share them with others. 2. Template shop. This function is currently unavailable as you have not yet drawn any templates. Once available, the shop will offer items related to the world of the templates you have collected. It will include everything pertinent to those worlds. 3. Quest system. This system provides you with various quests at different intervals or during emergencies. Completing quests will reward you with items or template points, the system's currency, which you will need to purchase items from the template shop. Dave looked at the system interface and nodded. Say, draw my first template, he instructed. Affirmative. As Say began the process, a roulette wheel materialized before Dave. The wheel spun rapidly, its colors and symbols blurring together as it picked up speed. Dave watched intently, his heart racing, and whispered a silent prayer as he followed the spinning wheel. The wheel gradually began to slow down. Dave closed his eyes, feeling a mix of anticipation and hope. When he finally opened them, the arrow had come to a stop, revealing an image of a man with white hair and red clothes. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Dante Sparta template. Dave's eyes widened in surprise as he heard Say's voice. As this is your first template, it will start at a 25% fusion rate. To draw more templates, you will need to increase the fusion rate to 100% and complete the related chain quests. Fusing with host will start in 3, 2, 1. Dave felt as if he were in a desert, parched and exhausted, when suddenly it was as if Mother Nature herself poured a rejuvenating stream of water over him. He could feel his body transforming, becoming stronger with each passing moment. The sensation was overwhelming and intense, lasting for several minutes before gradually subsiding. That was addictive, he mumbled as he checked his body. He removed his shirt, as he touched his abs. Talked about gaining abs without exercising, he laughed as he touched them. Show my status, Say, he mumbled as he sat on bed. He didn't try to use any abilities or who knows he blast out his room. Name, Dave Garcia. Age, irrelevant. Template, Dante Sparta, 25%. Abilities, Dante Transformation, Swordmaster, Gunslinger, Basic Combos, Quick Move, Health Regeneration, Superhuman Capabilities, Demonic Power. Unlocked Weapons. Rebellion, Dante's signature sword, a large, powerful weapon with a variety of combo attacks. It's versatile and has a strong emphasis on melee combat. Special Attribute, Demonic Infusion. Ebony and Ivory, Dante's twin pistols that provide rapid, precise shooting. They are ideal for long-range attacks and can be used in conjunction with melee attacks for a balanced combat style. Special Attribute, Demonic Bullets Conversion. Demonic Power, 10,000. Quite good, Dave mumbled as he summoned Rebellion. He noted with a hint of amusement, damn, it's bigger than me. Closing his eyes, Dave focused as his body began to transform. Moments later, he shifted into Dante from Devil May Cry 5, a seasoned, middle-aged man in his 40s. Dave took a moment to look at himself. There are no difficulties. It feels as if this is my own body, he mused, amazed by how natural the transformation felt. He began to wield Rebellion, swinging it with ease. Swish. Swish. The sword moved fluidly through the air, demonstrating its weight and power. Dave continued practicing, getting accustomed to his new form and the weapon's heft. Ha 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 ha. Dave laughed as he reeled in joy of power he never felt in his previous mundane life. This is great, he only stopped after a moment of time. New quest. As Dave settled in, he looked at the quest that suddenly popped up. Abomination Threat. Objective, kill Abomination. Rewards, B-grade template shop draw, plus 5% Dante template. Time for debut, Dave smirked as he looked at the quest. Dave quickly donned his clothes and prepared to leave. As he stepped out, the bodyguards began to follow him. Stay here, Dave instructed firmly. But, young master. One of them protested. I said stay here, Dave said with a cold, authoritative tone. The bodyguards, taken aback by his stern expression, halted and nodded in compliance. Finally, rid of them, Dave thought as he made his way to the garage. The realization hit him that this massive 165-floor building was his mansion, a true testament to his new status. Entering the garage, Dave took in the array of cars but was immediately drawn to the collection of bikes. I'll take this one, he murmured as he approached a sleek, black BMW M1000 with gold lining. Vroom, vroom. The engine roared to life as Dave revved the BMW M1000. The tires screeched against the pavement, gripping the ground as he sped towards the scene of chaos. As he arrived, Dave saw the abomination wreaking havoc, its monstrous presence causing destruction and panic. The Hulk isn't here, Dave mumbled as he parked the bike in a hidden alley. He then transformed into Dante and stepped out. Emerging from the alley, he saw the abomination attacking a tank. Without hesitation, Dave aimed his gun and fired. Bang. The shot struck the abomination, causing him to stagger and look back in surprise. He saw a middle-aged man with silver hair and a smoking gun standing defiantly. Hey, you, ugly thing. Dave called out, glaring at the monstrous figure. Don't you know this place is for humans, not monsters like you? The abomination grinned, towering over Dave. And who are you? They call me Dante, the demon slayer. And you? Dave replied, channeling his best impression of the real Dante. Ha ha ha, foolish human. Die. The abomination roared as he leapt toward Dave, preparing to deliver a crushing punch. Not in the mood today, Dave said coolly. Channeling demonic energy into ebony and ivory, he thought, 1,000 shots should do the trick, as he pulled the trigger. A burst of red energy shot out of the gun, tearing through the air. The energy bolt struck the abomination, ripping through his armored hide and leaving a visible wound as it continued through, sending him staggering backward. Abomination looked at its empty right shoulder as he growled at Dave. Chapter 3, Killing Abomination. Both Dave and the abomination were momentarily stunned by the powerful impact of the attack. Master, he is merely a physical brute with no magical abilities. Your demonic energy, especially with its corruption attribute, is extremely effective against him. Say explained. Dave absorbed this information with a nod. This is turning out better than I expected, he thought, leveling ebony and ivory at the abomination. Any last words? Dave asked, his tone cold and decisive. The abomination sneered defiantly. It's futile. I'll regenerate in no time. Dave glanced at the abomination's wound, still spilling blood, and replied, I don't think so. Rawr. Bang. Thud. The abomination roared in defiance, but a final shot from ebony and ivory blasted his head out of existence. His headless body fell on the ground, lifeless. Dave surveyed the scene, noting the red energy forming near the abomination's remains. Spending 2,000 points of demonic energy to kill the abomination. Not a bad outcome, he mused, pointing at the energy as it was drawn toward him. The energy was absorbed, and the system notifications appeared. Soul Devouring unlocked. Dante template plus 3%. Congratulations, Master, on finding the demon's soul-devouring aspect. Host can now use it to increase the fusion rate. Quest complete. Host receives B-grade template shop draw and Dante template fusion plus 5%. Dante Sparta fusion rate, 33%. New abilities unlocked. Demonic power manipulation unlocked. Telekinesis unlocked. Basic combo increased to intermediate combo. New equipment unlocked, Ifrit. Dave glanced at the notifications and then looked up at the sky, specifically at Ross. You're lucky the system doesn't want me to kill you, he said, pausing as he took in the chaos around him, death and destruction everywhere. Or I would have, he mumbled to himself as he began to leave. Dave then looked at Big Green Guy, he just arrived, he looked at Dead Abomination and at Dave, Dave smiled in response as waved by. Using his air trick, Dave vanished from the scene and reappeared back in the alley. He undid the transformation, hopped onto his bike, and revved it up, ready to return. At the scene, General Ross watched the footage of Dave taking down the abomination, his eyes fixed on the guns, ebony and ivory, in Dave's hands. I want to know everything about him, he ordered his men, who began searching for Dante, a name that didn't even exist in official records. Little did they know, their search would be in vain. On the top floor of S.H.I.E.L.D., in his office, Alexander Pierce scrutinized the footage. Those red energies. Are they like the Tesseract, he mumbled, his curiosity piqued. He too ordered his agents to track down Dante. In a high-level meeting, Nick Fury remarked, he could be a valuable addition to the Avengers initiative. Coulson nodded in agreement and began preparations to locate Dante. As these organizations, including Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., intensified their efforts to recruit the elusive Dante, the real Dave Garcia was back in his room. He examined the 2 dragon gauntlets in his hands, smiling foolishly. As he played with the newly unlocked equipment Ifrit. Ifrit. A pair of fiery gauntlets that possess hellfire hotter than a volcano. They grants host higher physical strength. Rolling blaze, surrounds his body in flames and damages enemies upon contact. Magma drive, Dante charges power and releases it in the form of a magma uppercut. Kick 13, a quick and powerful flaming back roundhouse kick, its impact will drive the enemy back. Dave clenched his hands, and the gauntlets, modeled after open dragon mouths, erupted in yellowish-orange flames. Dante is the best template I could have gotten as my first one, he mumbled with a satisfied grin as he lay on his bed, admiring the gauntlets. Not only does it grant incredible abilities, but it also comes with some really cool equipment. Master, you also have the great template shop draw, Say informed, and Dave nodded as he sits up while putting away the Ifrit. Use it, Say, Dave said, as once again the roulette began to spin as it stopped on a hot woman with blonde hairs. Congratulations on obtaining Trish summoning card. Dave looked at the card which depicts a mature woman with silver blonde hair and wearing a black jeans and top. Dave looked at the image and thought, I can summon her. Yes, Master, you truly got lucky. Typically, the odds of summoning something like this are 1 in 100 draws, but you managed it on your first try, Say informed him happily. Of course I'm lucky. How do you think I got you? Dave nodded with a smile. He paused, thinking, and added, the only problem, what will her identity be? This is the 21st century. I can't just have people popping out of nowhere. You don't have to worry about that, host. All summons come with a designated legal ID, Say reassured him. Dave nodded, feeling more at ease with the situation. All right, let's summon her, Dave said as he tossed the card into the air. As it reached eye level, the card suddenly shattered into light. The glowing shards formed a silhouette, and as the light subsided, Trish stood there, her hands confidently on her hips. Did you summon me? She asked, looking directly at Dave. Dave, momentarily stunned, stared at her in awe. The card hadn't done her justice, she was far more striking in reality. Her beauty was almost otherworldly, her cold, piercing look only adding to her appeal. She resembled a Greek goddess, though that would be an understatement, after all, she was a devil. Yes, I did summon you, Dave replied. Trish looked him up and down with a cold, scrutinizing gaze before turning her head toward the window. I don't serve the weak, she said, her voice laced with disdain. Emergency quest initiated. Defeat Trish. Reward, 100% Trish loyalty. Chapter 4, Against Trish. Name, Trish. Species, half-bewitching devil/half-human. Demonic powers. Demonic power channeling and manipulation. Superhuman strength. Superhuman speed. Superhuman agility. High durability. Endurance. Teleportation. Electrokinesis. Devil trigger. Skills. Hand-to-hand combat. Martial arts. Melee weapons. Swordsmanship. Firearms. Marksmanship. Disguise. Gear. Luz and Umbra, pistols. Sparta, the legendary devil sword, sentient weapon. Nightmare Gamma, sentient weapon. Pandora, sentient weapon. Description: Trish full capabilities are not fully unlocked until hosts defeat her and subdue her completely. Her power level is equal to host now. Emergency quest, defeat Trish. Reward, 100% loyalty of Trish, plus 7% Dante template fusion. Dave looked at Trish, his eyes steady. You say I'm weak, but what if I defeat you? He asked, challenging her. Trish turned to face him fully, her cold eyes narrowing. You know the hierarchy of demons, right? She replied. The loser serves the winner. If you defeat me, I'll be your slave, but when I defeat you, you'll be mine. Her words carried no hint of doubt, just certainty, as if victory was already in her grasp. Very well, Dave snorted, unable to tolerate her arrogance any longer. Then let's fight in limbo. I like this suite, don't want to destroy it, Trish said, tapping the air in front of her. A portal shimmered into existence. Dave raised an eyebrow, watching as she stepped through. Without hesitation, he followed her inside. Once through, Dave looked around. This place is weird, he mumbled. It resembled the limbo from the games but felt distorted. It looked almost normal, except for the occasional twisted landscapes and strange, shifting objects in the distance. Let's fight, Trish said coldly, as 2 pistols materialized in her hands, both aimed at Dave. Without hesitation, she pulled the triggers. Dave didn't flinch. In an instant, he summoned Ebony and Ivory, his own pistols, and returned fire. Bullets clashed midair, sparks flying as the 2 advanced toward each other, neither giving an inch. As they closed the distance, the gunfire continued, each shot growing louder and faster. Finally, when they were just a step apart, Dave struck first, aiming for hand-to-hand combat with their guns still locked between them. Trish smirked, meeting Dave's strike head-on. The force of their locked guns sent shockwaves rippling through the air, but neither backed down. Sparks flew from the clashing metal as they struggled for dominance. Dave, sensing the raw strength in Trish's blows, swiftly twisted his body, using the momentum to break their deadlock. He spun to the side, firing Ivory at point-blank range. Trish dodged with a swift backflip, her heels barely touching the ground before she unleashed another volley of bullets at him. Dave deflected the shots with quick movements of Ebony and Ivory, his reflexes heightened by the demonic power coursing through him. He darted forward, slashing at Trish with a low kick to break her guard. She blocked it with her pistol, but the force pushed her back. Not bad, she muttered before disappearing in a flash of lightning, reappearing behind him. Dave felt the shift in the air, and without turning, he used air trick to teleport behind her just as she was about to strike. His rebellion sword materialized in his hand, and with a quick slash, he aimed to catch her off guard. Trish spun around, her own blade now in hand, and their swords collided with a deafening clang. The ground beneath them cracked from the impact. Both gritted their teeth, neither willing to give an inch. "You're better than I expected," Trish admitted, eyes narrowing as she powered up her demonic energy, electricity crackling around her. "Same to you," Dave replied, gripping Rebellion tighter. His own demonic energy flared, flames flickering along the blade. In an instant, they launched themselves at each other, clashing in a whirlwind of blades and power, sending shockwaves through limbo as their battle raged on. The air in limbo crackled with energy as Dave and Trish collided again, their blades creating a symphony of metal on metal. Each strike sent tremors through the ground, the force of their battle growing with every passing second. Trish pushed Dave back with a surge of demonic lightning, her eyes glowing fiercely. "You can't keep up forever," she taunted, raising her hand as a storm of energy began to gather in her palm. Dave smirked, feeling the rush of the battle fuel him even further. He wasn't about to back down. "We'll see about that," he said, his voice laced with confidence as he used air trick to teleport away from the incoming blast. If Dave had only obtained abilities from Dante, he wouldn't have dared to fight her. However, he has also gained battle experience, including defeating her at her peak. Now, Dave is dominating her by reading her moves. Trish unleashed her lightning storm, the energy crackling through the air like a violent thunderclap. It hit the spot where Dave had been just moments before, leaving a crater in the ground. But Dave had reappeared above her in an instant, rebellion in hand, ready to strike. He came down with a powerful slash, aiming straight for Trish's head. She reacted quickly, blocking the strike with her blade, though the impact drove her to one knee. She gritted her teeth, feeling the weight of Dave's strength bearing down on her. But Trish wasn't done. She kicked upward, catching Dave off guard and sending him stumbling back. Using the opening, she charged at him, her body now glowing with a radiant yellow energy. Her punches came fast, imbued with demonic power, and Dave had to rely on demonic power manipulation to deflect each blow, a shield of flames surrounding him. "Not bad, but you're forgetting something," Dave shouted as he unleashed telekinesis, catching Trish off guard by gripping her midair and slamming her into the ground. Trish winced but quickly recovered, flipping back onto her feet. "Telekinesis, huh?" she muttered, wiping the dirt from her cheek. "Looks like you're full of surprises." Dave took a deep breath, his body glowing with the power of the Dante template, his strength increasing as the battle continued. He was starting to feel the fusion grow stronger within him. His mind was clearer, his abilities sharper. "Enough games," Trish yelled, her entire body now surrounded by a lightning aura as she charged up her full power. "Let's see if you can handle this." In a flash, she closed the distance between them and struck with her full strength. Dave barely managed to block with rebellion, but the force of the blow sent him skidding back, his feet digging into the ground. Dave grinned. "Finally, something worth fighting for," he said, his eyes glowing with demonic energy. He raised rebellion high, flames igniting around the blade as he summoned his own power. "Let's finish this." They charged at each other one final time, their swords colliding with an explosion of energy that lit up the entire battlefield. The force of the clash sent shockwaves rippling through limbo, and for a moment, everything was consumed by light and sound. When the dust settled, Dave stood tall, breathing heavily, while Trish was on one knee, her sword lowered. "You win," she said, her voice calm, though there was a hint of respect in her eyes. "Looks like I'll be serving you after all." The system chimed in. Quest complete. Trish's loyalty, 100%, plus 7% Dante template fusion. Dave smiled, extending a hand to help her up. "I told you I wasn't weak." Trish smirked, taking his hand. "Maybe I underestimated you. But don't think this is the last time we'll spar." Trish then pushed Dave to the ground, her lips met his in a fierce, passionate kiss. For a moment, Dave's mind went blank, caught completely off guard. He hadn't expected the sudden shift in her attitude, especially after their intense battle. Trish's boldness was electrifying, much like her combat style, but this was a different kind of battle altogether. As the kiss deepened, Dave could feel the surge of her demonic energy intertwining with his own. It was intoxicating, overwhelming, and unlike anything he'd experienced before. Trish pulled back slightly, a mischievous glint in her eyes, her lips still hovering dangerously close to his. "You won the fight," she murmured, her voice low and sultry, "but that doesn't mean I'm done with you." Dave, still catching his breath, managed a smirk. "I didn't realize you were so competitive." Trish's smile widened, her hand trailing down his chest. "Oh, you'll learn, Dave. I never back down from a challenge." Dave nodded as she stood up from Dave. "Let's go back, or do you want me to serve you here?" she asked as her dress began to loosen up. Dave looked at her as a fire ignited in him. He reached near her as he grabbed her. Ah. And then in limbo a different kind of battle was fought between them. Chapter 5, Meeting. The next day, Dave summoned both his secretary and bodyguard to his office. As they entered, he addressed them with a commanding presence. "I called you both here for 2 reasons, Dave began, his tone authoritative yet composed. His secretary, a Latina woman named Diana with sleek black hair, and his bodyguard, an American man named Albert, stood attentively. Dave's gaze shifted between them as he prepared to outline his directives. "First," he said, "I need you both to familiarize yourselves with my new schedule and responsibilities. Everything is going to change with me stepping into this new role, and I need you to be on top of every detail." Diana nodded, her expression professional. "Understood, sir. I'll review all the necessary documents and make sure everything is organized and up to date." "Second," Dave continued, gesturing toward the figure standing near his desk. "I want to introduce you to Trish." Trish stood there with her arms crossed, dressed in black jeans, a white top, and a leather jacket. She nodded coolly in their direction. "She was my secretary before you came on board, Diana," Dave said smoothly, covering his tracks with a convenient explanation. "My father kept me distanced from certain parts of his life, so I had people like Trish helping in the shadows." Diana and Albert exchanged glances, clearly surprised but respectful. "It's good to meet you, Trish," Diana said, extending her hand. Trish, ever the cool figure, shook her hand briefly. "Likewise," she said, a hint of amusement in her voice as if she enjoyed the hidden layers in Dave's cover story. "Young master, was she appointed by Sir James, or by you?" Albert asked, casting a wary glance at Trish. "By me, of course," Dave replied, meeting Albert's gaze. Albert nodded respectfully but pressed on. "Forgive me, young master, but I would like to see her qualifications. Before, it didn't matter much, but now, young master, you are now more than just the son of a billionaire. You now have to take charge of all the companies your father left behind," he explained. "And for that, you'll need a qualified secretary." "To me, she looks more like a punk than a professional," Albert remarked, eyeing Trish skeptically. Trish, however, paid him no mind. To her, his concerns were no more than the buzzing of an insignificant insect. Dave's eyes narrowed slightly as Albert voiced his concerns. "I appointed her, Albert," Dave said, his tone steady but firm. "Her qualifications are more than enough for what I need. Just because she doesn't fit the typical image of a secretary doesn't mean she's not capable." Albert, though respectful, didn't back down completely. "Young master, I understand that. But with all due respect, handling your father's companies is no small task. The people around you need to be capable, experienced, and—" "Enough," Dave interrupted, his voice cool but decisive. "I appreciate your concern, but Trish's skills are beyond what you can imagine." Trish, standing with her arms still crossed, smirked. "A punk, huh?" she echoed, clearly unbothered. "I am like that." Albert seemed a bit taken aback by Trish's confidence, but he didn't say anything further, understanding that Dave's word was final. Diana, who had been quietly observing the exchange, stepped forward diplomatically. "Albert, I think it's best we trust the young master's judgment. If Trish is here, there's a reason for it." Albert gave a small bow. "Of course. Forgive me, young master. I just wanted to ensure everything is in the best hands." Dave relaxed slightly. "It's fine. Just remember, appearances can be deceiving. Now, both of you get back to work. There's a lot to prepare for." As they left Dave's office, Trish shot him an amused glance. "I like the way you handle things, boss." Dave shook his head and mumbled, "For a moment, I thought you were going to punch him out." "Fortunately, you didn't." Trish shrugged. "A half-devil like me doesn't survive the human world with a bad temper." Dave nodded in agreement. Outside Dave's office, both Diana and Albert walked silently, their faces turning pensive as they processed what had just happened. "What do you think of her?" Albert asked, glancing at Diana. Diana's professional smile faded into a cold, calculating expression. "Investigate her. She might be involved in Sir James' death." "But I don't think the young master will cooperate, Albert said, his voice tinged with doubt. Fury's furious, Diana sighed. You know he's blaming us because we weren't there when James was killed. We can't afford to take any more risks with Dave. If he dies, we're next. Albert nodded gravely. James Garcia was a generous investor in S.H.I.E.L.D., funding many of Fury's secret projects that he kept away from the World Council's oversight. Now that Sir James is dead, do you think Dave will be offered a place in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Albert asked, his tone more curious than cautious. He will be, Diana replied firmly, her voice softening slightly. But the real question is, will he accept? The two exchanged a glance before going their separate ways, each consumed by their own thoughts as they returned to their respective tasks. Diana returned to her cabin, her mind heavy with suspicion. She quickly dialed Fury and relayed everything that had transpired with Dave, Trish, and Albert. Keep an eye on both of them, Fury's commanding voice came through the line. Diana nodded, ending the call. Trish and Albert, two suspects now, she muttered under her breath. A frown creased her face as she questioned herself, but is Albert really a traitor? Her eyes narrowed dangerously as she recalled a distant memory, the one that defined her loyalty to the Garcias. It was a cold night, and Diana, barely surviving as a beggar, had been shivering near a trash bin when she felt a sudden warmth drape over her. A coat. Startled, she looked up to see a man with kind eyes smiling down at her. How are you, little one? He asked softly. She instinctively shrank back, her heart racing. Don't worry, the man continued, his voice soothing. I mean you no harm. He crouched down to her level, offering his hand. My name is James Garcia. What about you? Diana, she whispered, something about his presence making her feel safe for the first time in what seemed like forever. A beautiful name, James said, still smiling. It's a cold night. How about you come with me? He extended his hand, and without hesitation, she took it. The warmth and security she felt in that moment had been overwhelming. The best decision of my life, Diana murmured, tears slipping down her cheek as the memory replayed in her mind. Yet I wasn't there when you needed me, she whispered, staring at her hands, which had once been held in comfort by James. I swore to protect you, but I failed. Her voice cracked, but then her eyes hardened as she looked into the mirror in front of her, the reflection staring back was resolute. But not with your son. I will keep him alive, even if it means I die in the process. Chapter 6, Meeting 2. Dave sat in his office, his eyes fixed on the man across from him, maintaining a kind yet slightly tense smile. You said your name was Phil Coulson? Dave asked, curiosity and suspicion brewing in his mind. The man nodded politely. Why is S.H.I.E.L.D. already onto me? Dave thought, trying to figure out how his identity might have been compromised. Did I make a mistake? His mind raced through every possible scenario. Could Trish's arrival have alerted someone? Was it something in his recent actions? Before he could fully dive into his thoughts, Coulson's calm voice broke through, pulling him back to the present. Yes, my name is Phil Coulson. Did your father ever mention me? Coulson asked, his usual polite smile on his face. No, he never mentioned anyone by that name. Actually, he never really talked about anyone, Dave replied. That's understandable, Coulson said with a sigh. James always wanted to keep you away from the political and business struggles, letting you live a simple, comfortable life instead. Do you know my father? Dave asked, looking at him while inwardly he thought, was my father connected with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Yes, we were friends and colleagues, Coulson continued. We worked together many times, even. And what else? Dave asked, curious to learn more. Well, one thing that made your father truly respected was his compassion. He opened an orphanage, saving countless children, homeless, orphans, or those caught in struggles between opposing forces. He made sure they had a chance, Coulson added, his voice touched with nostalgia. Diana, who had been silently listening, couldn't stop the tears streaming down her face. Trish noticed and asked, were you one of those kids your Dave's father took care of? Diana glared at her, wiping her tears. None of your business, she snapped. Trish shrugged, in response while she wondered why Diana got angry. So, why are you here? Dave eventually asked, growing tired of Coulson's seemingly endless chatter. Phil paused for a moment, his tone shifting. Well, you might not like this, but we suspect your father was murdered. Dave's eyes narrowed briefly before relaxing. He calmly asked, and who did it? As I mentioned, we don't fully believe it yet, but we're 90% certain it was murder, Phil said, watching Dave's reaction closely. Seeing no significant change in Dave's expression, Coulson nodded, though he couldn't help but wonder, did James train his son to be this composed? So, you came here just to tell me that? Dave asked, looking at Phil with a mix of curiosity and impatience. Yes, Phil confirmed, standing up. And also to advise you to decline any invitations that may come your way. It's best to be cautious. He handed Dave his card. I've taken up quite a bit of your time, so I should be going. If you receive any invitations, feel free to call me. As Phil exited, Dave glanced at the card and watched him leave. Turning his attention to the quest screen, he saw the notification about his father's death. New quest, Revenge. Objective, investigate your father's death and find the culprit. Reward, 5% increase in Dante template fusion, 300 template points. As Coulson left, both Diana and Trish entered the office. Diana, visibly concerned, asked, "What should we do?" Dave looked at Trish and said, "Find out who killed my father." Trish nodded, and added, "And what happens after I find the culprit?" "Bring him here alive," Dave replied firmly. Trish nodded again and began to leave to start her investigation. Diana, still worried, didn't stop them but inquired, "How can she help you with this?" "She's more capable than she looks," Dave said simply as he returned to reviewing documents. Muttering to himself, Dave added, "The only thing I might hate in this life is all this paperwork," as he sifted through the various documents and company encounters from the past month. While Diana began to teach him about various business-related stuff. Knock, knock. "Come in," Fury said. Phil entered the office and approached Fury. "How did it go?" Fury asked, looking at him intently. "I didn't ask him directly," Phil replied. "Why not?" Fury inquired. "He seemed composed for someone whose father just died," Phil explained. "He also appeared trained." Fury nodded thoughtfully. "Given James's reputation, I doubt he would leave his only son untrained." Phil continued, "It means we have more reason to invite him to join S.H.I.E.L.D. "I know," Phil added, looking back at Fury. "But I wanted to see his reaction. I told him his father was murdered to gauge his response. I wanted to see how he would handle the information and if he would seek revenge." Fury considered this for a moment. "And?" Phil shrugged. He didn't seem surprised or rattled. "It looks like he's more capable than we initially thought." Still keep an eye on him," Fury said, nodding. "This is the least we can do for James's son." "What about Tony Stark, sir?" Phil asked, his curiosity piqued. "We've located him, but our agent reports that he's working on something significant. So, let's hold off on his rescue for now," Fury replied, glancing at the images sent by their infiltrator. "It looks like some kind of exo-armor," Phil noted, studying the images. "Yes, and if he completes it, we'll definitely want him on the Avengers initiative," Fury said with his same expression. "But isn't his life at risk?" Phil inquired. "No, we have more agents in place than terrorists," Fury said confidently. Phil nodded, eager to see what Tony Stark would produce next. While Trish using her bewitching devil powers is already close to finding about the death of James. Trish, seated on her dark throne, exuded an aura of cold authority. A man, kneeling before her with a perverted gaze, licked her feet as she looked down on him with disdain. "Tell me, who ordered the hit on James?" Trish demanded, placing her foot on his head with an air of superiority. The man, his face filled with both fear and longing, stammered, "Yes, my queen, please stand on me." It was Kingpin, the Wilson Fisk. Trish's expression remained unreadable as she pressed her foot harder, causing him to babble incoherently. He wanted James's wealth and his money-making talent. When James refused, Kingpin had him killed. "And where can I find this Kingpin?" Trish asked, her voice steady. The man's head, bloodied and battered, nodded towards the floor. "Fisk Tower, but he usually resides in Hell's Kitchen," he replied just before his head exploded, splattering white and gray matter across the room. Trish stood, her demonic power sweeping away the filth from her. Her eyes glowed with an pink-black light as she murmured, "Wilson Fisk, you are next." With that, she left the carnage-filled mansion, her heels clicking rhythmically as she headed toward her next destination. Chapter 7, Kingpin. Trish emerged from the mansion, her eyes scanning the destruction left behind. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a compact ball of intense lightning. She hurled it back toward the mansion, watching as it exploded on impact, obliterating the building in a fiery ashes. She considered her next move, whether to head straight to Fisk or return to Dave. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to return to Dave first before taking on Fisk directly. "I really wonder, how will Dave kill him?" she thought as she licked her lips seductively, her devil already showing. Trish returned to Dave's room in the evening, finding her way to his bed, where she had made herself comfortable, sipping wine. "Humans have really developed some interesting things," she remarked, savoring the taste. Dave glanced at her, a smirk forming on his lips. "I could say the same about you." Trish's eyes sparkled with mischief as she replied, "Really? Then why don't you taste it again?" With that invitation, Dave approached her. They shared a passionate kiss, their hands exploring each other as they lost themselves in the moment. After half an hour, they paused, Dave finally asking, "So, did you find anything?" As he poured wine for both of them, Trish replied, "Wilson Fisk wanted your father's technology, but when James declined, Fisk had him killed. Dave raised an eyebrow. Wilson Fisk. Was he also known as the Kingpin? Trish nodded, taking a sip of her wine. Yes, the same. The criminal warlord known as Kingpin. It's a name that's passed among the heads of criminal organizations. Dave's expression darkened as he absorbed the information. Kingpin, huh? His eyes flashed dangerously red. So why didn't you kill him? His aura, tinged with a high-grade demonic pressure, began to suffocate the room. Trish, feeling the crushing weight of his power, sank to her knees, the wine slipping from her grasp and spilling onto the floor. Host, calm yourself, Say's voice echoed in Dave's mind. Dave took a deep breath, retracting his overpowering pressure. I'm sorry, it was an uncontrollable surge of anger, he said, his tone softening. Trish slowly rose, cleaning the spilled wine from the floor. You should control it. Unchecked rage can be harmful to you, she advised, moving closer to him and kissing him gently. Her kiss seemed to soothe his mind, easing the storm within. As the kiss ended, Dave's anger had subsided, but he was still curious. What was that? I'm a bewitching demon. I feed on desires. Anger is just one of those desires, Trish explained. I thought you might want to handle Fisk yourself, so I didn't kill him. Dave nodded, understanding her reasoning. Thanks for the heads up. I'll handle it. For now, enjoy your wine, he said, gesturing to the bottle. Trish took another sip of wine, settling back into her chair. Indeed, she replied, with a smile, as she savored the moment. While Diana, who was hiding behind the bookshelf, covered her mouth as tears dripped her face, she angrily muttered the name of Wilson Fisk as he moved, leaving the place. What should we do about her? Trish asked as she felt her moving away. I just wanted to see if she is trustworthy or not, Dave replied as he scooped her up and took her to bed. Who wanted me to enjoy the wine? She asked with a smile. You enjoy the wine while I enjoy you, Dave smirked as he said. Trish rolled her eyes in response as she said, like your big demon sword would let me enjoy it, every time you thrust it makes me go crazy. Diana, wiping away her tears, reached her room and immediately contacted Fury. Hello, Diana. Do you have anything to add on this late evening? Fury's voice crackled through the line. I found out Trish's identity, Diana reported. Who is she? Fury asked, his interest piqued. She's a sewer who can manipulate emotions. She calls herself the Bewitching Devil, which seems to be her code name or villain name, Diana explained. Emotions. That's a new power. Is she a threat to Dave? Fury inquired, concerned. No, they seem to have a close relationship, Diana said. Did you, by any chance, eavesdrop on them while they were intimate? Fury asked with raised eyebrows. Diana's expression hardened. I did. Do you have a problem with that? Fury wanted to comment on the morality but recalled that many of his female agents had similar roles. He hesitated but decided to let it go. No, I don't, he said, shaking his head. I thought so, Diana replied. So, what should I do now? Try to gather more information on her. Her emotional manipulation could be a valuable asset, Fury said. Diana nodded, but then asked, don't you find it strange? I'm talking about superpowers here. As a S.H.I.E.L.D. director, I've seen many things that have made me numb to such matters, Fury said. Remember the Abomination killed by someone called Dante, or the big green guy? They had superpowers too, but their origins were science experiments. I suspect Trish's powers might be similar, and I want to understand how she gained them. Diana nodded in agreement. And what about Fisk, she asked. Wilson Fisk is dangerous. He has many superpowered individuals working for him and controls the underworld of New York. We can't confront him directly yet. We need to set a trap before we can deal with him and bring justice for James, Fury replied. You better do it or I will quit, Diana's eyes narrowed as she said. Don't worry, I will make sure, as I also don't want to lose my another loyal agent, Fury said as he cut the call. Fury ended the call with a sigh, rubbing his temples. James, you certainly were a troublemaker, he muttered to himself, reflecting on how James had managed to recruit someone like Trish for his son. As for Dave saying he has recruited Trish, he had long discarded it as mere childish nonsense. Only James had the capability to pull something like this off. He recruited her for his son rather than for S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury thought. You already making me miss you, Fury shook his head as he said, find everything that can corner Fisk. Marie Hills nodded as she left. Chapter 8, Kingpin 2. Dave, where are you going? Diana asked as she saw him preparing to leave. This morning, she had come to get his signature on some documents and found him getting ready. Just heading out, Dave replied, glancing at himself in the mirror. You should fix your tie properly, Diana suggested, adjusting it for him. Thank you, Dave said, appreciating her help. I'll be coming with you, Diana said firmly, standing her ground. You can't, Dave replied, trying to move past her, only to find her blocking the way with her arms crossed. Dave shook his head in frustration. I don't have time for this, he said, attempting to push past her. Diana, however, stumbled but quickly grabbed onto him like a koala. Just please, let me come with you, Diana pleaded. All right, fine. Let's go, Dave relented. Diana's grip loosened, and she quickly darted away to prepare. I'll be ready in a moment. 5 minutes later, Diana returned, and Dave nodded in approval. They made their way to the door, where Albert and Trish joined them. Albert, drive the car, Dave instructed. Albert nodded and took the keys to a Rolls-Royce. Where are we going, he asked. Fisk Tower, Dave replied. Albert flinched. Why there, young master? I have a meeting with Fisk, Dave explained. Just do your job and don't ask too many questions, he added, giving Albert a pointed look. Albert nodded as he took his place behind the wheel and started driving. Dave, I don't think your schedule includes a meeting with Fisk, Diana said, glancing at her files. It does. It's a final meeting with him, Dave replied. Diana's gaze lingered on him, wondering if she had seen his eyes flash red or if it was just her imagination. She shook her head, dismissing the thought, and then looked at Trish. Trish, with her impressive sword strapped to her back and various guns holstered at her sides, caught Diana's attention. Diana couldn't help but ask, why are you carrying a sword? For the grand greeting, of course, Trish replied with a playful smile. Diana leaned closer to Dave and whispered, I think something's off. Who carries a sword just for a greeting? It's a gift. Fisk is known for collecting ancient artifacts, Trish replied, having overheard Diana's murmur. Diana gave a slightly awkward laugh, realizing Trish had heard her. Diana then took a seat opposite Dave and Trish, pulling out her laptop. She began working on documents while discreetly sending a message to Fury about Dave's meeting with Fisk. Reveal your identity if it comes to his life, Fury responded. Diana nodded in understanding, closing the message as she continued her work, maintaining her disguise. Dave, Trish, and Diana arrived at the entrance of Fisk's building. Boss, we're here, Albert announced. Dave glanced around, using his demon eyes. He's not here, he said. Head to Hell's Kitchen, Fisk building, Dave instructed. Albert nodded, sending a message to Fisk. James's son is coming here. Wilson Fisk received the message with a smirk. Lambs coming to slaughter themselves, he mused. He then called for his assassins, preparing for the imminent confrontation. Within minutes, his office was filled with his loyal operatives. Fisk, observing their readiness, issued his orders, an enemy is approaching, hide and prepare yourselves. James's son will likely come with reinforcements. We need to be ready. He reflected on James's unusual identity, considering whether his son would have inherited any of his father's skills or tactics. Whether you have or not, I will know, he mumbled, glancing at Bullseye, the same man who had killed James. You've got another kill under your name, Fisk said to him. It's not my first time killing a family, Bullseye replied casually, sitting on the sofa in Fisk's office. I know, Wilson Fisk said, as he looked at Bullseye's. Dave sat calmly in the car, sipping a martini. How do you know Fisk isn't here? Diana eventually asked. He messaged me, Dave replied simply. Diana nodded, falling silent as she took note of Dave's red eyes. She realized that the last time she had seen them, it wasn't just a coincidence. Dave glanced at Diana but chose to ignore her, knowing it wouldn't be long before his superpowers were exposed. He remained seated, confident that his exposure wouldn't cause him any harm. Soon, they reached the Hell's Kitchen area. Fisk atop of his building looked at his security camera footage, turned to see Dave approaching and watched as Dave, accompanied by Trish, Diana, and Albert, began to walk toward him. Show us your... The guard started to say before Trish silenced him with a quick, decisive bullet in his head. Diana paused, looking at Trish, while Dave continued walking. Albert approached Diana and said, I don't think this will be a peaceful meeting. Diana nodded and followed after Dave, while also sending an SOS to Fury. Seeing the signal in his office, Fury quickly identified the source as Diana and mobilized his team. Black Widow, Hawkeye, I need you both to head to Hell's Kitchen and rescue someone, Fury instructed his top agents. Both Black Widow and Hawkeye, upon receiving the message, sprang into action. Fury slammed the desk in frustration, muttering, that motherfucker kid can't sit still. He watched the screen showing his agents approaching the Hell's Kitchen area, making sure they arrived as quickly as possible. As Dave entered the building with his team, they were greeted by a plethora of guards who aimed their guns at him. Trish, seeing this, surrounded herself with a blinding light and then swiftly moved to Dave's side in an instant. Diana and Albert looked at her, their eyes widening as they watched one by one all the guards' heads severed from their necks. They didn't see any blood, the lighting had perfectly pulverized the wounds as well, causing no blood to leak. Fisk, who was watching this, tensed as he looked at Bullseye, as long as she is human I can kill it, Bullseye said, and Fisk nodded. Keep her alive, I want to see if she could work for me or not, Fisk said as Bullseye vanished from his place. Chapter 9, Kingpin 3. Fisk Tower stood tall and imposing, its sleek glass surface gleaming under the city's muted light. To the untrained eye, it was a symbol of modernity and success, an architectural wonder, dominating the skyline like a silent titan. But for those who knew the truth, Fisk Tower was more than just a corporate monolith. It was the heart of Wilson Fisk's empire, a fortress housing both his legitimate business dealings and his far more sinister operations. Inside, the air was thick with power and danger. Every inch of the building, from the luxurious penthouse to the underground vaults, was designed with purpose. The state-of-the-art security systems, hidden passageways, and fortified walls were not just for show. They were the tools of a kingpin, ensuring no one entered or exited without his consent. Employees moved with purpose, each one aware that they were under constant scrutiny. Whispers of Fisk's influence echoed in every corner of the building, a reminder that in this place, the line between ally and enemy was often blurred. But not today. Today, the entrance to this tower speaks of the carnage happening inside. As one enters, they will find a plethora of headless corpses, but no blood, causing one to wonder just what killed them. Fisk Tower was now a battlefield, though the chaos was contained within its walls. 4 figures strode through the bloodied corridors with terrifying ease. Anyone who dared to oppose them fell lifeless before even grasping what had hit them. Security guards, armed and well-trained, stood no chance, their lives extinguished in an instant, like candles snuffed by an invisible force. Dave Garcia walked at the head of the group, his movements deliberate and calm, as though this massacre was nothing more than an ordinary business meeting. He wore a tailored suit that spoke of power, though he carried himself without the pretense of a man who needed to flaunt it. There were no weapons in his hands, no show of force. Yet, the air around him was thick with an undeniable aura, he commanded the space effortlessly, his authority unquestionable. Behind him, Diana, his secretary, moved briskly, holding a stack of files as though this bloodshed was a mere inconvenience in her busy day. Her focus remained on the papers, calculating, sorting, preparing, unaffected by the carnage unfolding around her. A glance at her might suggest she was cold, but in reality, she was just doing her job with precision, which was writing down everything she is observing. Albert, Dave's bodyguard, followed closely. He looked every bit the part of a protector, yet something was off. One look at him will suggest he is not a protector, he is a traitor, but no one is looking at him, cause he is same as those guards who came and fell every now and then. And then there was Trish. Her presence was a storm in itself. As they moved through the tower, her energy crackled, her demonic power coursing visibly around her like a living thing. Lightning danced across her form, sparking and sizzling, reducing any who challenged them to ash before they could even scream. Her clothes remained immaculate, untouched by the chaos she unleashed. The lightning she summoned not only killed, it obliterated. Blood evaporated from bodies before it could even hit the floor, and the air smelled faintly of ozone, the unmistakable scent of raw, elemental destruction. Together, they advanced through Fisk Tower, an unstoppable force. Nothing could stand in their way, not guards, not walls, not even the weight of the Kingpin's empire. Today, the tower was theirs. As the doors to the top-floor office of Fisk Tower swung open, they revealed the imposing figure of Wilson Fisk seated behind a grand, mahogany desk. Despite his corpulent appearance, it was clear that Fisk was a natural-born powerhouse, a veritable titan whose bulk belied the lean muscle beneath. His physique was the stuff of legends, a prime example of raw, physical dominance. Dave Garcia walked in with an air of casual confidence, his tailored suit contrasting starkly with the grim setting. He made his way to a chair opposite Fisk and sat down, his gaze fixed intently on the Kingpin. "Mr. Fisk," Dave said lightly, the tone of his voice suggesting a casual conversation rather than an encounter in the midst of chaos, "it's quite hard to get a meeting with you." Fisk's eyes narrowed, but his demeanor remained composed, almost amused. "Really? I thought your girl made it easy," he said, glancing at Trish, who responded with a cool, enigmatic smile. "What brings you here, Mr. Garcia?" Fisk asked, his voice steady as he adjusted himself in his seat, the power dynamic clear. "You owe me, Fisk," Dave said simply, his gaze unflinching. Fisk's eyes narrowed further, his calm facade beginning to crack as the gravity of Dave's words settled in. His fingers drummed a steady rhythm on the desk, a subtle, almost imperceptible signal. The tension in the room thickened, like the calm before a storm. "Really, Mr. Garcia?" Fisk's voice was smooth, but there was a dangerous edge to it. "Why exactly do I owe you?" Dave's gaze remained unwavering, the resolve in his voice cutting through the room like a knife. "A life. You owe me a life, Mr. Fisk. And I'm here to take it back." A sudden piercing pain drove through Dave's chest. His eyes widened in shock as he looked down to see a sword jutting from his heart. He turned his head to find Albert behind him, the blade still in his hands. "Don't blame me," Albert said with a cold detachment as he twisted the sword, causing Dave to gasp and spit out blood. I was just following orders. Dave crumpled to the floor, struggling for breath. Diana rushed to his side, tears streaming down her face. Dave, please. Don't leave me, she cried, her voice cracking with desperation. Dave's eyes fluttered closed, his body growing limp as Diana wept beside him. Fisk glanced at Trish, who was impaled by numerous daggers but still very much alive. He was an idiot, and I thought he must have been something special, Fisk said, a hint of disdain in his voice. Thank you for not killing her, Bullseye. I know she did her job properly, Bullseye replied, appearing behind Fisk with a sinister grin. Fisk stood, turning his gaze to Trish. Now that he's dead, do you serve me? He demanded. Either serve me or die like him, Fisk continued, his eyes shifting to Trish, who was glaring defiantly at him, and to Dave's motionless form on the floor. Diana's sobs filled the room. Trish suddenly spoke up, frustration in her voice. How long do I have to act like this? Her irritation was evident, leaving others in the room puzzled. Their confusion was quickly dispelled when Dave's voice cut through the tension, startling Diana, who had thought him dead. You know, you could have stopped the sword, Dave said, rising to his feet with a bored look, blood smeared across his face. He fixed his gaze on Trish. I thought you wanted to test the loyalty of those around you, Trish said, pointing at Diana and Albert. Well, here's your test. Chapter 10, Kingpin 4. Dave cracked his neck, casually resuming his seat as if nothing had happened. Come on, sit down. We were discussing something important, weren't we? Yes, you owe me a life, Kingpin, he said with a smile, his demeanor relaxed and untroubled. Albert's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice rising in panic. Impossible. I destroyed your heart. How are you still alive? He stared at Dave, still impaled by the sword. Dave glanced down at the sword, then reached out and pulled it free with a smooth, deliberate motion. He removed his shirt, revealing a wound that was healing at an astonishing rate. Like this, Dave said, his smile widening as he watched the wound close rapidly. Fisk watched in shock as Dave's body healed itself. His gaze shifted to Trish, who was freeing herself from the daggers, and the world seemed to spin around him. The realization hit him like a thunderclap. Who are you? Fisk asked, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and confusion, but the fear was perfectly masked, only Trish and Dave detected it. Dave shrugged, a smirk playing on his lips. That's a question you can't get an answer to, he said, turning his attention to Diana. My shirt, he said calmly. Diana, still in shock from the realization that Dave was alive, blinked in confusion. What shirt? She asked, her mind overwhelmed by the relief of seeing him alive. Dave shook his head, a hint of amusement in his eyes. You're really a bad secretary. How can you take care of me like this? Diana, her focus solely on Dave's survival, nodded vigorously. Sorry, I'll pack a pair of clothes next time too, she promised, her voice filled with sincere regret. Trish looked at Dave and then at the apologizing Diana, shaking her head in disbelief. She thought to herself, this girl is a lost cause. Her gaze then shifted to Bullseye, who was standing coolly by the window. How arrogant of him to think he's better than me, she mused, a smirk forming on her lips. Without warning, she moved swiftly, and the next moment, Bullseye found himself impaled on the wall, surrounded by a myriad of daggers. His once smug expression was now replaced by shock and pain. Where's your smug face now? Trish taunted, her voice cold and triumphant. Fisk, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, quickly regained his composure. Attack them, he ordered, his voice commanding. At his command, other assassins emerged from their hiding places, ready to join the fray. The room was soon filled with the chaos of a new wave of attackers, as the battle continued to unfold. Dave remained seated, calm and composed, while Trish moved with lethal precision. Fisk's gaze flicked to the wall, where more of his assassins were now impaled in inverted positions. The sight only fueled his frustration. Bastards, can't do a single thing properly, Fisk growled, his anger palpable as he charged at Trish. His speed was almost superhuman, a testament to his formidable power. But Trish was unfazed. With a casual flick of her finger, she stopped Fisk in his tracks. His immense strength was rendered useless against her effortless display of control. The power imbalance was stark, Fisk's fury clashed with Trish's calm dominance, leaving him momentarily stunned by the ease with which she neutralized his attack. You know he can be a perfect demonic knight. Killing him would be a waste, Trish said, looking at Dave. Then turn him into a demon knight for yourself, Dave replied. You don't want him, she asked confused, as demon knights are rare, powerful demon, only select few can be turned into one. I have you, Dave said to her, while he inwardly added, converting demons into Wom's skill is still locked. Trish smiled happily as she turned to look at Fisk, who is now frozen in fear. You will be a god pet, she said as she triggered her devil form. As Trish began to transform, her clothes shifted into a stunning, backless red dress that clung to her form. The fabric draped elegantly over her legs, revealing her thighs and accentuating her curves. Her head sprouted black, horn-like protrusions in the shape of crown that gave her a devilish appearance, adding to her formidable presence. From her back sprouted black feathered wings, majestic crystal black feathers formed the wings. The wings and the horns combined with an aura of otherworldly allure, making her appear as a bewitching demon. Her transformation was mesmerizing, causing everyone in the room, except Diana, to fall to their knees in awe, as victimized turned heart-shape. Diana, still struggling to process Dave's apparent death, looked up in confusion. Seeing Trish's new form, she gasped and grabbed a weapon, her resolve solidifying. "Dave, you get out, I will handle this," she said, trying to refocus on the immediate threat. Dave, observing the scene with a detached expression, thought, did her brain really shut off earlier? He rose from his seat, but before he could act, the door was kicked open, and Black Widow and Hawkeye entered, weapons drawn. Dave looked at them, speechless and puzzled by their unexpected arrival. Hawkeye glanced at the shirtless Dave, then at Trish, who now appeared as a hot, beautiful girl with wings and horns. Diana stood with her gun pointed at Trish, while Fisk, on his knees with his odd, bloodshot eyes and beaten pupils, mumbled in disbelief, "What the hell is going on here?" Black Widow surveyed the chaotic scene, her eyes darting to the assassins impaled on the walls, immediately recognizing them as Fisk's operatives. Her gaze then settled on Fisk, who was kneeling and disoriented. She muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with disbelief, did he really defeat all of them? Black Widow and Hawkeye looked at each other, both wondering what to make of the bizarre scene in front of them. Dave glanced at Black Widow and Hawkeye, then turned his attention to Diana, whose entire focus was fixed on Trish. Guess allowing her to tag along was a bad idea after all, he thought. Chapter 11, Kingpin v. Half an hour earlier. Hawkeye's POV. "Hi, my name is Clint Barton, but most people know me as Hawkeye. I'm just a regular guy with a bow, but I've taken down all kinds of supers. Some call them mutants, others enhanced, but to me, they're just people with abilities. And this normal guy has beaten them all. I marked another entry in my diary, another super defeated. Check, I mumbled, satisfied, and then glanced at my communicator. Barton, a familiar voice crackled through. It was Director Fury. "Hello, Fury," I replied, surprised. Normally, Fury calls us into his office for missions, not like this. The urgency in his voice meant this wasn't your average assignment. "I need you to head to Fisk Tower and save a young man named Dave Garcia," Fury instructed before abruptly cutting the call. As I thought about the mission, I couldn't help but wonder who my partner would be. It's rare for Fury to leave me in the dark like this. Fisk, there are always a few supers under his command, I muttered to myself, moving out and ready to head toward Fisk Tower. Upon arriving, I spotted the redhead I once saved. Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, emotionless on the surface, but I knew better. Deep down, she's broken, more than anyone can imagine. That's why I helped her back then, and now she's working with me in S.H.I.E.L.D. "Hello, Natasha," I greeted as I approached. "Barton," she replied coolly, her eyes fixed on Fisk Tower in the distance. We were standing on the rooftop of a nearby building, watching the tower like predators stalking prey. "Something's wrong in there," Natasha said, handing me a pair of binoculars. I took them and looked through, seeing exactly what she meant. "It seems this guy, Dave Garcia, is in serious trouble," I mumbled, spotting a perfect headshot opportunity through the window. The young man was surrounded by danger, the threat obvious even from a distance. "You studied him on the way?" Natasha asked, her tone indifferent as usual. "Yeah, I usually do my homework. But this time, Fury's urgency threw me off. Didn't get much time to dig deeper," I admitted, lowering the binoculars as I glanced at her. She knew I was thorough. Normally, I wouldn't be this uninformed. Fury mentioned a subordinate of his, Trish. Supposedly someone who can control emotions well, Natasha added, briefing me on what little she'd learned. We moved in silently, our senses heightened as we approached Fisk Tower. The air was thick with tension, like walking into a tomb. "The killer here didn't hold back," I muttered, looking down at the headless corpses scattered throughout the hallway. It was brutal, clean, efficient, and ruthless. Each wound was perfectly executed, their heads severed in one swift motion. Their bodies were shattered, bloodless, like they'd been crushed before they could even bleed. "Whoever did this isn't just skilled, they're a monster," Natasha whispered, her voice almost lost in the eerie silence. Do you think it was Dave or someone he hired?" I asked. Normally, I wouldn't jump to conclusions, but the guns were still fully loaded. These guys never even had a chance to pull the trigger. "This might be tough for even us," I muttered, glancing ahead where the trail of headless corpses led deeper into the tower. With Natasha by my side, we began our climb. The lift was out of order, but we wouldn't have used it anyway, spy job and all that. As we ascended the stairwell, we moved past body after body, each one as brutalized as the last. Really, what kind of monster are we dealing with? I said quietly, loading an arrow onto my bow. There was no room for complacency here, not with this kind of carnage around us. A big one, Natasha replied, her widow's bite bracelets armed and ready. She scanned our surroundings as vigilantly as I did. Soon, we reached the top, passing all the dead bodies along the way. The silence was unsettling. I sense movement inside, Natasha said, her eyes narrowing. I nodded, bracing myself. 1, 2, 3. 3 people, she counted in a low voice as she prepared to breach the door. I nodded again. We moved in sync. Kick, Natasha ordered. I kicked the door open, and we stormed inside, our weapons at the ready. But what we saw wasn't what we expected. What the hell is going on here? I whispered, half in shock. There, in the middle of the room, stood the shirtless Dave Garcia, the guy we were sent to save. Fisk was on his knees, clearly disoriented. And standing like a queen beside him was a beautiful girl, no older than 20, with her leg pressed against Fisk's head as if she owned the place. Diana, our agent, had her gun drawn and pointed at the young woman, while an assassin, one of Fisk's, was pinned upside down on the wall, lifeless. I glanced at Natasha, and she looked back at me, both of us sharing the same thought, what the hell just happened here? I tightened my grip on the bowstring, not lowering my aim, even at Dave, the guy we were supposed to rescue. Just earlier, he was at gunpoint, and now he was standing there like nothing had happened. I couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. Natalia, you did say there's one that can manipulate emotions, right? I muttered, keeping my eyes locked on the winged girl. She was the only one here that fit the description. Stay sharp. I think she's turned him into her puppet. Natasha gave a silent nod, her stance tense and ready. It wasn't common for supers to turn on their own like this, but the clues were stacking up. She glanced at Trish, and with Diana pointing her gun at the girl, it seemed we had the situation laid out before us. Still, we didn't move. The air was thick with uncertainty. One wrong step, and things could go from bad to worse in a heartbeat. Let's not make any sudden moves, I added, eyeing Dave for any signs of trouble. Chapter 12, Kingpin 6. I kept my hand steady on the bow, the tension rising as Dave suddenly moved. Instinctively, I pulled the string tighter, ready to shoot if he made any dangerous moves. But... smack. Owie. Hey, what are you doing? Dave said, rubbing his head after casually smacking Diana. I blinked in disbelief. Diana looked at him, eyes welling up with tears. Tears. I could hardly believe it, she was supposed to be pointing her gun at him, not giving him puppy eyes. Damn it, girl, pull yourself together. I knew she was a bit of an clutch, but this was ridiculous. I looked at Dave, but before I could say anything suddenly he looked at the winged girl, who we suppose is Trish. And Trish, stop playing with him and get it over with, Dave said flatly. He didn't even sound interested, just bored with the whole situation, and there was also a tinge of frustration and helplessness mixed within. Trish shrugged, and then she lifted her leg and kicked Fisk to the ground, knocking him out cold with minimal effort. Then, without a care, she spread her wings and gave a small bow before her body began to shimmer, and, just like that, Fisk disappeared along with her in blast of feathers. Curiosity got the better of me, and I reached out to grab one of the feathers that Trish had left behind. It was black and crystalline, shimmering with an blackish-red energy that immediately made me uneasy. The weight of it in my hand felt heavier than it should, like it carried more danger than my arrows ever could. I inspected it closely. This thing feels more lethal than any weapon I've held before. Whatever power was embedded in it, I had a feeling it wasn't something we wanted to mess with. I glanced at Natasha, who was watching me carefully, no doubt thinking the same thing. Doesn't feel like a normal feather, does it? I muttered, turning it over in my hand. Natasha shook her head, then lowered her weapons and stepped toward Dave. You must be Dave Garcia, she asked. I followed her lead, sighing as I lowered my bow, but my fingers still rested on the drawn string. Something about this whole situation was still off. Switch to third POV. Dave looked at Black Widow as she stood in front of him. She looks just like in the movies, he thought to himself before nodding. Yeah, that's me. Can you explain what's happening here? Natasha asked, her eyes steady as she waited for answers. Dave nodded, but before he could say much, Natasha cut in, Trish, who is she, and how did you meet her? She'd clearly picked up on the importance of the winged girl. And why should I tell you? Dave shot back, looking at her with a sly grin as he casually walked over to a cabinet, pulling out shirts one by one. Because she could be a danger to humans, Natasha replied, her voice cold and to the point. Dangerous. Dave let out a soft laugh, casting a glance at her as he picked a white shirt from the pile. He started putting it on. Maybe, but she is perfectly under my control. As he adjusted the shirt, he muttered, better than standing here half naked. He slipped it on, the fit loose and casual. Quite the way to wear it, Hawkeye remarked, his sharp eye catching the unusual style. It's called fashion, Dave replied with a smirk as he headed toward the exit. Let's go somewhere more private. We can talk there, he said, inviting both Hawkeye and Black Widow to follow him. Diana, his secretary, trailed behind him like a loyal guard dog, eyes fixated on Dave with a strange devotion. Natasha and Hawkeye exchanged glances but didn't say anything, following Dave as he led them toward the next location. Diana's thought process was now simple. She is now loyal to Dave as he killed Kingpin, the man responsible for James' death. I will serve you wholeheartedly even if I am not special as Trish, she thought as she thought of a way to prove her usefulness to him. Dave casually made his way to a lower floor and entered a spacious room with a bar tucked off to the side. Ah, here we go. I spotted some good drinks here earlier, he said as he strolled in, sitting comfortably in one of the chairs. He motioned for Natasha and Hawkeye to join him. So, what do you want to ask? Dave said, leaning back in his chair as Diana moved to grab drinks for everyone. Natasha watched him closely while Fury's voice crackled with orders over her earpiece. I'd like to know how you're so sure this Trish, if that's even her real name, won't betray you, she said, her tone sharp and to the point. Yeah, it's her real name, Dave replied nonchalantly. Natasha raised an eyebrow. And you trust her, she asked, skeptical. How can you be sure? Dave, still calm as ever, shrugged. It's simple, really. She's an actual devil, and I've got a connection with her. That's it. He said it as if it were the most natural thing in the world, like he was talking about walking through a park instead of mentioning a deal with a literal demon. Both Hawkeye and Natasha exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing. Are we supposed to believe that? Hawkeye asked, giving him a sideways look. Dave smirked, unfazed. Believe me or not, he said, casually taking the drink Diana handed him. But the world is a lot more interesting than you think. He took a sip, his eyes glinting with an air of mystery. Natasha and Hawkeye both remained silent for a moment, absorbing his words. The situation was turning out to be far more complex than either of them had expected. As Fury listened in on the conversation, memories of Captain Marvel flooded back to him. She was the first woman with superpowers he had ever witnessed, and from that day forward, his understanding of the world shattered. Aliens, demons, nothing seemed impossible anymore. Demons and devils now. What's left? Gods. He mused silently to himself, unaware that his unspoken wish for a god to show up was about to be fulfilled in ways he couldn't yet imagine. Chapter 13, Kingpin 7. You know you have to give us a definite answer, not this childish story, Natasha pressed, her expression firm. Okay, fine, Dave sighed, sensing their skepticism. Actually, she's a superwoman I met while on vacation at a Dubai beach. He could see they weren't buying it. She's like a devil. Her powers include manipulating emotions and those black crystal wings, which can both attack and defend. She also has electrokinesis abilities. Dave laid out Trish's powers, not because he didn't want it to hide them, but because S.H.I.E.L.D. had already started hacking into Fisk Tower, and they'd likely gained access to CCTV footage that would reveal everything anyway. Natasha narrowed her eyes, processing the information. And you trust her? Just like that. Dave nodded, a hint of confidence in his voice. It's complicated, but I know what I felt. She's powerful, and she's got her own reasons for being here, but I know she will never betray me. Sounds like a recipe for disaster, Hawkeye muttered, glancing at Natasha. Natasha looked at Dave, same with her hard expression as she asked, where is she now? Probably in some dark chamber torturing Fisk, Dave shrugged, sipping his martini. Torturing him? Hawkeye asked. They have some personal vendetta, you know, like the Echo girl up there. Fisk is using her by lying. Fisk also wanted to use her but she declined, leading him to attack her. At that time she was weak, so she suffered heavily before I saved her. After that she began to train hard to the point where she became a killing machine like today, Dave said, while adding a false story. It's their fault they are not believing a real story. Natasha looked at him and asked after some time, so, when will she return? I don't know, probably after she broke Fisk fully, Dave replied. You know, this carefree attitude of yours is not very convincing, Hawkeye said. I believe her and that's all that matters, Dave said, as he stood up and looked at them. I am returning, and you know where you can find me, he said. Natasha and Hawkeye nodded, and Natasha added, just don't leave without informing us. Dave paused, turning to look back at her. You don't order me around, he replied, a hint of defiance in his voice. The only reason I'm even talking to you guys is because my father used to work for S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha narrowed her eyes, sensing the tension in his words. We're not here to make demands, Dave. We're here to keep everyone safe, including you. I get that, he said, his tone softening slightly. But I can handle myself. Just, trust me to do what I need to do. Natasha opened her mouth to respond, but Fury's voice cut through, commanding attention. Fine, but there's a program in S.H.I.E.L.D. called the Avengers Initiative. It's a team designed to protect Earth from superpowered threats, and Trish could be a valuable asset. Will she join? I'll ask her, Dave replied, his expression serious. Also, we still have your father's stuff. They'll be at your house by evening, Natasha added, and Dave nodded, as he left. I wonder if that girl will join us, she is powerful, Hawkeye said. The reason we are inviting her so that we can keep an eye on her, you know Fury, Natasha shook her head as she said. He left the room, making his way back up to the Fisk office. As he entered, he found two of Fisk's assassins lying unconscious on the floor, their bodies motionless. While Bullseye is long dead, moving his gaze from him to other two he looked at them intently. Echo and Elektra, he mumbled as he looked at them, remembering about them. Echo, Maya Lopez, is a Marvel character known for her exceptional fighting skills and the ability to perfectly mimic any action she sees, which makes her a formidable opponent. She has a complex history, often tied to her Native American heritage and her relationship with her father, who was killed by the Kingpin. She is like Lady Taskmaster, but she has a weakness. She is deaf, Dave thought as he remembered she was used by Fisk by lying Daredevil killed her father. Elektra Natchios, on the other hand, is a highly skilled assassin and martial artist, often portrayed as a love interest for Daredevil. She has a complicated relationship with morality, often straddling the line between hero and villain. Elektra's character is known for her deadly skills, and her backstory often involves themes of loss and vengeance. Elektra was born in Greece and trained in martial arts from a young age. She developed a close relationship with Matt Murdock, Daredevil, during their time at college, but their romance was cut short by tragedy. After witnessing her father's murder, Elektra's life took a dark turn. She became an assassin, working for various organizations, including the Hand, a mystical and deadly ninja clan. This path often put her in conflict with Daredevil, complicating their relationship. Later, she acted as Lady Daredevil, stepping in for Matt Murdock whenever he wasn't available. Elektra was a complex figure. She was a woman still trying to figure out her own identity and purpose. In a world filled with chaos, she often seemed lost, grappling with what she needed to become. Despite her formidable skills, there was a vulnerability to her. She had moments of clarity and strength, but there were also times when she appeared uncertain about her path. But now you both are mine, Dave mumbled under his breath, effortlessly hoisting Elektra and Echo like sacks of potatoes. He carried them with ease, ignoring the weight of their unconscious forms. As he made his way back to the car, he ran into Hawkeye and Black Widow. Both of them gave him strange looks. Hawkeye raised an eyebrow while Natasha's eyes narrowed slightly. The sight of Dave lugging two unconscious, dangerous beauties was not exactly common, even in their line of work. Dave didn't bother to explain. He simply shrugged it off, continuing toward his car with the two assassins in tow. Diana, who had been waiting patiently behind the wheel, glanced at the new passengers but said nothing. Without a word, Dave placed the two women in the back seat and then climbed into the car himself. Let's go home, he said, his tone flat. Chapter 14, Kingpin End. Trish, after excusing herself from the main building, took Fisk down to the basement of Fisk Tower. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and a sly smile crept across her face as she surveyed the dimly lit room. Now shall we begin, she said, lifting her arm to reveal a pulsating red energy gathering in her palm. It looked almost like a flickering flame, and she compressed it into a pill-shaped orb, a manifestation of the demonic energy she wielded. She turned her gaze to Fisk, who was still dazed from earlier. Eat this, she commanded, her tone firm yet enticing. Fisk nodded obediently, almost like a puppet on strings. He reached for the orb, his fingers brushing against the strange energy as he swallowed it down. The moment it hit his stomach, he felt a surge of power wash over him, a mix of dread and exhilaration flooding his senses. Trish watched with satisfaction as he licked his lips, a hint of her own energy still lingering in the air. Good boy, she said, a playful glint in her eye. Fisk, who had been basking in the overwhelming pleasure of the demonic energy, suddenly jolted as the ecstasy turned into agony. Rag! He screamed, the sound echoing off the basement walls. Pain shot through him as his skin began to shift and crack, revealing dark, churning energy beneath. The transformation was fierce, tearing at his very being. Trish watched with a mix of fascination and glee. The demon's power was not just a gift, it was a curse that demanded a toll. As Fisk writhed in pain, his body contorted, muscles expanding and shifting unnaturally. The energy coursing through him felt both exhilarating and suffocating, creating a battle within. The sounds of his cries filled the room, echoing like a dark symphony. Trish leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. I wonder what will come out, Trish mumbled to herself, her eyes fixed on Fisk as his body continued to break down and reform. The sight was both mesmerizing and terrifying. His skin, now resembling a white, metallic surface, shimmered ominously as it began to harden and shift. Bone and sinew restructured, producing sharp, angular lines across his form. The process was both painful and mesmerizing, his limbs elongated, becoming more powerful and defined. With each pulse of energy, layers of armored plating emerged, forming a sleek and imposing exterior that resembled the majestic armor of ancient knights. His face began to warp, the features elongating and twisting until they melded into a smooth, helmet-like structure. A crest rose from the top, accentuating his new stature, while glowing red eyes ignited in the darkness, radiating an intense, otherworldly fury. The eyes seemed to hold a deep, burning rage, echoing the turmoil of the transformation. As the metallic skin hardened, intricate patterns emerged, swirls and etchings that resembled ancient runes, hinting at the dark power coursing through him. The armor gleamed, reflecting a sinister brilliance as it settled into place, covering him like a second skin. Fisk's transformation completed with a final surge of energy, sending a shockwave through the room. He stood tall and menacing, a demonic knight forged from the very essence of darkness and strength. His presence was overwhelming, a perfect blend of elegance and brutality, ready to unleash chaos at Trish's command. "Welcome to your new self, Fisk," Trish breathed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "You will be a good pet," Trish said, her voice laced with dark satisfaction as she gazed up at Fisk, now transformed into a striking figure of power. He stood before her as a white-armored knight, towering at a massive 9 feet 2 inches. His presence was nothing short of intimidating, a perfect embodiment of a killing machine. In one hand, he wielded a long lance that glimmered ominously in the low light, while in the other, he held a broad shield, emblazoned with intricate designs that hinted at the dark magic fueling his transformation. Fisk's armor mirrored that of the Bianco Angelo from Devil May Cry 4, complete with smooth, polished surfaces and elegant curves. The only features that truly marked him as demonic were the curved, goat-like horns that protruded from his helmet, adding a sinister touch to his otherwise regal appearance. His glowing red eyes surveyed the room with a fierce intensity, reflecting an insatiable hunger for chaos. The air crackled around him, charged with a deadly energy that made it clear he was no longer the man he once was. Fisk, now in demon knight form, looked at Trish as he bowed to her, with a loud thus he kneeled to her as he said, "Master." Trish nodded as she vanished from basement along with him, as she returned to Dave's home. Trish appeared in her bedroom while leaving Fisk at the entrance, telling him to stay there. He nodded, standing like a sentinel in the decorative style of Dave's building. As Trish moved toward her bed, she stopped in her tracks, looking at the two assassins of Fisk. "Does he want them as his subordinates?" she mumbled, considering the idea of having them work for him. But where was he? Suddenly, she heard the sound of the shower. Smiling seductively, she began to remove her clothes as she walked into the bathroom, preparing to join Dave. Dave looked back as he sensed Trish. "You're back," he said. Trish nodded and hugged him from behind, pressing herself against him while her hands lowered to his sword. Let me unsheath it," she whispered in his ear as his sword began to come to life. Dave turned around, pressing Trish against the wall, and then the short shower turned into an hour-long session, with the melody of their passion echoing amidst the falling water. After an hour both walked out wearing bath robes as Dave sked, what he turned out. "White Bianco Angelo," Trish answered as she poured wine for her. Probably because of his obsession with white suits," Dave shrugged while he began to wear his clothes. "He has 2 guests to attend after all." Chapter 15, Electra and Echo. Dave, looking out the window, asked, "What's his power level?" "The Angelos. It's around ours, even without demonic energy empowerment," Trish replied, taking a deep breath. So around superhuman level." "I see, not a bad improvement," Dave mumbled. Earlier, Kingpin had superhuman strength and speed, but he lacked in other areas. Becoming a demonic knight filled that gap. Trish then remembered something as she looked at Dave gazing out the window. "You're going to eat those too, right?" she asked with a sly smile. What do you mean?" Dave asked, looking back at her. "I mean those 2 chicks you left on my bed," Trish shrugged. "No, I don't plan to," Dave shook his head and replied. "Why not? If you're worried about their resistance, don't be. I can control them or turn them into your sex slaves," she said with a mischievous grin. "They're not my type," Dave glanced at her and said. Inwardly, he muttered, "Sometimes I forget that beneath that sexy body lies the devil itself." "Not your type. I thought you liked it just, regardless of women you slept with. I mean, I seduced you so easily," Trish asked, looking at Dave, surprised. "You are my type," Dave clarified. "Short blonde cut, hot athletic body, and a badass attitude, all in one. Of course, I'll get excited about you, but others. Or them, not so much." I see. "No wonder I never felt lust from you when you were around that cute little klutz," Trish teased, referring to Diana. "Of course, I'm not a horny monkey," Dave laughed. "Maybe not now, but as you grow and live longer, you'll eventually start embracing it. Longevity is insane. It drives people mad, and they seek different things to cope. Some gain a god complex, some indulge in carnal desires, some in drugs. Everyone adapts in different ways," Trish explained. "I'll see when I reach that point," Dave replied. "For now, let's go. We have guests to attend to," Dave said as he began to put on his clothes. Trish nodded as she stood up and let her bathrobe fall, revealing her body in full glory. Lightning crackled around her, and soon clothes began to materialize over her figure. Her outfit formed into a white top, paired with a black skirt and long stockings over her legs. "You sure are a bewitching devil," Dave said, impressed by her magical clothes. Of course, she winked as she left, while Dave followed suit, wearing black pants and a white shirt. He brushed his hair back as he exited his room and reached Trish's. There, he saw Diana glaring at the two assassins who were now tied to the bed with ropes. Dave chuckled at Diana's serious expression. She was a total klutz, yet here she was, looking fierce. "What are you doing?" Dave asked as he entered the room. "You shouldn't leave them like that, they're killers," Diana said, her eyes not leaving the assassins. Dave nodded as he sat in the chair in front of them. "All right, let's talk," he said, as Trish snapped her fingers, and the ropes vanished. So Trish used her powers instead. Dave doesn't have any of these abilities. What exactly happened back at Fisk Tower? Diana thought, recalling the moment when Dave pulled a sword from himself as if it were nothing. She looked at him again, then shook her head. No, he's normal. It was all Trish's doing. She can manipulate emotions, maybe she manipulated everyone back there to defeat Fisk, Diana thought as her gaze shifted to Echo and Elektra. "Let me introduce myself," Dave said, looking at the two women who were eyeing him with caution. "My name is Dave Garcia. Kingpin, or Wilson Fisk, killed my father, which led me to kill him," he continued, surprising both Echo and Elektra. A wave of dread washed over them as they saw the serious, cold expression in Dave's eyes. "But there's more. After going through his files, I found out something he left out. Fisk first killed your relatives and then used you both," Dave added, his words causing Echo to shout out in disbelief. "Impossible. It was Daredevil who killed my father because he was an enemy of Kingpin. Fisk didn't kill my father, he raised me and helped me so that I could return the favor against Daredevil," Echo said, her voice full of defiance as she glared coldly at Dave. Dave didn't respond immediately but threw a folder in front of her. "See for yourself," he said, calmly waiting. Echo hesitated but eventually picked up the folder. As she read through the documents, her expression slowly shifted, disbelief turning into shock. Tears welled up in her eyes as the truth began to unravel, and she broke down, unable to hold back the flood of emotions. I. All this time, I was working for my father's killer." Echo sobbed, her voice breaking as she covered her face and cried heavily. Diana frowned, her gaze shifting to Dave. Is that really what happened, she thought, now understanding why Dave had kept the two women alive. Elektra, who had been silently observing, spoke up, her tone filled with self-doubt rather than coldness. "Can you show me the proof as well?" she asked, her voice quieter than before. Dave nodded and tossed another file her way. Elektra picked it up and began reading. After about 5 minutes, she looked back at Dave, her expression a mixture of guilt and sorrow. "I don't deserve any sympathy. I know I've done too many terrible things. I can't escape the guilt," she said slowly. "Maybe," Dave responded, "but you can still change that. Daredevil is your friend, right? Why don't you go to him and help him? It's only a matter of time before another Kingpin rises to power. I'm not interested in ruling New York underworld, and Daredevil will be grateful if he got another help against the new Kingpin." Elektra hesitated, absorbing his words. The thought of seeking redemption through Daredevil offered a small glimmer of hope in her conflicted heart. Chapter 16, Elektra and Echo 2. Elektra looked at Dave, her eyes filled with questions. "Why did you save us? You didn't have to. You never considered we could have been involved in your father's death." Echo, having stopped crying, also turned to him, waiting for an answer. Dave paused briefly. "No, neither of you were involved. It was Bullseye who killed my father, and he's already dead," he replied, his voice calm and distant. Then he stood up. "As for why I saved you too, I just felt like it," he said with a shrug as he began to leave the room. "You two can return to your lives, if you still have anywhere to go. Or, if you want a purpose, join S.H.I.E.L.D., it's your choice," Dave added as he left. As he walked down the hallway, Dave reflected on Elektra's earlier question. "At first, I wanted to take advantage of them," he thought, "but after that little session with Trish, I got control over myself, and my desires were tempered." He glanced at his hand, which still held a faint trace of demonic energy, a red mist curling from his palm. Clenching his fist, Dave willed the energy to disappear. "I need to control this, or I'll end up consumed by it," he thought, realizing how the demonic energy was amplifying his negative tendencies more than he anticipated. Trish was only a temporary solution, but what if she wasn't around? He feared he might do something he'd regret. "I have Dante's experience, but I'm not him. I don't have his mindset, his discipline," Dave muttered under his breath, frustration creeping into his voice. "I need to learn how to control this," he resolved, setting a mental goal to master the demonic energy coursing through him, to prevent it from taking over him and lead him to an accident. "It will be ready soon," Tony mumbled as he continued working on the miniature arc reactor. Ensign assisted him, carefully handing over tools, while Fury's agents discreetly ensured no suspicion arose among the terrorists, keeping them distracted whenever one became curious about Tony's work. They had been led to believe he was focused on building the Jericho missile, unaware that something entirely different was in progress. As the day approached when the reactor was almost complete, tension grew. In a nearby room, the terrorist leaders debated Tony's true intentions. On one side, Fury's agent insisted, he's making the weapon. Just be patient. But on the other side, a terrorist holding the blueprints kept shouting, which part of this is the missile? Where's the rest of it? The growing tension caused the leader to become suspicious. He stood up and ordered his men, strip the room. I want to see everything Tony Stark is working on. As the terrorists prepared to storm Tony's workshop, Fury's agents quickly relayed the situation, activating their contingency plan. They moved swiftly, coordinating in secret to ensure Tony received any assistance needed if things escalated. The clock was ticking, and the operation was on the verge of falling apart. Back in the workshop, Tony and Ensign worked with silent urgency, fully aware that they were running out of time. The Mark I armor was ready, and as Tony suited up, Ensign initiated the activation sequence. But just as it was powering on, the door burst open, revealing a group of armed terrorists. Without hesitation, Ensign swiftly hit the hidden explosives they'd planted earlier, causing a blast that momentarily disoriented the terrorists but confirmed their worst suspicion: Tony wasn't working on a missile. The terrorists began to swarm inside, but Ensign acted fast. Glancing at the monitor, he saw the process was still ongoing. There was time left before the Mark I suit was fully activated. Taking a deep breath, Ensign surveyed the room, watching the terrorists slowly closing in. He turned to Tony, determination in his eyes. I'll buy you time, he said resolutely. No, stop. It'll activate any second. Tony yelled, but it was too late. Ensign had already grabbed the AK-47 and dashed out of the workshop. His gunfire echoed through the hallways as he fought to hold back the terrorists, buying Tony precious seconds. Outside, Fury's agents slipped through the chaos, efficiently taking down terrorists who were distracted by Ensign's sudden attack. They moved quickly, clearing out the remaining opposition. But Ensign's bravery came at a cost. As his magazine emptied, he became vulnerable. A single shot rang out, and Ensign fell to the ground, a bullet lodged in his chest. The agents cursed under their breath, knowing they had been too late to save him. Inside the workshop, Tony heard the gunfire stop. His heart sank, knowing what that meant. But in that moment, the suit fully activated with a low mechanical hum. Ensign, he mumbled as he moved. Suddenly, a loud, mechanical thudding echoed through the room. The terrorists froze, their eyes widening in terror as Tony, fully armored in the Mark I, stepped forward. The clanking of his armor reverberated through the room, signaling that the tables had turned. Tony lifted his mechanical arm and fired, taking down the remaining terrorists with precision. As Fury's agents saw the armor, they retreated, knowing their work was done. After eliminating the last of the terrorists, Tony turned to Ensign, who was struggling to stay conscious. Hold on, I'll take you out of here, he said urgently. But Ensign stopped him, his voice weak. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to meet my family. They're dead. Now let me go to them. Ensign said as his hand fell limply to the ground. Looking into Ensign's fading eyes, Tony felt a surge of anger and sorrow. No, don't leave me now, he pleaded, but Ensign simply smiled weakly. It's time. As Ensign's eyes closed for the last time, Tony's resolve hardened. He turned toward the cave entrance, where a group of terrorists was preparing to fire at him. With a grimace, he charged out as the terrorists opened fire, emptying their magazines in his direction. When the dust settled, Tony stood unharmed, the armor absorbing the impact of the bullets. He cracked his neck and said, "My turn." With a swift motion, he activated the flamethrowers built into his suit, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the terrorists. The flames roared to life, engulfing the attackers and illuminating the entire camp. Tony swiftly assessed the weaponry around him, targeting every explosive and firearm. He destroyed everything in sight, ensuring that nothing could be used against him again. Once he was satisfied that the area was thoroughly obliterated, he activated the flight system of his armor and took off into the night sky, leaving chaos behind him. Chapter 17, Tony. Fury kept looking at the images sent by his agents. That son of a gun did it, he smiled as he leaned back, remembering Howard Stark's worry for his son. Now you won't be mad at your boy, he said softly to himself, recalling Howard's countless concerns. Send the coordinates to the army. Let them extract him, give him time to fine-tune his armor, before we invite him, Fury instructed, signaling to his men to mobilize. They scrambled to action, and soon the army was alerted to Tony's location through an anonymous tip-off. Rhodes, seeing the coordinates, couldn't help but go himself. He suited up, determined to get Tony extracted safely. Hang tight, Tony, I am coming, he muttered, revving up to head out for the rescue. Soon, Rhodes arrived in his helicopter, landing in the desert as he spotted Tony moving, shielding his eyes from the sun. He hopped out and made his way over. "Still want to travel without me?" he said sarcastically, pulling Tony into a tight hug. "Of course. I'd still prefer beauties over you," Tony laughed, brushing off the dust. "Welcome back, Tony," Rhodes smiled, clapping him on the back as he led him to the helicopter. "Let's get you out of here." Tony climbed into the helicopter, unscrewing a water bottle to quench his thirst. As he drank, he couldn't shake off Inson's words. They echoed in his mind, a reminder of the sacrifices made and the resolve he needed to carry forward. He paused, staring out at the horizon, the weight of his responsibility settling heavily on his shoulders. Inson had believed in him, had fought to give him a chance at life and freedom. "I won't waste it," he murmured to himself, determination igniting within him. As the helicopter soared higher, Tony felt a renewed sense of purpose. He would honor Inson's legacy and ensure that his sacrifice meant something. Dave woke up and made his way to the main hall, where he saw Diana watching TV. He was found. Dave mumbled, noticing Tony Stark appearing on the screen as he sat comfortably on the couch. Diana nodded, but when she glanced back at him, her eyes widened in surprise at his shirtless state, and she quickly turned her gaze back to the TV, her face flushing red with embarrassment. Dave didn't mind. He grabbed a glass of water and took a sip while he watched Tony, who was now delivering the news of the year. "Stark Industries will no longer be a weapon manufacturing company," Tony announced, leaving the mic for others to respond. "Tony, what are you doing?" Obadiah asked, anger etched on his face, but Tony just shrugged him off as he began to leave the press conference. Pepper followed closely behind, glancing at Tony with concern. "Are you all right?" "Yes, I've never been better," Tony replied confidently. Dave smiled, impressed by Tony's bold move to drop the bombshell and then exit in style. Is he an idiot? His whole company was built on weapons. What will he do now? Diana muttered, still watching Tony. Who knows? Anyway, buy as much Stark stock as we can. I want to be the next major shareholder after Tony. Dave shrugged, instructing her. But isn't that a wasted investment? Diana asked, raising an eyebrow. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Dave replied, and Diana nodded, standing up to leave. Diana is just a secretary after all, she needs to follow her boss's commands. As Diana left, Trish entered, wearing one of Dave's shirts. Who was he? She asked, sitting on Dave's lap and kissing him. Dave grinned and replied, someone who will be admired by many in the future. He doesn't look like one, Trish mused, glancing at Tony's image on the screen. He isn't there yet, but he will be, Dave added, pulling Trish closer. Let's go see what S.H.I.E.L.D. has to offer. Wait, you won't tell me to work with them, right? She asked, frowning. No, I don't, but Echo chose to join S.H.I.E.L.D. We'll just be there for some sightseeing, Dave said as he headed to the bathroom. Trish sighed in relief and followed suit, playfully draping herself over him and delaying his departure by an hour. At the entrance of his building, Dave stepped out with Trish and Diana by his side. He looked at the black-haired beauty in front of him, who wore a sleek black suit with a trench coat draped over it. Are you ready? Dave asked, glancing at Echo aka Maya Lopez. She nodded and looked at them. Thank you for giving me a purpose. After my father's death, all I wanted was Daredevil's demise, but it was Kingpin all along, my true enemy. The reason for my existence was tied to his death. I was thinking of ending my own life, and if it weren't for you, I would have done it. Thank you for giving me a new reason to live. I will now live to help others and atone for what I did under Kingpin. She clasped her hands together, looking earnestly at Dave. Dave listened intently but shook his head as he replied, it was not me. No one can force anyone to do something, it always has to come from within. Be proud and have confidence in yourself. You chose to walk on this path on your own. I merely give you this option. He then settled into the car. Now let's hop in, lest our beautiful driver zap us, Dave said, glancing at Natasha. She looked back at him, smirking. I don't know about the others, but I'm definitely interested in zapping you. Dave raised an eyebrow at her, sensing the danger in her tone. You really think you can take me on, he replied, pretending to be frightened, though he knew better. Bang. Trish quickly moved her hand, intercepting a bullet aimed at Dave. Careful there, she said, glaring out the window at the shooter. Tisk, Natasha muttered, her demeanor shifting as she turned to drive out, quickly seeing there is a killer targeting Dave. Dave smiled, appreciating Trish's quick reflexes. You're really serious about zapping me, he asked, trying to lighten the mood, while tires screeched as Black Widow went full throttle. Chapter 18, Admirers. Natasha grimaced as she dodged more bullets, skillfully weaving the car through heavy traffic while breaking every rule in the book. Perks of the job, she muttered with sarcasm, her expression focused. Dave looked around as he saw many people coming out of their cars, cursing, but retreating and fleeing as they noticed the bullet marks appearing on the road. Dave, leaning back casually, grinned. Using your full authority to break as many laws as you want, huh? She shot him a brief, unreadable glance. "I could slow down, if you're eager to catch a bullet to the head," she quipped. "Not with me around," Trish chimed in, keeping her eyes on the bullets zipping past. Maya Lopez with her powers tried to capture Trish movements, but after a try that ended up snapping her bone for applying too much force, she stopped as Trish also generously heals her. Natasha refocused on the road. "So, care to explain why you have a killer on your tail?" Dave exchanged a glance at Diana, who clutched his arm, trying to hold herself steady amid the high-speed chase. "You know there's a seatbelt for that, right?" he thought, before answering Natasha. "Money tends to get you a few unwanted admirers." "And one of your admirers seems very eager to put you out of business," Natasha remarked sarcastically, swerving to dodge another round of gunfire. Dave shrugged. Natasha tapped her earpiece. "Who's behind the hit?" she asked. A voice crackled in response. "It's one of the 10 Rings operatives." "Who ordered it?" Natasha pressed. "Obadiah Stane," the agent responded. "Looks like he's not thrilled about Dave becoming the second-largest shareholder in Stark Industries." Natasha raised an eyebrow, glancing at Dave. "Looks like your little investment ruffled some feathers." Dave's eyes narrowed as he noticed the snipers on the roof, all aiming at him. "A common occurrence. Everyone wants to be in the business," he replied, his voice dripping with nonchalance. He glanced over at Trish, his smirk hidden as he thought, "I wonder what they'd think if I revealed I was Dante, the one who one-shot Abomination." Trish caught his glance and raised a brow. "Aren't you bored?" "Go kill him," Dave suggested, his tone casual. "I was giving the lady some time to shine," Trish said, nodding toward Natasha, who glanced back at them, frowning in confusion at their cryptic exchange. Dave leaned in, gently holding Trish's chin, his eyes locking onto hers. "My love, our beautiful driver has had her moment to shine, but now it's getting uncomfortable. Would you mind taking care of Sniper?" Trish smiled sweetly. "Of course, anything for you." Lightning crackled in her hand, and in one swift motion, she hurled a bolt at the Sniper. The Sniper, equipped with advanced military tech, had just a moment to register the strange energy before his expression froze in horror. The lightning spear pierced through his sniper barrel and obliterated him without a trace, leaving no time for him to even blink, much less feel any pain. "All right, you can slow down now," Dave said to Natasha, but she kept her foot on the gas. "If I do that, it'll look suspicious," Natasha replied, her voice steady as the car sped toward an abandoned factory. Dave shrugged, knowing she had a point. Soon, they arrived at the rusted, deserted location. Dave stepped out, looking around. Quite the charming spot you've picked," he said sarcastically, taking in the dilapidated surroundings. Natasha rolled her eyes, leading the way inside, while Maya, Diana, and Trish followed Dave closely. As they walked through the factory's creaky doors, Dave smirked. "You know, I feel like a king, surrounded by so many beauties," he quipped, and then with a sly smile he added, "and going to an abandoned factory for some naughty stuff." Maya and Natasha kept their expressions neutral, ignoring his playful comment, while Diana muttered under her breath, "Shameless." Trish, however, playfully nudged him. "You can, if you want it," she teased, making Natasha and Maya exchange quick glances. Though both women thought he is handsome, they couldn't imagine any woman being comfortable sharing him with others. As Natasha murmured to herself, "I wonder how it feels to be loved," she approached the aircraft and removed the cover, revealing a sleek, compact plane. "Wow, this is our ride?" Dave asked, eyeing the small aircraft capable of carrying about 10 people. "Yes, it is," Natasha replied, her tone professional. "This will take us to the SHIELD base." Everyone climbed aboard, and as they settled in, the windows suddenly darkened, blocking any view of the outside. Natasha noticed the curious looks from Dave and the others. "The location is hidden, classified. Visitors don't get to see where they're going," she explained, glancing briefly at Dave before turning her attention back to the controls. "Well, that's no fun," Dave said with a smirk, looking at her playfully. Natasha ignored his comment and started the aircraft, smoothly taking it into the skies. Dave closed his eyes, thinking to himself, "The one thing I know, it's airborne." He smiled faintly, knowing full well that even if the SHIELD helicarrier was directly above them, Natasha wouldn't take them straight there. She'd make some detours, giving the impression that the location was much farther away than it really was. With that in mind, he simply leaned back, closed his eyes, and waited patiently for their arrival, not like he can do anything else. After an entire hour, Natasha finally decided to land the plane. As they felt the aircraft descending, Dave opened his eyes, sensing the shift. Upon landing, Natasha smoothly navigated the plane, constantly glancing at the monitors as she guided it deeper into the facility. The doors sealed behind them as the aircraft entered the inner chamber. Once secure, Natasha removed the dark coverings, revealing the true location. You were really serious about this," Dave remarked, looking around. The surroundings was like an inside of a big building, were clearly the interior of the helicarrier, a hidden marvel from the outside world. Howard Stark must have designed this along with Zola, who also decided to add his Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., Dave though looing around. Mr. Garcia, welcome, Arg. Phil Coulson greeted with a smile but was abruptly cut off by a punch to his gut from Dave. That's for lying to me about my dad, Dave said coldly, glaring at him before walking past. Coulson, clutching his stomach in pain, straightened up with difficulty. I never lied about it, Dave. He was really my friend, a close one. I still regret not being there for him, he said, his voice sincere as he looked at Dave. Dave's eyes narrowed. I don't trust you, Coulson, he replied sharply. I'll do anything to earn that trust, Coulson said, his tone steady despite the pain. Suit yourself, Dave muttered as he continued following Natasha, who was leading Maya to meet Nick Fury. Trish glanced back briefly at Coulson, her expression unreadable, before moving on. Chapter 19, Helicarrier. As Dave continued walking through the halls of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, he couldn't help but marvel S.H.I.E.L.D. way of workings. The interior looked like any other high-security building, cold steel walls, sophisticated lighting, and armed personnel stationed at strategic points. Yet, there was an odd sense of detachment from the world outside, as though they were far removed from everything, which is given or how they would hide from him they are up high in sky. The hallways were wide and sterile, with occasional holographic displays showing encrypted data, communications, and global surveillance feeds. Agents in tactical suits moved with purpose, some carrying advanced equipment Dave had never seen before. The entire place buzzed with a quiet intensity, a well-oiled machine running under the radar. Quite the setup they've got here, Dave muttered to himself, his eyes darting to the walls, which seemed thicker than they needed to be for a standard base. There were no windows, no indication of where they were or what time it might be outside. The sterile, metallic ambience and the dim lighting only added to the mystery or their wish to hide themselves. Where exactly are we? Dave asked, casting a glance at Natasha, who was leading him through the labyrinth of corridors. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s base of operations, Natasha responded without turning back, keeping her answer vague. Dave squinted, but shrugged, not like he can't leave a mark here. Base of operations, huh? His tone was skeptical as he glanced around, noticing how all external views were blocked off by heavy security measures, even in rooms that should have had windows. It was as if they were cut off from the world, floating in some unknown void. Trish walked alongside him, her own curiosity piqued as she looked around. It feels strange, like we're not grounded, she whispered to Dave, glancing at the steel-enclosed corridors. Exactly, Dave nodded. No windows, no sign of where we actually are. Feels like we're in a sealed box. Diana, who had been quietly following, she wished to tell Dave about it but she can't, as James wanted Dave away from this, he might get interested, if I tell him, we are in super aircraft, she thought. By the way, what exactly does S.H.I.E.L.D. do? Dave asked, glancing around before adding in a colder tone, aside from letting its members die. Natasha paused for a moment but continued walking as she replied, James's death wasn't on us. S.H.I.E.L.D. She began, but Dave cut her off sharply. As far as I know, only S.H.I.E.L.D. could have known my father's whereabouts, Dave said, his voice low and threatening as he stepped closer to Natasha, grabbing her by the neck. Natasha barely had time to process what had just happened. One moment, she was walking beside Dave, answering his questions, and the next, she found herself lifted off the ground, his hand gripping her neck like a vice. Dangling in the air, she gasped for breath, her eyes wide in shock. Instinctively, Natasha tried to fight back, kicking Dave square in the face with all her strength. But to her disbelief, his head didn't even budge, her powerful strike felt like it hit solid steel. Panic briefly flashed in her eyes as she wondered, what is he? Gasping, she struggled against his hold, but Dave's cold eyes were locked on hers, unmoved by her resistance. The surrounding agents moved swiftly, their guns trained on Dave in an instant. Tension filled the air as their fingers hovered over the triggers. But Dave, still holding Natasha by the neck, remained completely unfazed. A dark smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he taunted, keep those things up, and this meeting will end the same way as it did at Fisk Tower. His words caused a ripple of hesitation among the agents. They all knew what had transpired at Fisk Tower, and it wasn't something any of them were eager to repeat. And you know how that ended, Trish added, her voice dripping with menace. As she spoke, her form began to shift. In an eerie transformation, black wings sprouted from her back, horns curved from her head, and her eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity. Trish's devilish form, the fallen angel-like, stood tall, casting a dark shadow over the agents. Fear flickered in their eyes as they took in the sight of her transformation, unsure if their weapons would even make a dent against such a force. Dave glanced over at Trish, amused by the chaos she brought with her. With a chuckle, he loosened his grip on Natasha, who dropped to the ground, gasping for air. Let's not make this any uglier than it needs to be, Dave said, his voice calm but filled with a quiet threat. We're not here to destroy anything, not yet, anyway. Dave lowered himself to Natasha's level, locking eyes with her, his tone cold and unwavering. I know all about you people, the spy stuff, the games. And that's why I'm here today, for answers. If I don't get them, every single being on this little aircraft dies. Natasha's eyes widened in shock, clearly surprised by the level of threat he was making, so calmly like it's nothing. What? You didn't think I'd fall for this little trick of yours? Dave continued, brushing off her surprise. I knew all along this is an airborne craft, he said, standing tall and adjusting his suit with a casual demeanor. Now, shall we proceed to your leader? Dave added, his tone relaxed as he calmed down. Trish, seeing the situation de-escalating, shifted back into her normal form. Natasha, though still shaken, signaled her agents to lower their weapons. She shot Dave one last uncertain look before leading them further into the facility. Meanwhile, Maya had been holding Diana back, noticing her hesitation. She wanted to stop you, Maya said quietly, glancing at Diana. Diana, looking a mix of anger and hidden approval, asked Dave, what did you just do? There was frustration in her voice, though deep down, she seemed pleased. Inwardly, she thought, now she will never join S.H.I.E.L.D. and Dave will have no reason to be here. Trish, observing Diana's conflicted emotions, raised an eyebrow, wondering what was going on in her mind. Dave turned to Maya with a knowing smile. And that might have cost you your chance with S.H.I.E.L.D. Maya shrugged, unconcerned. I'm not here to build a career, I came to atone for my mistakes. But given how you spoke about your father's death, I'm not sure I want to work for them either, she replied, her tone calm but firm. You don't have to do this for me, Dave said, turning his head and following after Natasha. I'm not doing it just for you, Maya muttered under her breath. I know how it feels when your father dies, someone who loved you deeply, and then one day they're just gone, leaving you behind. Her words trailed off as she followed behind Dave. Chapter 20, Fury. Natasha continued leading Dave and his group through the S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, her mind drifting back to when she kicked him square in the face. He didn't even budge, like I kicked a wall or something, she thought, glancing at him discreetly. Dave walked calmly, seemingly unaffected, while a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents followed close behind, keeping an eye on him. After the earlier confrontation, Fury had ordered his people to stay on Dave, even though Natasha knew it wouldn't matter. She understood that Trish, the girl with him, could take down the entire team in seconds if she wanted to. Natasha stole another glance at Dave, her curiosity piqued. What is he? The man had just threatened to kill everyone on board, and she couldn't forget how easily he had handled her, as if it was nothing. They arrived at a heavily secured door. Natasha stopped in front of it, her expression composed again. We're here, she said, gesturing toward the entrance. Natasha placed her hands on the scanner, and the door slid open, allowing Dave and his group inside. As Dave stepped in, his eyes were immediately drawn to the armed agents, all holding weapons that were clearly not ordinary. His lips curled into a smirk. I really wonder what those toys can do, Dave mused, his gaze locking onto the one-eyed man standing in the middle of the room, Nick Fury, hands behind his back, exuding his usual air of authority. Mr. Garcia, Fury began, his tone measured. It seems you've had some unpleasant encounters with us. Hopefully, we can smooth things out here, he added dryly. Dave chuckled, eyes still scanning the advanced tech in the room. I depend on you for that, Fury. Dave's thoughts wandered as he took in the sight of the weapons, instantly recognizing them. These are the same ones Coulson used to blast Loki. Already deploying those, huh, he thought, recalling where he had seen those cyberpunk-looking guns before. Of course, Fury responded, his single eye narrowing slightly. But I think it depends more on you and your partner. He turned his gaze toward Trish, who simply waved her hand dismissively with a charming smile, unfazed by the tension in the room. Fury's subtle hint was clear, he knew Trish was dangerous, possibly the most dangerous person in this room, but for now, the balance of power remained delicately poised. The question was, for how long? You don't have to worry about her, Fury, Dave said calmly, pulling out a chair and sitting down, unbothered by the tension. Just tell me how my father's location was leaked, and I will leave, peacefully. He motioned toward Maya. By the way, this is Maya Lopez, a good girl wanting to join your S.H.I.E.L.D. Maya, standing firm, added coldly, my decision to join will entirely depend on whether your father's death was a blunder on S.H.I.E.L.D. part or just an accident. Her eyes were fixed on Fury. Dave shrugged and leaned back in his chair. Well, you heard her. Fury's single eye flickered with recognition. Maya Lopez, also known as Echo, an assassin trained under Kingpin. You think I'm eager to have you join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury's voice held a touch of skepticism. Maya smiled, undeterred. Give me one chance, and you'll see what I bring to the table. Her voice was sharp, full of determination. Dave, watching Fury's stunned reaction for a brief moment, rolled his eyes inwardly. What did he even expect after saying those words, he thought. Fury looked at Maya and nodded, saying, I will discuss your recruitment later. His attention then shifted to Dave, who sat calmly with Trish now on his lap. Why don't we deal with your matter first? Fury suggested, his tone calm. Dave nodded, signaling for Fury to proceed. Fury sat opposite him, leaning forward. We did our research. Before Fury could finish, Dave cut him off. Before you say anything, just letting you know, Trish can sense if someone's lying or not. Fury glanced at Trish and sighed, straightening his posture. Yes, it was one of our agents who leaked the information about your father's location. You know him, he said carefully. Albert, Dave responded coldly. Yes, and you've already dealt with him, Fury confirmed, recalling how Dave had killed Albert, his supposed bodyguard, back at Fisk's office. He couldn't have acted alone, Dave remarked, suspicion lingering in his voice. We're still investigating, Fury replied. Dave glanced at Trish, trusting her demonic powers to detect any deceit. Trish gave a subtle nod, confirming that Fury was telling the truth, though Dave knew Fury might not yet be aware of the Hydra infiltration within S.H.I.E.L.D. Even his visit here isn't a threat to S.H.I.E.L.D., Trish thought, but rather a warning to him about the rats in his organization. Fury would eventually realize the magnitude of the problem once he started cleaning house. Dave don't want to interfere too much and disrupt the future events, as it may lead to catastrophic future for him, like the reality and Mind Stone not coming to Earth. And if they don't arrive, how can he obtain them? So, he is interfering but at a level which is not enough to disrupt future flow. He's not lying, Trish said, leaning forward to kiss Dave on the lips, once again taking in all the corruption from Dave. The demonic energy earlier has used the chance when his anger spiked, to try to corrupt him. Dave was able to control it, but now he had controlled it enough for the day. I guess we can stop here for now, Dave said as he stood up. But you're running out of time, Fury. Either find the killer fast, or be killed. Fury remained unfazed and met Dave's gaze as he responded, I'll make sure that moment never comes. I really hope so, I would feel bad after all, Dave said as he looked at him with a smile as he added, you know, killing the boss of my dad. He sat as he turned around and began to leave. Chapter 21, Fury 2. Natasha, seeing Dave leave, offered, I'll leave you out. Aren't you afraid I might hurt you again? Dave asked as they moved back to the jet. It wasn't in your control, was it? Natasha stopped, standing in front of him, and asked. Dave smiled vanished for the first time. Now that's a good observation you got there, he said inching closer to her, and looking into her eyes. Back at Fury's office, where he was watching the interaction along with others. What is she talking about? Clint asked as he heard Natasha's question. I've been observing him since the time he sat in the car, Fury said. The way he walks, the way he talks, it all indicates he's suppressing something inside him, Fury added. If Dave had heard it, he would have surely clapped, admiring the sharp observation of a high-level spy. But he wasn't here. What do you mean? Clint asked. Is he a super like that girl but can't control it? Yes, that's precisely what we believe, Maria Hill, Fury's right-hand woman, nodded as she handed Clint a file. Trish Emilius Paulus. So, that's her real name. Clint said, reading the file. We researched her origins. According to the data, she was lost when the Titanic was submerged, Maria Hill explained. But she survived and came back with superpowers. Clint asked. That explains how she survived, Fury added. I mean, should we search the whole ocean and try to find the source of her powers? Clint suggested. I already have men deployed, plus we already have an idea about where her powers came from, Fury said, then pointed at Dave. What I want to know is how he got his powers. You believe Trish shared her powers with him, but he's yet to control them. Clint asked, surprised. If that's true, then it means Dave Garcia could create an army of superpowered individuals. He's too dangerous to be an enemy, Fury interrupted, finishing Clint's thought. I meant it's quite cute and romantic, but yes, dangerous too, Clint shrugged, but seeing Fury's stern look, he quickly corrected himself. Read on, Fury said, and Clint turned the pages of Trish's file. Lightning control, emotion manipulation, and transformation into a fallen angel-like being. Clint read aloud. These are her known powers, Fury confirmed. I think there's more, Clint said. What else? Fury asked, while Maria Hill also looked at him. Regeneration. I remember that day when I first saw her, she took out a dagger from her heart like it was nothing, Clint said. We'll add that to her file, Fury said, then asked, anything else you forgot to mention in your report? He looked at him sternly. No, that was it, Clint said as he stepped back. We also found that Trish is helping Dave control it, Maria Hill continued. How? By kissing him. Clint chuckled as he asked, remembering the kid kissing his girl in front of everyone. Exactly that, Maria looked at him and nodded seriously. That's quite a way, Clint remarked. Before she kissed him, Dave was constantly tapping on the armrest, tapping his heels on the floor, a clear sign of agitation. But after the kiss, it all stopped, she added. Which means she needed physical control to use her powers, the emotions control to be specific at least, she said, showing the video where Dave's face visibly relaxed as Trish kissed him. Back to Dave. Why do you think so? Dave asked, looking at Natasha. All the signs were clear from the start, Natasha answered. Whenever you lose control of your emotions, you lose control over yourself, she said, looking at him. Dave looked at her and nodded. Well, I never felt the need to hide it, Dave said as he extended his hand and opened his palm, summoning Rebellion in his hand. Meet my buddy, Rebellion, he said as the sword hovered in midair for a second. The skull-shaped guard on the sword glowed slightly, giving the impression that it was alive. In reality, Trish, behind him, was controlling it with electromagnetic force, while Dave added just a little bit of demonic energy for the glow. So, this is your power, creating weapons? Natasha asked. Back to spy work so fast, huh? Dave chuckled in response as he unsummoned the sword. But I guess I do owe you an apology, he said, pulling out 2 scimitars. These weapons unlocked when he reached 40% of the Dante template fusion, with every 10% unlocking a new weapon. However, this time, he didn't like the weapons. He had planned to give them to Trish, but she didn't want them. Here are Rudra and Agni, he said as he held them and demonstrated their capabilities for a few seconds. They're my apology to you, he added, presenting them to her. Natasha looked at him and then at the scimitars in his hands. Can I really take them? They seem precious, she asked. Both swords possess the same design, being wide, curved blades resembling the classic fictional depiction of an Arabian scimitar or pirate cutlass. However, Agni and Rudra, rather than being plain blades, are comprised of a curved support to which a series of backward-pointed segments each with its own rear-sloping cutting edge are fixed, forming a vicious serrated design that is somewhat reminiscent of a spinal cord. They are colored for their respective element, Agni orange for fire and Rudra turquoise for wind, though on both the cutting edges of the blade segments are bare metal and the guard, grip and pommel gold. The talking heads are mounted in the ends of the pommels of the 2 swords, and the guards of both are round and plain. They belong to 2 devils, Agni and Rudra, whom Trish slayed. Impressed by her power, they transformed their bodies into these weapons, Dave explained, recounting what had actually happened with Dante in DMC3. Dante had accepted them with one condition, that they remain silent. They will teach you and, if you prove yourself worthy, they will empower you, he said as he placed the scimitars in her hands. You mean they are alive, like your skull sword? Natasha asked. It's called Rebellion, and yes, they're alive, Dave answered as he sat down in the jet. Now, will you be our kind driver once again, he added with a grin. Natasha looked at the scimitars, stunned, as they suddenly turned into wrist anklets with faces as decoration. Why did he give us to this puny human, one voice grumbled. Beats me. He said to give her a chance, another replied. Humph, what could a human even do, the first voice scoffed. That's what we want to see, the second one responded. Natasha stood frozen in place. Never in her wildest fantasies did she think she would end up with talking weapons. Diana and Maya also looked at Natasha and the anklets. While Maya had a curious expression, Diana's face was filled with hostility. Only she knew why. Chapter 22, Fury 3. Natasha came out of her stupor as she moved to mount the jet. The hell is the steel bird, one of the demons muttered. Probably what puny humans used to fly around. The other replied. Shut the hell up before I shove you both in a donkey ass, Dave snapped, finally tired of the constant chatter between the 2 demons. Now I understand why Dante demanded their silence as a condition to accept them, Dave thought, glancing at the anklets on Natasha's hands. They fell silent upon hearing his warning. Natasha looked down at her wrists and then back at Dave. Thank you, she said softly, deciding she'd deal with it once she returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. You know, Dave did mention that Trish is a devil, Clint said, as Maria focused on the anklets. I've heard that, Fury nodded, once again thinking, maybe demons or devils are just aliens. Those Skrulls do seem like the doppelgangers from myths. He made a mental note to label Trish as a potential alien. After half an hour, Dave returned home. You know, it took us almost an hour to reach the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, but we got back in just half the time, Dave said as he stepped off the jet. You said it yourself, it's an airborne base, Natasha smiled, waving goodbye before the jet lifted off and she flew away. You sure it was a good decision giving her those scimitars? Trish asked, watching him. I just wanted a little chaos, Dave replied with a smirk, glancing back at her. Trish smiled knowingly as they both headed inside, while Diana watched them, puzzled. She wondered what Dave meant by chaos. Anyway, my job with S.H.I.E.L.D. is done after investigating James' death, Diana thought. She had already handed in her resignation letter to Fury during their recent visit. S.H.I.E.L.D. had lost her but gained another agent, Maya, but Fury would definitely appreciate the gifts Dave had given Natasha. As Natasha arrived back at the Helicarrier, she swiftly made her way to Fury. Can you use them? Fury asked, glancing at the scimitars and the anklets she wore. I can try, she replied, looking at the anklets. Can you two turn back into swords, she asked. Shut up, puny human. You don't command us, Agni growled. Wait, brother, Rudra chimed in. Dave said to give her a chance. Very well, but I still say this is a waste of time, Agni grumbled. We'll see, Natasha replied, as the anklets shimmered and, once again, transformed back into the scimitars in her hands. Fury observed them carefully. Did Dave tell you what they can do? This one dares speak to us, one-eyed Baldy. Who do you think you are? Agni sneered. Yes, we can grant this mortal great power, but not for you, Baldy, Rudra added. Touch me, and you'll burn in hellfire, Agni threatened. Touch me, and you'll be torn apart by hell's winds, Rudra echoed. Fury looked at the scimitars and then nodded to Maria Hill. So, it's hellfire and hell winds, he said. This human manipulated us. U.S. Agni growled furiously, the red scimitar erupting in flames. Natasha's eyes widened as she instinctively moved it slightly away. Brother, stop. You might hurt this one, Rudra interjected, releasing calming winds that quelled Agni's rage. The flames slowly receded, and Agni fell silent. Seeing this, Natasha stepped back cautiously. I'll train with them in the training center, she said nervously, moving away quickly, afraid that if anyone angered them again, they might truly burn or tear her apart too. At least this human has some brains, Agni nodded approvingly as Natasha backed away. Yes, now we should give her a chance to prove her worth, Rudra agreed, accepting her. A while later, Clint approached Fury after Natasha had left. By the way, you should consider choosing your successor, you know, for those what-if scenarios, he said seriously. Fury shot him a glance, and Clint shrugged before leaving. Are you all right? Maria asked after Clint had gone. I'm fine, it's just, those anklets gave me a feeling, like they seem similar to someone else, Fury said thoughtfully. You mean that Hell Rider? Maria Hills asked, remembering the only other demon in S.H.I.E.L.D. files. Ghost Rider. And yes, Fury corrected her with a nod. So, they really are demons or devils, and Trish has killed them, Maria said, raising Trish's threat level in her mind. If we get her on the Avengers initiative, nothing can threaten Earth, she added. Fury nodded but inwardly muttered, you have no idea. I'll go check on how Agent Romanoff's training is going, Maria said, getting up from her desk and heading out the door. Fury stood quietly for a moment, his mind racing as Maria left him alone in the dimly lit control room. He knew that dealing with demons, or whatever Trish and these weapons truly were, was far more complex than Maria realized. S.H.I.E.L.D. had faced extraterrestrial threats, but this was something else, a darker, more ancient power. Fury sighed, turning his gaze to the window. He could still hear the faint voices of Agni and Rudra from earlier. Their power reminded him too much of a force he'd encountered before. He tapped a button on his wrist communicator. Agent Coulson, bring up all the files we have on Ghost Rider. And, pull the occult archives. I want to know everything we've got on demons. On it, Director, Coulson's voice came through, steady as always. As Fury turned back to his desk, a shadow passed over the room, and for a brief moment, he thought he saw someone, moving in the darkness. He blinked, and it was gone. His instincts told him it wasn't just his imagination. What was that, he thought, sitting down and pretending nothing had happened? Was that Dave or Trish? Did he leave something here to spy on us? His fingers hovered over the secure communicator on his desk. Nothing important leaves this room without strict clearance from now on, he decided. Chapter 23, Tony Stark. Maria Hill walked briskly down the corridor toward the S.H.I.E.L.D. training center, still thinking about Fury's message and the weird supernatural situation with Trish and the demonic scimitars. As she reached the heavy training room door, she grabbed the handle and pushed it open, while her mind was occupied with demons and other supernatural things. Coulson did mention about Blade the Vampire Slayer, so well I think demons don't matter much now, she thought, and suddenly, a scorching wave of heat rushed toward her. Maria, move. Natasha shouted from inside, her voice filled with urgency. Before she could react, a flaming slash from Agni's scimitar came flying directly at her. Maria's eyes widened in shock. She barely had time to throw herself to the side, the searing heat grazing her as the flames whooshed past, slamming into the reinforced wall behind her with a loud crack, leaving black and deep scorch marks. Maria scrambled to her feet, her heart pounding. She instinctively reached for her sidearm, her fingers trembling from the near-death encounter. Peeking inside the training room, she saw Natasha standing tense, gripping Agni's glowing, flame-engulfed scimitar. Her face was a mixture of frustration and worry and relief seeing her unharmed. I didn't mean to, Natasha began, but Agni cut her off. Puny human, if you can't control me, you have no right to wield my power. Agni's voice rumbled, fiery and contemptuous, reverberating through the room. Natasha clenched her jaw, holding the scimitar tighter. I'm trying. But you're not making it any easier, she retorted. Maria, still catching her breath, cautiously stepped inside the room. Is this normal? She asked, eyeing the still smoking walls, not just the one blow that also almost scorched her, but the whole training room walls. Natasha exhaled sharply, lowering the scimitar for a moment. It's been like this for the last half hour. Every time I try to use the fire, it gets out of control. That's because you are weak, Agni snarled, flames flaring again from the blade. You think you can command me? You should have burned with that first strike. Before Maria could speak, Rudra's calmer voice echoed in the room. Brother, enough. She is learning. Give her time. Maria exchanged a concerned look with Natasha. How much longer can you keep them in check? Natasha sighed, still feeling the overwhelming energy pulsing through her hands. I don't know, but I'm not giving up. We'll see about that, Agni muttered darkly, though this time his flames were less aggressive. Maria, still shaken from the near miss, rubbed her neck. Just, next time, don't send another fireball my way, all right? Natasha managed a small, weary smile. I'll try. But if you hear these scimitars talking again, maybe stay outside the door. Maria chuckled as she nodded. But you know, I'd advise learning from Garcia. He seems good at controlling them. He may not have complete mastery, but at least he doesn't lose control like you did earlier. She glanced around the training room, which was in complete disarray, scorched walls and debris scattered everywhere. Will he even teach me? Natasha asked, shaking her head as she sat down next to Maria for a break. I don't think he likes us shield agents. Maria handed Natasha a bottled drink, smirking. Maybe not, but who says you can't use a little charm? He strikes me as a bit of a playboy. I mean, his girl Trish only needs a bit of physical contact to channel her powers, yet he kissed her. What's a handshake or even a kiss to get on his good side, she teased, chuckling. Natasha looked at Maria, raising an eyebrow. Are you seriously suggesting I seduce a kid? She asked, eyeing her friend suspiciously. Maria winked as she stood up. I wouldn't call him a kid. He's manly enough, don't you think? I'm sure you'll see that too. Natasha shook her head, letting out a small laugh. I'll pass, thanks. I think I need to figure some things out on my own first, she said, glancing at the scimitars resting beside her. Maria nodded, walking toward the door. It's okay to ask for help, you know, she said with a smile before leaving. Natasha watched Maria leave and took a deep breath. She closed her eyes, focusing, as the anklets she wore began to transform back into the fiery and windy scimitars. With a determined expression, she stood up, ready to continue her training. Back at Dave's home, after an intense workout session with Trish, the two of them were now relaxing in the bathroom. The warm steam filled the air as they both soaked in the tub, Trish leaning back comfortably, clearly enjoying the moment. I can't get enough of this, Trish murmured, settling even deeper into the bubbles. Dave glanced at her and shook his head with a small smile, already stepping out of the tub. He reached for a towel and began drying himself off. I'm done, he said as he finished, leaving her to relax on her own. Trish watched him leave, amused, before shrugging and slipping on her headphones. She closed her eyes, sliding further into the bathwater, surrounded by bubbles and the warmth of the tub. Dave, we've got an invitation to Stark's party, Diana called as she knocked on his door. Perfect timing, Dave mumbled to himself. Then, raising his voice, he said, all right then, get ready. We're leaving tonight. Okay, Diana nodded, turning to leave. Dave glanced at his reflection in the mirror, a small smirk forming on his face. It's time to meet the savior himself. Tony Stark, he murmured, wondering how this little meeting was going to play out. For the night, Dave decided to go with a simple yet striking outfit, one that exuded confidence without being overly flashy. He wore a perfectly tailored black suit with sharp, clean lines that hugged his athletic frame just right. The fabric had a subtle sheen under the light, hinting at luxury without being ostentatious. His crisp white dress shirt added contrast, buttoned up but left open at the collar, giving him a relaxed yet refined look. Instead of a traditional tie, he opted for a sleek black satin pocket square tucked neatly into his breast pocket. His shoes were polished black leather, reflecting the minimalist elegance of the ensemble. He wore no accessories except for a matte black wristwatch, understated, functional, and a subtle nod to his efficiency. The overall effect was a blend of modern sophistication and effortless style, making him stand out without trying too hard. Dave took one last glance in the mirror, satisfied with the balance of simplicity and power that his outfit conveyed. Chapter 24, Diana Desires. After getting ready, Dave calmly sat down, scrolling through the news feed on his phone. Like in the original timeline, Tony won't even be there, he mumbled, smiling to himself as he pondered how he should approach Stark when the time came. While scrolling, his eyes landed on a beautiful reporter. She's the one, Dave whispered, locking onto her contact. In the original timeline, she was the one who made Tony aware that his company was still dealing in weapons behind his back. Poor Tony, unaware of what was really going on in his empire. Anyway, leaving Tony aside, Dave chuckled, don't I owe Obadiah a bullet to the head for the kill order he put on me? He smirked as the memory passed and muttered, tonight's party will be fun. Glancing at the door, he saw Trish step out, wearing a long white dress with a seductive side slit that revealed her toned thighs as she moved. Around her neck was a dazzling necklace that matched her earrings perfectly, accentuating her beauty. You look stunning, Dave remarked, admiring her. Says the handsome guy himself. Trish shrugged with a playful smile as she took his hand. Let's go, Dave nodded, and as they stepped outside, they were met by Diana. She was wearing a long black backless dress, her hair tied neatly in a bun, adorned with a striking red diamond necklace and matching earrings. Oh my, I'd better keep an eye on my secretary tonight, Dave teased, looking her up and down. Who knows when someone might try to snatch her from me. Diana blushed slightly at the compliment and moved to his other side, linking arms with him. As the trio made their way out to the car, the night air was crisp, and the city lights glittered around them. Dave opened the door for Trish and Diana, allowing them to slide into the back of the sleek black car. He joined them, settling in comfortably as the driver pulled away, heading toward the Obadiah mansion where the party was being held. The hum of the engine filled the silence for a moment before Diana broke it. So, how are you planning to approach Tony? Or take revenge on Obadiah? She asked with a serious face. Maybe he will use his charm, Trish said, looking at his charming and dashing appearance for the night. Dave chuckled. I don't need charm for that, Trish. I'm more interested in how Stark's going to react when he sees what his company's really up to. He leaned back in his seat, casually glancing out the window. As for Obadiah, he is in surprise for tonight. Trish, lounging next to him, said, shaking her head. You always enjoy causing a little chaos, don't you? Chaos is just the fun part of the job, Dave replied with a grin. Besides, Obadiah thinks he's untouchable. Tonight, he'll find out otherwise. That in front of strength there is no point for schemes, Dave said as his eyes shone dangerously. Trish looked at him, as she kissed him. There, you shouldn't let go it out of control, she said after breaking the kiss. Dave nodded. Well, I made a self-record there, perfectly controlling the demonic energy for the whole day, he said, shrugging. Diana, looking at them curiously, asked, by the way, can you also give me power? She asked, looking at Trish. Trish glanced at Diana, sensing her emotions. Interesting, she thought. And why do you want power? Dave asked, looking directly at Diana. I want to help you, like Trish does, Diana responded, her head hanging low. Dave fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. Aren't you already helping me? He asked, reminding her that she was the one who always managed his companies, handled all the paperwork, and took care of everything behind the scenes. But, what if something happens to you? Like Sir James. I wouldn't be able to live after that, Diana said, her voice breaking as tears began to well up in her eyes. Dave shook his head gently and patted her on the head. I'm strong. There's no way something like that will happen to me, he reassured her. No. Diana shouted, pushing his hand away. I still want power. I don't want to be powerless and just watch you die too, she cried, her voice shaking with emotion. Dave looked down at his hand and then back at Diana, whose face was twisted in frustration and anger. Smack. Owie. Diana yelped, holding her head after being lightly slapped by Dave. You're a pain in the ass, Dave said, shaking his head again. Diana lowered her head, sniffling. But I will give you power. Just wait for it, he added, his tone softening. Diana looked up at him, still holding her head. Really? She asked, her voice quiet and filled with hope. Yes, I will. But not anytime soon, Dave nodded, his mind already wondering if the next template he unlocked would help her too. He couldn't give her demonic energy, as it was too powerful and corruptive. It would devour someone as pure and simple as Diana. I hope the next template unlock will be better suited for her, he thought, glancing at his template progress. It was currently at 51%. Just another 49%, and I'll unlock a new one, he mused, staring out of the window. Meanwhile, Trish helped Diana fix her makeup, running her hand gently over her back to calm her down and restore her to her usual beautiful appearance from her tears-stained one. The car ride continued, the city lights casting moving shadows inside the vehicle. Eventually, they pulled up in front of Obadiah's lavish estate. The grand entrance was already lined with expensive cars, and the sound of laughter and conversation drifted from the building. As they stepped out of the car, Dave adjusted his suit jacket and turned to Trish and Diana. All right, let's go meet our soon-to-be-dead host. Chapter 25, Tony Stark 2. As Dave, Trish, and Diana stepped out into the spotlight, the cameras instantly snapped toward them. The attention was undeniable, especially on Trish and Diana, whose stunning beauty captivated everyone in sight. Their elegant presence, combined with their confident poise, made them the center of attention. But soon, eyes began shifting to the men leading them, Dave. The crowd, filled with influential figures and high society elites, watched him with curiosity. Whispers floated through the room as people tried to identify him. Some initially labeled him a playboy, based solely on his company. But when his last name, Garcia, was quietly shared among the guests, attitudes quickly changed. Garcia. Seems like he's inherited his father's excellence, many quietly remarked, their opinions shifting from dismissive to respectful. It was clear that Dave was someone worth paying attention to, and more importantly, someone not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane stood at a distance, watching the trio with a calculating gaze. He smirked to himself as he observed the growing interest in Dave. This is going to be easier than I thought, he mused. Stane had already orchestrated a plan to manipulate Dave, his eyes narrowing as he signaled to several women in the room. These women were carefully selected for one purpose, to seduce Dave and, in doing so, steer him into giving up his valuable Stark shares. The night, in his eyes, would be a turning point. Obadiah Stane adjusted his suit as he confidently walked toward Dave, extending his hand with a smile. "Mr. Garcia, thank you for gracing us with your presence tonight," Stane said with a laugh as they shook hands. "Haha, it's my pleasure, Mr. Stane," Dave responded, matching his energy with a polite laugh. They stood together for a moment, posing for the cameras, their interaction drawing even more attention from the crowd. "I'll be heading inside, Mr. Stane." "I believe you're busy tonight with your guests," Dave said, nodding slightly as he began to move toward the grand room. Of course, of course. Lots of guests to welcome," Obadiah chuckled, nodding in agreement. He watched Dave walk away and then discreetly signaled to a group of women standing nearby. These women, prepped and ready, nodded back in acknowledgement. Their mission was clear, they were tasked with approaching Dave, each one strategically planning how to lure him in. "He's exactly as you described, confident, and someone who thinks he owns the world," Trish remarked, her eyes narrowing as she observed Obadiah's subtle gestures from across the room. Dave, catching her comment, smirked. "It's always the ones with the loudest ego who make the quietest moves," he replied casually, glancing toward Stane, who was now deep in conversation with a few influential guests. Trish's gaze sharpened. "He's planning something, isn't he?" "Oh, definitely," Dave said, still focused on his surroundings. "But let him play his game. He doesn't know who he's really up against. These people, they think they're great just because they sometimes achieve their ambitions," Dave muttered as he casually walked deeper into the event, mingling with influential figures. "But in the end, they know they're nothing but a burden on this earth." He brushed off their hollow pleasantries, all while keeping his composure. "Well, it seems I'll have to play nice, at least until Stark shows up," he mused, scanning the room. As his gaze swept across the sea of guests, his eyes landed on a striking woman seated calmly in the corner, her backless dress exposing smooth skin, radiating elegance and mystery. "Or, maybe I could have a beauty accompany me," Dave thought with a smirk as he began to move toward her, his focus now locked on this beautiful encounter. "What a crime," Dave said as he sat down next to Virginia Pepper Potts, ordering 2 drinks. Pepper glanced at him, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Dave smiled, handing her a drink. "I meant it's a crime to have a lovely woman sitting alone in such a grand party." Pepper chuckled, accepting the drink while glancing at Trish and Diana, who were mingling with business associates. "I don't think you need any company, Mr. Garcia," she said, amusement lacing her tone. "Well, I don't particularly enjoy these types of events, talking to people for hours about their shallow interests and deals," Dave sighed as he leaned back, clearly disinterested. "That's why you have your poor secretaries to handle that for you." Pepper teased with a laugh. "Maybe," Dave shrugged, eyeing her with a subtle grin. "So, where's Tony?" Dave asked, changing the topic, his gaze steady on her. "He won't be coming tonight," Pepper replied smoothly. Isn't this a Stark party?" "The owner not showing up, that sounds suspicious," Dave remarked, his grin deepening, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Pepper's expression remained neutral, though her posture shifted slightly. "There's nothing suspicious about it. Mr. Stark is just resting after his recent incident." "Kidnapping?" Dave asked knowingly, as he sipped his drink. "Well, I have faith in that man. I'm pretty sure he'll bounce back stronger than ever." Pepper watched him carefully. "Is that why you bought up a lot of shares when Stark Industries was at its lowest?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. Dave smirked, nodding confidently. "Yes, it was a good deal. Almost felt like stealing, if I'm being honest. And I assure you, this investment of yours will be the best you've ever made in your life," Pepper said confidently as she nodded. "I'll take you up on that," Dave smiled, nodding in agreement. As they conversed, a familiar voice interrupted, "I hope you're not trying to poach my secretary, Mr. Garcia." Dave turned and chuckled. "Of course not. I already have my hands full with 2 of them. I don't think I can afford another for the time being," he said as he shook hands with none other than Tony Stark. Tony smiled, his usual charm on full display. "Good to hear, Dave. But don't get too comfortable, Pepper's a tough one to replace." Dave smirked. "I'm sure she is." How are you, Mr. Stark? Better than ever, Tony replied smoothly, though there was a hint of something deeper in his eyes. But enough about me. Tell me, what's a guy like you really up to these days? Chapter 26, Tony Stark 3. From the memories Dave received, he knew the old Dave had met Tony once, when he took over Stark Industries. Back then, it was the old Dave, but now, as old Dave had died and he has transmigrated in this body, it was him meeting Tony for the first time. Of course, Tony didn't know that. How are you holding up? Tony asked, looking at him closely. It must be difficult, losing your father. It is. I miss him every day, Dave sighed. From the memories he had inherited, James Garcia was a great father. In this new life, Dave knew he had been fortunate enough to experience something he lacked before, a family. Yet, despite those memories, he still felt like an orphan, caught between the past and present. It's okay. You'll learn to live with the pain, Tony said, patting Dave's shoulder in a rare moment of sincerity. Dave nodded and looked at Tony. What about you? He asked, shifting the focus. What about me? Tony replied, ordering another round of drinks. I mean, your company is still selling weapons, isn't it? Even though you stood in front of the whole world and said you wouldn't. Dave's voice was calm but direct, causing Tony to pause. Tony glanced at him, a bit taken aback. They might just be leftover stockpiles, he replied casually, but the shift in his tone was noticeable. Really? You should check your company once in a while, Dave said as he stood up. But if you ever need help in tracking down and destroying the weapons still floating around the world, you can ask me. I will, though I'm not sure if you could help me, Tony said, shrugging while giving Dave a long, skeptical look. Dave chuckled and casually let a swirl of dark crimson fog form in his hand. I'm more than what I seem, he said, letting the mist disappear before turning to walk away. Tony blinked, then glanced over at Pepper. Have I had too much to drink tonight? He asked, genuinely unsure. Pepper shook her head, eyes still on the spot where the strange fog had just vanished. No, I saw that too, she replied, eyeing her drink cautiously. She placed the glass back on the table and stood up. I think I've had enough surprises for one day, she added with a sigh. In that case, let's dance, Tony said, taking her hand smoothly. He led her to the dance floor, ignoring the lingering mystery for the moment. As they danced, Pepper chuckled. You do know what people will say, right? Dancing with your secretary. Tony shrugged nonchalantly. Let them talk. They'll say what they always do, I'm dancing with my brilliant, stunning secretary. What else? He said, waving off the concern with his usual carefree charm. Pepper couldn't help but smile at his response as they continued to sway to the music, her mind still drifting back to the crimson fog and the enigma that was Dave Garcia. He seems weird, Pepper thought, unable to quite describe Dave as she watched him walk away. While Tony initially found Dave a bit peculiar, he brushed it off as he continued dancing with Pepper. Eventually, the dance ended, and Pepper excused herself to tend to some business matters. Tony, left on his own, made his way to the bar and ordered a drink. As he sat there, a female reporter approached him with a mocking look. Isn't it the famous Tony Stark? She asked with a hint of sarcasm. If you're looking for another groundbreaking headline, I'm afraid you're out of luck. I've made some changes for the better, Tony replied, glancing at her with his usual nonchalant tone. Thanks for the clarification, but that's not what it seems. Why is your company still manufacturing weapons when you've publicly stated you won't? She asked, her voice sharp as she handed him photos, evidence of Stark Industries weapons being used by terrorists in Afghanistan. Tony's face hardened as he took in the images, but his expression quickly turned neutral again. Don't worry. You'll have your headline soon enough, he replied coolly, before standing up and heading toward Obadiah Stane. Spotting Obadiah in the crowd, Tony made his way over. Once close enough, he gestured for a private conversation. Forgive me, everyone, but I need a moment with Mr. Stane, he said as he led Obadiah to a quieter corner. What's going on, Tony? Obadiah asked, raising an eyebrow. You can't just blow off the press like that. You know how important PR is. Tony's eyes narrowed. Why hasn't the weapons manufacturing stopped yet? He demanded, his voice low but firm as he leaned in closer. Obadiah sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. Look, Tony, I'm doing what's best for the company. What's best for the company? I told you to stop the production, Tony snapped, his frustration growing. Obadiah straightened his suit and gave Tony a measured look. You don't run a company on morals, Tony. You run it on profit, he said coldly, turning away and leaving Tony standing there, anger simmering beneath the surface. Dave approached Tony right at the perfect moment, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, I guess my hunch was right all along, he said, catching Tony's attention. Tony turned toward him with a skeptical look. What do you want now? He asked, clearly on edge after his exchange with Obadiah. Dave chuckled, noticing Tony's wary expression. Don't be so suspicious. I only want my investments to stay intact, Dave replied smoothly, pulling out a pair of gauntlets from his pocket. You can have this. It's called the Gauntlet of Hellfire, Ifrit. May it help you succeed in destroying your own weapons, Dave said, handing over the artifact to Tony. Tony stared at the gauntlet in his hands, unsure of what to make of it. His eyes flickered with curiosity but also skepticism. What is this, he muttered, inspecting the strange, dark red gauntlet that seemed to pulse with energy. Dave grinned as he watched Tony. It's one of a kind. A little something to help you deal with the mess your company's in. Consider it a gift, or an investment in our shared future. With that, Dave gave Tony a nod and walked away, leaving the stunned billionaire behind. Chapter 27, Iron Man 4. After Tony's kidnapping and harrowing escape from the 10 Rings, he returned to the States a changed man. The experience had left a deep impact on him, and it was not just the physical toll. The revelation that Stark Industries' weapons were being used by terrorists gnawed at him constantly. As Tony secluded himself in his Malibu mansion, he became obsessed with building something better, something that could redeem his mistakes and protect the world from the chaos his own inventions had caused. Thus, in the solitude of his workshop, Tony began work on a new project, the Iron Man armor. Weeks later, Tony had been working tirelessly, and after many sleepless nights, the Mark II armor was taking shape. This wasn't just about a weapon anymore, it was about something far more personal. Every bolt, wire, and circuit was meticulously crafted by his hands, a reflection of his desire to regain control over his life and legacy. And today, after returning from his own party where he wasn't invited, Tony watched the news. The news that reporter promised to him, he watched as his creation wreak havoc. As Tony tightened the last bolt on the gauntlet of his suit, he remembered Dave's gift, the Gauntlet of Hellfire. He hadn't yet fully grasped its potential, but now it was meticulously fitted into his own armor's gauntlets. According to Jarvis, the power source within the gauntlet was stronger than the entire armor, and the firepower it unleashed could melt rock in just a few seconds of sustained burst. Jarvis, power up the suit for a full diagnostic, Tony commanded, his voice filled with wrath as the more he watched the news. As you wish, sir, Jarvis replied, and the whirring of the suit's internal systems hummed to life. Tony slipped into the suit, feeling the familiar weight settle over him. It was heavier than the original armor he had built in captivity, but this one was refined, sleek and capable of far more than just survival. He flexed his hands, watching the gauntlets respond in perfect synchronization with his movements. The Dragon Maw-like gauntlets activated, their eyes glowing ominously as they came to life. Along his whole arms, the gauntlets extended, and with each flex, Tony felt the surge of new strength coursing through him. He clenched and unclenched his fists, feeling the immense power at his command. Let's see what this baby can do, Tony muttered, stepping forward, eager to test the full extent of his upgraded armor. And soon he took off, testing his creation. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Obadiah had been watching Tony's every move since his return. He knew Tony was up to something, but even he couldn't have predicted what his former protege was creating. The Iron Man project remained a secret, known only to Tony, Pepper, and a few trusted allies. Obadiah had his own plans. He was still furious that Tony had announced the cessation of weapons manufacturing, a decision that had sent the company's stock into a tailspin. Worse yet, Tony had survived the kidnapping, something Obadiah had not accounted for. Back in his office, Obadiah clenched his fists. If Tony won't run this company the way it should be, then I'll have to take matters into my own hands, he muttered darkly. He had began his own covert project, commissioning a group of engineers to reverse engineer the Mark I armor Tony had left behind in the desert. The Monger armor was going to be his answer, his way of taking back control. Back at Tony's mansion. After running countless tests and tweaking the suit's systems, Tony stood in front of his large panoramic window overlooking the Pacific Ocean. He could feel the weight of everything, his responsibilities, his company, his past mistakes, but now, in this armor, he felt hope for the future. Jarvis, begin the navigation, Tony ordered, stepping into position as the thrusters on his feet and hands came to life. The hum of energy vibrated through the suit, and for the first time, Tony felt truly powerful, not because of a weapon, but because he was in control. He launched himself into the air, bursting through the roof of his workshop and soaring into the night sky. The thrill of flight overtook him, and for a brief moment, all of his worries faded. The wind roared around him, and as he climbed higher and higher, Tony grinned. Jarvis, let's go and get rid of our past toys. As you wish, sir, Jarvis replied as he showed him the path towards the terrorist. Meanwhile, Dave watched the news. Sitting calmly in his luxurious penthouse, Dave smiled faintly as he saw a clip of Tony Stark flying through the night sky on the news. It was all going according to plan. He knew that once Tony embraced his role as Iron Man, the world would change. The world of Marvel will took a deep dive in a mystery world as one by one the world everyone felt was normal will shift to abnormal direction. Well, Tony, Dave muttered to himself, I wonder how you will use my little gift. Dave turned off the TV and headed to bed, accompanied by Trish. Before they slept, she made him engage in a bit of exercise, a playful way to unwind. The next morning, as he flipped on the TV, he was greeted by breaking news: mass destruction in Afghanistan, caused by a man in a robotic suit of armor. The world was buzzing. Everyone, from governments to tech companies, scrambled to uncover the identity of the person responsible for this new technology. The Iron Man suit was now at the center of global attention. Meanwhile, Obadiah sat in his office, watching the same news. His eyes narrowed as he recognized the tech. Fury rising within him, he slammed his fist into his desk, shattering the monitor in a fit of rage. "Tony, now you're hiding things from me," he muttered, seething at the thought of his protege keeping such a powerful invention to himself. Chapter 28, Tony Stark v. Obadiah's anger simmered as he watched the news, his jaw clenched. But rather than let it consume him, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. His mind worked quickly, calculating his next move. Sooner or later, that little piece of armor. "I'll get my hands on it," he mumbled under his breath, his tone full of coldness and certainty. A slow, twisted smile crept onto his face. "After all, I'm your father figure, Tony," Obadiah chuckled darkly, confident that the day would come when Tony, willingly or not, would hand over his Iron Man suit. For now, all he had to do was wait for the right moment. On the other hand, Tony returned home after decimating an entire battalion of terrorists armed with weapons, tanks, and even his own creations of mass destruction. As he stepped into his workshop, still in disbelief over what had just happened, he looked down at his hands, specifically at the dragon maw-shaped gauntlets that had unleashed an immense power. "This thing is beyond powerful," Tony thought, still processing the sheer devastation they had caused. "Yes, sir. According to the data, if the temperature isn't controlled, it could reach levels comparable to the surface of the sun and could potentially ignite the atmosphere," Jarvis said, his voice calm but warning. Tony sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, I got that, Jarvis. I've got to be more careful with these things." The memories of the battle flashed through his mind. The way the gauntlets melted through armored tanks like butter, the way they incinerated everything in their path, it was too much power, even for him. A few hours earlier. As Tony rocketed away from his mansion, the Iron Man suit hummed around him, the powerful thrusters propelling him effortlessly through the air. His destination, a remote, war-torn region where terrorists were wreaking havoc. The air was tense as he neared, the chaotic sounds of gunfire and screams reaching his ears through the suit's audio systems. When he arrived, the scene before him was pure horror. A father, desperately shielding his family, was brutally executed right in front of them. Tony's fists clenched within the suit, rage flooding his senses. Without hesitation, he extended his arm, intending to neutralize the attacker with a standard repulsor blast. But something else happened, something far more devastating. The dragon maw-shaped gauntlets, glowing with an ominous blue hue, unleashed a torrent of hellfire. Blue flames burst from his hand like an unleashed beast, swallowing the terrorist whole in an instant. The intense heat was so overwhelming that the man's body disintegrated, leaving nothing but a blackened skeleton that crumbled to ash. Stunned silence followed as the rest of the terrorists froze, eyes wide in terror. The family cowered behind the smoldering remains, too afraid to even scream. One of the terrorists, the leader of the group, Abu Bakr, finally broke the silence. His voice trembled as he demanded, Who are you?" Tony's eyes narrowed behind the helmet. His voice was cold, "I am Iron Man." In that moment, the blue hellfire erupted again, this time with even greater fury. The flames shot forward like a tidal wave, consuming everything in their path, tanks, buildings, and terrorists alike. It was as if the gauntlets had a mind of their own, seeking out anything that dared stand in Tony's way. The air itself seemed to burn as the blue fire raged, reducing the terrorists to nothing but ash, their screams cut short in the inferno. Within moments, the once chaotic battlefield was a wasteland of smoldering ash and molten steel. The flames flickered out, leaving a haunting silence in their wake. Tony stood there, the blue glow of his gauntlet slowly fading. The villagers, still shaken by the events, looked at him with a mixture of fear and awe. Amidst the crowd, a small child broke free from his family's grasp and ran towards Tony, despite their desperate attempts to stop him. The boy simply wanted to thank the men who had saved them. Tony glanced down at the child and gave a solemn nod before turning away and taking off into the sky. As he soared through the air, Tony couldn't resist the urge to test the power of Ifrit. He activated it, and instantly, his entire body became engulfed in a blur of fiery energy, transforming him into a blazing comet streaking across the sky. Fighter jets scrambled to intercept him, but Tony left them far behind in seconds. The pilots could hardly believe their eyes. "We lost the target," one of them exclaimed in disbelief. The others confirmed the same, sending the command center into confusion as they tried to figure out just what this unknown flying object was and how it could move so fast. Meanwhile, inside the suit, Tony was struggling. Too fast, he muttered to himself as he tried to control the intense flames generated by Ifrit. But it was no use. The power was overwhelming, delaying his arrival back home by several hours as he fought to regain control. Finally, after a relentless struggle, Tony managed to understand Ifrit's workings. It listens to me, or rather, to my emotions, he mumbled to himself, realizing that the power responded directly to his state of mind. Calm and collected, he descended toward his Malibu mansion, the flames receding as he landed with a soft thud. Tony stood still for a moment, taking in everything that had happened. He had gained control, but the sheer power of Ifrit was something he would have to carefully navigate from now on. Jarvis, remove the suit, Tony commanded. The robotic arms of his workshop swiftly descended, beginning the process of unscrewing and dismantling the Iron Man Mark II suit from his body. But then, without warning, Ifrit hummed to life again, its power surging through the gauntlets. Tony felt a sinking feeling in his gut, fearing that his mansion might also be at risk of incineration. However, instead of unleashing destructive flames, something entirely unexpected happened. The Mark II suit, the very armor Tony had meticulously crafted, began to crumble into blue particles. Blue particles danced around him, the armor disintegrating piece by piece, and being absorbed by the Hellfire gauntlets. Tony stood there, now without his suit, staring at his hands in disbelief. The gauntlets remained intact, glowing faintly with energy, but the suit he had spent so much time perfecting was gone, absorbed into the mystical metal of Ifrit. What the hell did you give me, Garcia? Tony muttered to himself, his mind racing. He wondered if this was some highly advanced neurotech with nanotechnology beyond anything he had ever seen. Whatever it was, it had just consumed his entire suit in mere moments, leaving him with more questions than answers. Chapter 29, TS6. Tony sat calmly on his sofa, sipping his drink while his gaze remained fixed on the gauntlets lying on the table in front of him. He studied them, their dark metallic surface glinting faintly under the room's light, as the quiet hum of the mansion filled the air. His mind wandered as he placed the drink down and reached out to the gauntlets, fingers lightly brushing over them. Suit up, he said, half-heartedly, closing his eyes. But nothing happened. Should I say it with more passion? Tony thought, amused by the fact that his usual command hadn't worked. He opened his eyes, looking at the gauntlets again, but they remained motionless on the table. All right, maybe I just need to control them better, he mumbled to himself. Closing his eyes once more, Tony focused, imagining himself commanding Ifrit, not just speaking the words, but mentally connecting with the power within the gauntlets. Slowly, he visualized the armor materializing around him, summoning it through sheer will. Come on, get back on, Tony murmured, concentrating harder, trying to tap into the mysterious energy the gauntlets held. After opening his eyes once again, Tony found the gauntlets lying motionless on the table, still not responding to him. How did I do it back there? He mumbled to himself, recalling how the gauntlets had absorbed his Mark II suit effortlessly after the battle. He had simply wished for the suit back, and it had reappeared, yet now, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't replicate the effect. Frustrated, Tony leaned back into the sofa, rubbing his temples. I should just call Garcia, he muttered under his breath, realizing that he needed answers. Without wasting another second, Tony grabbed his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and dialed Dave's number. The phone rang, and Tony impatiently waited for Dave to pick up, hoping he'd be able to shed some light on the gauntlet's mysterious abilities. Hello. Dave's voice sounded from the other end of the call. Thank God you picked up. What the hell did you leave me with? Tony almost shouted into the phone, his frustration clear. Dave raised an eyebrow, his mind wandering to what could have gone wrong. What happened? You didn't burn down your house with it, did you? He asked, assuming the worst-case scenario behind Tony's anger. Oh, you wish. This thing ate up my new creation. Tony grumbled. Wait, you mean your Iron Man armor? Dave asked, surprised. Even he hadn't considered that the gauntlets could cause something like this to happen. Yes. How did you know about that? Tony asked, still a bit annoyed but curious. I'll come to you. We'll figure this out, Dave said calmly, and Tony nodded on the other side, relieved. Dave hung up and looked over at his secretary. Take care of everything here. I've got something I need to handle, he instructed her as he stood up, adjusted his coat, and left the building, heading to meet Tony and get to the bottom of what just happened. Did the origin of Ifrit somehow merge with his armor? Dave mused as he drove, racing toward Tony's Malibu mansion. The thought lingered in his mind, wondering if the power of the gauntlets had unexpectedly fused with Tony's tech. Soon, he arrived at the mansion, pulling up to find Tony standing outside, clearly waiting for him. You know, I would have liked it more if it was your secretary, Dave joked as he stepped out of the car, a teasing smile on his face. Tony rolled his eyes, retorting, You wish. No time for jokes. Get your ass in my basement, I want my Mark II back. Tony said, waving Dave inside with urgency. Mark II? Dave asked as he closed the car door, slightly confused. Yeah, so you didn't know about it and just acted on some news guess. Tony mumbled to himself, annoyed, before clarifying, it's my new creation, the best of my creations. Or it was until your gift decided to swallow it up. Even I didn't know it could do that, Dave admitted as they descended into Tony's basement. As they stepped into the high-tech space filled with gadgets and cutting-edge tech strewn about like toys, Dave couldn't help but comment, your basement is quite impressive. Thanks, but the real deal is right here, Tony replied, pointing to the gauntlets lying on the table. Dave nodded, approaching the table and touching the gauntlets. As soon as his fingers made contact, his mind was flooded with information, his system analyzing the gauntlets and revealing what had happened. So, what did you find? Tony asked as Dave's expression changed for a moment. I have good news for you, Dave said. And? Tony raised an eyebrow, curious. What do you mean, and? Dave asked. I mean, isn't there usually bad news that comes with the good news? You know, the bad news, good news thing. Tony gestured, expecting some downside. There's no bad news, just good news this time, Dave said with a laugh, shaking his head. Your Mark II suit isn't lost. It's stored within the gauntlets, but you can summon it back whenever you want. Yeah, genius, I know that. I did it already, but now I can't do it again. So is there any way to just get my armor back? Tony rolled his eyes and crossed his arms, clearly frustrated. Dave chuckled a bit at Tony's impatience. Why would you want to? Now it's even more powerful than your original suit could have ever been. It could even allow you to survive in space without needing anything else. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued but still skeptical. Survive in space? That sounds great, but I need control. I don't want to have to rely on this thing going rogue every time I want to suit up. Dave nodded thoughtfully, understanding Tony's concern. All right, give me a bit of time. I'll work on stabilizing the connection between you and Ifrit. You should be able to control it consciously, and summon your armor whenever you need it. Chapter 30, TS7. Tony looked at Dave, nodding but still confused. Though, care to explain what kind of tech this is? A nanotech that connects with minds, and what's with those light effects when I activate it? Tony continued, his curiosity building. Plus, what's the deal with the blue flames? Did you somehow fuse a way to create a combustible substance that generates better tier energy? Tony's mind raced as he speculated, or, is it some advanced piece of nanotech? And why does it connect with the mind? Because the moment I tried to control it, it worked, but I have no idea how. Dave glanced at Tony, who was rambling, deep in thought. It seems he's mistaking this devil arm for advanced technology, Dave mused internally. Hey. Don't just stare at me, tell me what's going on so I can figure this tech out. Tony said, looking impatiently at Dave. Dave shook his head, picking up Ifrit. As he held it, the gauntlet glowed and floated out of his hand. It hovered in midair, and suddenly, pieces of Tony's Mark II armor started forming around it. Slowly, the suit reassembled itself, fully merging with Ifrit until it once again became Tony's armor. Tony watched, wide-eyed. So who programmed that? He asked, still trying to rationalize what he just saw. First things first, Dave said as he examined the reformed Mark II. This is no longer just a piece of metal. It's a living thing now. You're kidding, right? Or do you mean some kind of advanced AI? Tony asked, still trying to comprehend. Neither, Dave replied, pointing to the dragon maw that still adorned his hand. This is a devil arm, formed after I killed a devil. It's alive now, not some tech, this thing belongs to the supernatural world. Tony blinked in disbelief, trying to wrap his mind around the concept. A devil. You're telling me this piece of armor is demonic? Dave simply nodded, letting Tony absorb the revelation. You know, if you don't want to tell me, just say it. Don't make up weird excuses, Tony rolled his eyes, instructing Jarvis to analyze the armor. Dave looked at him quietly, then, without a word, summoned rebellion. Tony's eyes widened as he saw the giant sword materialize, crackling with energy. This? Tony asked, his voice skeptical. Rebellion, a devil sword, Dave replied simply. How the heck were you able to create a freaking space folding storage? You literally folded space and pulled that sword out of nowhere. Tony asked, thoroughly stunned, as he activated his scanners to analyze Dave's body. Dave sighed, watching Tony's disbelief. He could tell Tony still didn't grasp the reality of the supernatural. Okay, listen, Dave said, pausing before he activated his devil trigger. In an instant, flames engulfed him, transforming him into his demonic form with fiery wings and glowing eyes. A giant flaming demon, does this make it clear? Tony's face paled as he instinctively backed up, pulling a gun from the side drawer and aiming it at Dave. You know, the gun won't work on me, Dave commented. We don't know that. Tony retorted, still pointing the weapon, his voice edged with nervousness. Seeing Tony so spooked, Dave sighed and deactivated the devil trigger, reverting to his normal form. "Don't be afraid," he said calmly. Tony kept his gun aimed for a moment longer before finally lowering it. "What the hell are you?" Tony asked, his voice still tense. Dave, settling back into a chair, shrugged casually. "Call it a superpower. I've got this demoness, and she shared her powers with me." Tony's eyebrows shot up. "A demoness? You're serious?" "As serious as it gets," Dave responded, giving Tony some time to process everything that had just happened. Tony's mind spun as he processed everything Dave had said, his gaze shifting from Dave to his own Mark II armor. "Can you explain, like from the start?" he asked, clearly trying to make sense of it all. Dave nodded and began explaining, though instead of revealing the truth, he spun a story, pinning the blame on a Trish that gave him his powers. He left out the supernatural details and demons, keeping things vague enough to satisfy Tony's curiosity. Can she give me powers too?" Tony asked, once Dave finished his story. Dave chuckled. "You already got it," he said. "Wait, what? How?" Tony asked, confused. Dave pointed at the Mark II armor. Tony's eyes widened in realization. "The armor," he muttered. "Yup. The gauntlets absorb the energy of Ifrit." "It's not just a suit of metal anymore, Tony," Dave said. "It's part of something much more powerful now, fused with Ifrit's power. That's why your armor's different, more advanced than anything else you've built or you could have built like for next 50 or 60 models." Tony blinked, staring at his armor with new eyes. "So, it's alive now?" "In a way, yes," Dave replied. "It's got a bit of a demonic upgrade." Tony slumped into a chair, rubbing his temples. "Great. I've turned into the guy with the demon-infused suit." "That's new." "But, you got one thing wrong," Tony said with a smug grin. Dave raised an eyebrow, curious. "I could have easily made a similar armor by my third or fourth mark," Tony added confidently. Dave blinked at him, slightly exasperated. "You don't even know the features of it yet, and you're saying you could build something better," he said, speechless at Tony's arrogance. Tony pursed his lips, realizing he was bluffing about something he hadn't fully grasped. "Okay, fine," he conceded. "So, what can it do?" Dave shook his head, half amused, and leaned against the workbench. "First off, that demon-infused part. It's not just for show. This armor can adapt and grow stronger over time, meaning the more battles you fight in it, the tougher it gets. And I'm not talking about small upgrades, we're talking literal self-enhancement. It can regenerate damage, absorb energy, and even boost your own strength when you're inside." Chapter 31, TS8. Tony looked at Dave, still processing the explanation. "How exactly will it enhance me?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Dave took a moment before responding. "It'll keep enhancing your body with demonic energy," he said, his voice calm but serious. Tony raised an eyebrow. "Demonic energy," he repeated, skepticism creeping into his tone. "Yeah, this," Dave replied, raising his hand. A crimson fog-like aura appeared in his palm, swirling ominously. Tony recoiled slightly, eyeing the crimson fog with suspicion. "You know, that looks sinister, and I'm not really keen on having that inside me," he remarked, eyeing it warily. Dave chuckled, shaking his head. "You're misunderstanding. If I directly poured it into you, yeah, you'd probably end up a puppet with no emotions, controlled by the power," he explained. "But the armor doesn't work like that. It will enhance your body temporarily with the energy, reinforcing your strength and durability, then retract it once it's done. Think of it like breaking your body down and rebuilding it, only faster and stronger each time." Tony nodded slowly, still wrapping his mind around the concept. "So it's like controlled destruction and reconstruction, enhancing me bit by bit." "Exactly," Dave affirmed. "What else it could do?" Tony then asked. "It's ever-evolving," Dave explained, "so, for example, if you build a new piece of tech or weapon, the armor will absorb it, fuse with it, and enhance itself." Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "So, if I give it something like lasers, it'll absorb that, and I can use them." "Exactly," Dave confirmed. Tony, always looking for the next big upgrade, asked, "What else can it do?" Dave paused, then added, "There's a downside, though." "What?" Tony asked, a bit warier now. "It uses limited demonic energy. It can only be recharged by someone capable of wielding demonic energy, and as of now, that's just me and Trish," Dave explained. Tony frowned. "So, I'll need you to come charge it up if it runs out? Won't it be a problem during a fight?" "No, demonic energy is just one aspect of it," Dave reassured him. "After you use it, you might lose certain functions temporarily, but the armor can passively absorb demonic energy from the atmosphere." Tony nodded, relieved. "So, what exactly would I lose if it runs out?" The advanced abilities like adaptability, hellfire, these blue flames, and enhanced destruction, Dave answered. The core enhancements to your body will still remain, but it won't be able to generate that same overwhelming power until it recharges. Tony leaned back, absorbing the information. So it's a trade-off, he murmured. Immense power, but with a limit. Everything needs a power source and you know that, Dave shrugged as Tony nodded. So, let's fight, Dave said as he stood up and pushed the hovering armor toward Tony. Tony's eyes widened as he watched the armor cling to his body, enveloping him, and suddenly he was back in his Mark II. Do you have any idea where we can fight here? Dave asked, looking around as Tony adjusted to his newly fitted armor. Before Tony could respond, a loud groan echoed from him. Arg. Oh yeah, did I forget to mention? The enhancement process might be a bit painful, Dave said, watching Tony kneel, his face contorted in discomfort. Fun, right? Don't worry, buddy, path to power is never easy, Dave added nonchalantly as he sat back down and poured himself a drink, unfazed by Tony's pain. Tony, on the other hand, kept screaming in agony, his voice echoing through the basement. Dave glanced at him with a slight smirk, thinking to himself, rich guys never experience real pain. He wondered how long this enhancement cycle would last. Upstairs, Pepper, who was busy with her work, suddenly froze when she heard the piercing sound of screaming. What is this? She asked, concerned. Jarvis, show me the basement feed, she commanded. As the monitor displayed the live footage, her heart raced. She saw Dave sitting comfortably, sipping his drink, while Tony was kneeling, engulfed in a weird armor, screaming in pain. Alarmed, Pepper quickly contacted Rhodes. Rhodey, something's wrong. Tony's being attacked in his own mansion. Rhodes, who was nearby, immediately stood up, listening intently as Pepper explained. He quickly organized his squad, preparing to rush to Tony's aid. What's happening? Rhodes asked. He's kneeling, screaming, and he's in that weird armor, all over his body. Pepper replied, her voice shaking. Rhodes frowned. Why is he screaming? I don't know. But that Garcia guy is just sitting there, casually drinking, and every now and then, he glances at Tony as if he's enjoying it, Pepper said with a mix of frustration and fear. She hurried to grab a gun, ready to visit the basement herself. I'm on my way, Pepper. Stay safe, Rhodes assured her as he geared up to head to Tony's mansion, determined to figure out what was going on. Pepper, don't go there. Rhodes had warned, but it was too late. She kept moving forward, determined to figure out what was happening to Tony. As she reached the basement door, she hid behind a wall, peeking at Dave calmly sitting with a drink while Tony knelt in agony. Her heart raced with worry, but she took a deep breath, steeling herself, and entered the room with her gun drawn. Hands up. Pepper demanded, pointing the weapon at Dave, her voice shaking with anger. Dave slowly turned his head toward her, raising an eyebrow. Whoa, feisty. I wonder what Tony sees in you, he said nonchalantly, still seated. I said hands up. Pepper repeated, loading the gun to emphasize her point. Dave rolled his eyes. Shoot if you want, but I'm not raising my hands. It's pointless, he replied, completely unfazed. What did you do to him? Pepper demanded, tightening her grip on the gun, her voice rising with panic. Dave glanced at Tony and then back at Pepper with a calm demeanor. Nothing harmful, he said with a slight shrug. Just helping him enhance his suit. Chapter 32, TS9. Pepper frowned, confused. His suit? What are you talking about? That thing looks nothing like the suits Tony had designed. She pointed at the armor, which had transformed into something more monstrous and otherworldly, with sharp, glowing lines etched into it. Dave gave her a half-smile. It's still his armor, just enhanced. It's now got some extra features you wouldn't find in any tech Tony's made before. You're lying. Tony's in pain, and you're sitting here like it's nothing. Pepper shouted, the frustration and fear spilling out in her voice. Dave sighed, shaking his head slightly. The path to power isn't easy, Pepper. What's happening to him now is part of the process. Once it's done, he'll be better than ever. But this is necessary. Pepper stared at Tony, her heart aching at the sight of him suffering. She didn't understand what was happening, but she couldn't just stand by. If you've done anything to him, anything permanent, I swear. Relax, Dave said, cutting her off. Tony's tough. He'll come out of this stronger. You just have to wait. Pepper's eyes flickered between Dave and Tony, struggling to process everything. She kept her gun trained on Dave, even though part of her knew it was a desperate move. She wanted to believe Tony would come out of this stronger, but watching him in pain made it difficult to stay calm. Dave glanced at her, noticing her tension. Good girl, he muttered under his breath, almost amused. For a brief moment, she reminded him of Diana, though Diana had her own quirks, more of a clumsy determination than Pepper's fierce resolve. The thought made him chuckle quietly. Holding up well, I see, Dave thought to himself as he looked at Tony. It had been over 15 minutes since the enhancement began, and Tony was still enduring the process, his grip on his sanity holding firm against the immense pain. Never knew he had it in him, Dave mused, impressed. This side of Tony was unexpected. The man might be a genius, but now he was proving to have a remarkable level of willpower, something Dave hadn't fully expected. Breaking the silence, Dave looked at Pepper, who was still visibly tense. "My drink's empty," he said casually, glancing at the glass in his hand. "Got any more?" Pepper's face twisted in disbelief and anger, her grip tightening on the gun. "Are you serious right now?" she snapped, her patience wearing thin. Dave simply smiled, unbothered. "Hey, just passing the time. Tony's almost through. No need to get worked up." Shatter. As the sound of breaking glass echoed through the basement, a group of armed soldiers stormed in, catching Dave off guard. His eyes flicked to Pepper, who now wore a smug expression on her face, as if saying, "Now what are you going to do?" Rhodes entered with his squad, guns trained on Dave. He stepped forward, addressing him with a cold and authoritative tone. "Mr. Garcia, I don't know if you understand, but Tony Stark is a highly valuable asset to the state. We have orders to neutralize any threat to him, including you. We will take you out if necessary." Dave sighed, rubbing the back of his neck as frustration built up inside him. "For crying out loud, I haven't done anything to hurt him." "Ask Jarvis," he said, gesturing towards the AI. "I can lie, sure, but the AI can't, right? It'll tell you if I did any harm." His words were calm, but internally, Dave was teetering on the edge. He had the power to take them all out, he knew that much, but something held him back. He could feel the demonic energy simmering just beneath the surface, but he resisted the urge to unleash it. No need to escalate this any further. Anyone could really misunderstood the situation here. "Look, Rhodes," Dave continued, more composed, "Tony's in pain, yeah, but he's not in danger. He's undergoing an enhancement process, something that'll make him even stronger. I didn't force him into this, and if you'd bothered to check, you'd know I haven't laid a finger on him. Let him finish, and you'll see." Rhodes frowned, glancing between Dave and Tony, who was still writhing in pain on the ground. "Tony, are you all right?" he asked, concern creeping into his voice. "You can just raise your hand to tell us you're okay," Rhodes added, trying to maintain authority despite the situation. Tony, barely aware of his surroundings, raised his hand weakly but quickly dropped it again. Rhodes nodded, signaling his men to keep their weapons trained on Dave, even as he assessed Tony's state. "No, can I get a drink?" Dave asked Pepper, who rolled her eyes but eventually complied, heading off to grab a carton of drinks. "Thanks," Dave said as he calmly took one and popped it open, taking a refreshing sip. He glanced at Tony, who was still struggling, and said, "It will be ending soon." After an excruciating 45 minutes, the process finally came to an end. Tony, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, leaned on the wall, his enhanced Mark II suit shimmering faintly with the demonic energy now fused within it. Dave glanced at Tony, a hint of approval in his eyes. Over 45 minutes, you've got some good willpower," he said, nodding slightly. Tony, still out of breath, glared at Dave. "You, bastard," he muttered, his voice hoarse. "Why didn't you tell me it would hurt this much?" Dave shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I did mention the process wasn't easy. You wanted the power, right? Comes with a price," he said, tapping his rebellion sword lightly against the ground. "But hey, now you've got something stronger. It'll hurt a bit more before you fully adapt, but that's just part of the package." Tony shot him a look that could have melted steel. "You could have at least given me a heads up. I've been through some painful stuff, but this was next level. Deconstruction and reconstruction, what did you expect out of it?" Dave shrugged as he looked at Tony, as if it wasn't his fault but his for not understanding the meaning. Chapter 33, TSX. Tony groaned, rubbing his aching muscles as he glared at Dave. "You could have at least warned me how painful it would be," Tony said, still catching his breath. "I thought you were smart enough to figure it out," Dave replied with a smirk, casually sipping his drink. Rhodes, still tense, signaled his men to lower their weapons, though they kept a wary eye on Dave. "Tony, are you sure you're okay?" Rhodes asked again, not fully convinced by Tony's earlier hand signal. Tony nodded slowly, still wincing from the lingering pain. Yeah. I'll live. But this enhancement better be worth it." Pepper, who had been quietly watching the whole exchange, finally holstered her gun and crossed her arms. "Is it over? Are you two done?" "Yes, N." "Great, now tell me what this enhancement thingy is all about," Rhodes said, cutting off Dave mid-sentence. His tone was sharp, impatient, and filled with suspicion. Dave's eyes flashed briefly with irritation, but he controlled his temper and simply shrugged. "Just as the name suggests, enhancement. Tony's body is now more robust, Dave said casually, waving his hand like it was no big deal. Robust how? Rhodes pressed, narrowing his eyes. Stronger, faster, tougher, his body will regenerate quicker and adapt to hostile environments more efficiently. Essentially, it's making him better suited for, well, anything you throw at him, Dave explained. Tony, still recovering, shot Dave a wary glance. And the catch? No catch, Dave said with a smirk. Well, except the whole demonic energy thing. You'll need to keep your mind sharp, or the suit could overwhelm you during extreme circumstances. But I'm sure you'll manage. Tony waved his hand dismissively, even though he was still catching his breath. Relax, Rhodes. I've dealt with worse. Besides, this could be the upgrade we need. Upgrade or not, you better know what you're doing, Stark, Rhodes replied, still on edge but willing to let it go for now. Pepper, observing the entire exchange, sighed and crossed her arms. As long as no one else ends up screaming in pain today, I'm fine with it, she muttered. Dave chuckled. No promises, but Tony's done with his trial run for now. Yeah, thanks for that, Tony said sarcastically, rubbing his temples. Next time, less demonic energy and more warning. Noted, Dave said with a grin, leaning back as if this were all part of the plan. Though, even I got surprised after seeing the Mark II attributes Dave inwardly thought. Tony Stark's Mark II armor, fused with Ifrit, status screen. Name, Mark II armor, Ifrit fusion. Class, Tech Demon Hybrid. Rank, unique. Attributes. Strength, 900, plus 300 from Ifrit. Endurance, 850, plus 350 from Ifrit. Agility, 650, plus 150 from Ifrit. Intelligence, 1000. Demonic energy, 500/500. Core systems. Power source, arc reactor/infernal core fusion. Hellfire blast. Description, fires concentrated blasts of demonic flames, capable of melting through high-grade metals. Infernal overdrive. Description, temporarily boosts all armor stats by 50% for 30 seconds, enveloping the user in intense flames. Flame charge. Description, the armor channels Ifrit's energy into the propulsion systems, increasing flight speed by 200%. Demonic armor regeneration. Description, the armor passively regenerates using demonic energy, repairing damage over time. Rate, 50 HP per second. Fused weaponry, Ifrit blades. Description, summons twin blades made of pure demonic energy. Damage, high slashing and searing damage, amplified by flames. Weaknesses. Demonic energy dependence. If demonic energy is depleted, certain abilities will be inaccessible, and armor regeneration will halt. Special features. Evolving armor, this suit can evolve further based on new technology or demonic energy absorbed from enemies. Flame form, when demonic energy reaches 100%, Tony can activate Ifrit's full power, transforming into a flame-wreathed warrior for a limited time, gaining massive stat boosts and fire-related abilities. Self-repair, the armor has the ability to regenerate itself using ambient heat or absorbed demonic energy. Dave stood back, observing Tony as he conversed with Rhodes and Pepper, who both looked concerned. He couldn't help but let his thoughts wander, reflecting on the fusion of Ifrit with Tony's armor. Can other devil arms also fuse with armors, or was Ifrit something special? Dave mused quietly to himself, recalling the process. Ifrit was a unique entity, with its fiery nature and raw demonic energy blending seamlessly with the Mark II. The thought of fusing other devil arms like Rebellion or even Yamato with technology intrigued him. Could these legendary weapons, forged from demonic power, integrate in similar ways, amplifying both the wielder's physical capabilities and enhancing their gear? Tony, still catching his breath, reassured Pepper and Rhodes he was fine, though he couldn't help but feel the changes in his body. He glanced at Dave, silently wondering what other secrets the men held. Dave, meanwhile, kept thinking. If Ifrit can work, what about a fusion with Rebellion or Sparta? The possibilities might be endless. I should ask for more, to see if it works or not, Dave thought as he stood up and approached them. Now that your melodrama is over, can I ask something? He asked Tony. It wasn't me, so what do you want? Tony replied, pouring 2 drinks for both of them. I would like some of this armor of yours, Dave said. I can't, Tony responded. Why? Dave asked. It's not like I don't want to or can't give it to you, but they work on this baby here, Tony said, tapping on the arc reactor on his chest. Can't you make another arc reactor? Dave asked. I can, Tony nodded. Dave crossed his arms, staring intently at Tony. Then what's the holdup? Rhodes stepped in, his expression serious. Because if word gets out that the armor can be used by anyone, the whole world will come running for it, he said, looking at both Dave and Tony. It's not just about making another arc reactor or another suit. You make one for someone else, and it opens a floodgate. Tony nodded in agreement. Exactly. If people think it's not unique to me, that anyone can have this kind of power, it won't be long before every government, every mercenary, every lunatic with money starts fighting for it. Wars could break out, and they'd all be aiming to get their hands on one of my suits. Chapter 34, Friends. Dave nodded thoughtfully at Tony. I see, he said, though disappointed. Pity, I really wanted to see if my devil arms could also fuse with it, Dave mused. Tony raised an eyebrow. Wait, if that's what you're after, maybe there's a way. I could give you one. It changes appearance, right? No one would suspect it's mine. Dave looked at him seriously. No, leave it be. Even if the appearance changes, it won't matter much. People would still recognize the resemblance, and the world knows only you can make these suits. They'll come after you. Tony chuckled, trying to shrug it off. You're thinking too much about me. I'm Tony Stark, Iron Man, no one's going to touch me. But the look on Dave's face showed he understood the risks. Well, in return for not pursuing this, I guess I can ask for something simple, friendship, Dave said, extending his hand. Tony grinned and shook his hand. Of course, we're already friends. With a nod, Dave started to leave. I've got my own company to run. But practice with the armor, Tony. One day, I want a proper match with you. Dave's voice trailed as he exited the room, leaving Tony and Rhodes exchanging glances. As Dave walked out, his thoughts raced ahead to his next steps. Quest complete. A smirk playing on his lips as he wondered what quest he will receive next. Who was he? Rhodes asked as Dave walked out. Someone I befriended, just now, Tony replied with a shrug, though his words sounded unsure. He didn't know if Dave really wanted to be his friend, but he really wanted him as his friend, maybe. After many enhancement I won't have to worry about the shrapnels near my heart, he thought. You know it's dangerous for you to just trust anyone like that, Rhodes warned. Tony paused, Dave's words from earlier echoing in his mind. You're right, Tony admitted after a moment. Turning to Pepper, Tony added, Pepper, I need you to dig into Obadiah's dealings. Check his laptop, see what he's hiding. I didn't mean that, Rhodes interrupted, concerned about Tony's sudden shift. I know, Tony acknowledged, but Obadiah's been keeping things from me, and I need to know what's going on. Pepper glanced between the two men, her brow furrowed. Is it related to what Dave said, she asked, eyeing Tony. Maybe, but there's been other news too, Tony said, his voice tight with suspicion. Pepper nodded, understanding the gravity, and quietly left to begin her search. Just call me next time, all right? Rhodes said with a hint of exasperation. Tony nodded, watching him head out as well. Host interacted with an important character. Objective, befriend Tony Stark. Rewards, Tony-related questline will open. It was the quest Dave received when he met Tony that night. From that point, he began planning how to befriend him. The answer was simple, give Tony something he had never seen before, then help him master it and guide him through the process. Though there was an unexpected twist with Ifrit fusing with his suit, Dave thought as he calmly drove back to his home. Quest update, befriend Tony Stark completed. New objective, investigate Obadiah Stane's dealings. Rewards, main Tony quest. As Dave drove back home, his mind replayed the events of the night. The quest to befriend Tony Stark was complete, but the situation had evolved in unexpected ways. The fusion of Ifrit with Tony's Mark II armor had been an unforeseen twist, but it had certainly caught Tony's attention. Giving him something he'd never seen before was key, Dave thought, feeling satisfied with his approach. And helping him through the enhancement process built trust. But now, the path forward was even more intriguing. Obadiah Stane's secret dealings were clearly a looming issue, and if Dave could uncover more about it, then next quest will be a veil. I really wonder what the rewards will be. Maybe the superior Iron Man template, Dave thought as he kept driving. As he drove, he checked his other quests. These were related to Natasha, Fury, and Hawkeye. Each important character had given him a quest, though Fury's was a simple one. Fury quest. Objective, help Fury create a true shield for Earth. Reward. It was a straightforward objective, build a perfect shield without any corruption, ensuring its sole purpose was protecting Earth from interdimensional threats, no hidden agendas, no HYDRA. It sounds simple, but it's the most difficult one, Dave thought as he began to formulate a plan on how to eliminate HYDRA, one piece at a time. The first step is clearly getting rid of HYDRA. But for that, I need a new identity, Dave thought. He could just continue as Dante and start a killing spree, but it wouldn't help. The problem was that people would connect the dots. Whenever he was missing, it meant Dante was around. Dante template fusion, 71%. He looked at the fusion rate and thought, either I have to wait for the next template or summon a different one. Then there's also Kingpin, now turned demon, but everyone knows it's him since Trish decided to make him an entrance decoration. Now he's just standing in front of my building like a demonic statue, Dave mused. Tap. 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 Dave rhythmically tapped the steering wheel, pondering where he could find a good starting point to begin eliminating HYDRA. Then, he remembered something. Winter Soldier. Dave smiled as he recalled the infamous Winter Soldier. Bucky, is it, he thought. A plan began to form in his mind. Once I secure Bucky, things will fall into place for the Fury quest and my own plans. His mind shifted back to the Kingpin, now a demon thanks to Trish's intervention. That situation might come to a head soon, but it wasn't a priority right now. For now, Dave's path was clear: seek out Bucky, weaken Hydra, and, eventually, help Fury build his perfect shield. He tapped the steering wheel again, feeling the rhythm of his plan come together as he continued his drive back home. Chapter 35, Obadiah's End. Soon, Dave was back at his home, arriving at his penthouse. Reaching the top, he entered his room to find Trish sprawled on the bed, wearing nightwear. Dave raised an eyebrow, taking in the sight before diving into the comfortable scene he was presented with. Go and investigate the Obadiah guy. He's the same one who had a kill order on my head. Dave patted Trish's head as she lay on his chest, her breathing steady. Let me rest. I'm aching down there, Trish mumbled sleepily, her eyes closed as she drifted back into sleep. Dave smiled, gently nodding. Soon, after carefully leaving Trish resting on the bed, he went to his desk and began to plan his next move. I need my own organization first, Dave wrote down as he began sketching ideas for the future. Organization plan. 1. Capable team members. A. Fighters, skilled individuals who can engage in combat. B. Logistics, people to handle the flow of supplies, information, and communication. C. Scientists, researchers and engineers for developing advanced tech. D. Tech experts, hackers, programmers, and people who can manipulate modern systems. E. Medics, a team that can provide medical aid and keep everyone in top condition. 2. Base of operations. A. Isolated location, a place that ensures privacy and secrecy. B. Fully sustainable, self-sufficient to prevent reliance on external sources. C. A mobile option, in case it needs to relocate or avoid detection. That should cover most of the groundwork, Dave thought as he finalized the basic plan, his mind working on how to recruit the right people and secure the necessary resources to build this organization. He also started thinking about the perfect base. One that would give him the freedom and stealth he needed to operate without drawing attention. Dave crossed his hands as he looked at the list of potential team members he'd need for his organization. There are those Black Widows, he mused, considering the trained assassins. I could save them, and those willing could join me. He then thought about another key figure. And then there's also the Winter Soldier. Bucky could be a valuable asset, with his skills and experience. Dave's eyes lit up with a hint of excitement as another possibility crossed his mind. And if possible, I should also check if there's Spider-Man, that's my favorite. He chuckled softly, thinking of the young hero's abilities and how useful he could be in the future. If I want to build a true shield, I have to start from scratch, Dave mumbled to himself, realizing the monumental task ahead. He paused, thinking about potential resources. There's also Killian and his Extremis virus. Now that I think of it, it could really help me. The Extremis virus, known for its ability to rewrite genetic code, seemed like the perfect tool for enhancing his own operatives. If I could get my hands on that, I could safely enhance my team. Dave thought back, remembering Killian's obsession with perfecting the Extremis program. He might still be working on it. I could approach him, but I'll need leverage. He pondered how to best manipulate the situation, knowing he had to be careful around someone as unpredictable as Killian. Then his mind shifted to another crucial component, technology. That leaves me with a tech guy. Was there any other character who was proficient in tech like Tony? Dave dug deep into his knowledge of the Marvel Universe, trying to identify someone who could rival Stark's genius. He thought of characters like Shuri from Wakanda, who had incredible tech expertise, or even someone like Forge, who had a mutant ability to understand and invent technology. Shuri could be an interesting ally, Dave mused, but getting her on board might be tricky. And Forge, if he exists in this universe, he'd be a game changer. He leaned back, strategizing how to approach these tech giants without drawing too much attention to his growing plans. I need to start forming alliances carefully. One wrong move, and this whole thing could fall apart. And maybe that's why I got it, Dave thought as he looked at the reward he got after accepting the Quest of Fury. Rather than a reward, it was more like an quest item. Devil Contract. Description: a contract that binds the life and soul of whoever signs it. There is no chance of betrayal from either side. Contract limit: none. Dave leaned back in his chair, his mind racing. With this, I could secure loyalty, guaranteed, he thought. This contract would be the key to ensuring absolute loyalty from those he recruited into his organization or those who could help him build S.H.I.E.L.D. If I use this right, I can sign people like Killian, Bucky, or even the Black Widows without any risk of betrayal. Dave smirked, realizing the strategic power of the contract. First, I should check whether there are mutants in this universe or not, Dave thought, pulling out his phone. He typed in Frost International and hit search. She's here too, Dave smirked as he gazed at the elegant image of Emma Frost, the White Queen of the Hellfire Club. Her presence confirmed that mutants did indeed exist in this universe. She sure is a beauty, he mused, deciding he would try to meet her. Emma Frost was a formidable telepath and a businesswoman with significant influence, especially if she was already a member of the Hellfire Club. Though, why aren't there any mutant laws or conflicts I've heard about so far? Dave mumbled to himself, puzzled by the lack of mutant-related incidents or laws. Typically, in universes with mutants, there were always controversies and public debates about their existence. He also searched the Xavier School for gifted youngsters but hadn't heard anything significant about it either. No news of any mutant-related conflicts, strange. Dave frowned, realizing that in this version of reality, mutants might not be as prominent, or they might be in hiding. So, it's not the cinematic universe after all, Dave leaned back, his mind racing. When he first saw Tony Stark, who looked just like Robert Downey Jr., he assumed it was the cinematic universe. But now, with mutants quietly existing without the typical conflict, it was clear this universe followed different rules. Whatever the case, I should meet Emma, Dave decided. Chapter 36, Meeting Emma. The next day, Dave was accompanied by his cute, slightly clumsy secretary, Diana. When's the appointment with Frost? Dave asked, glancing outside through the car window. It's just past 1 p.m., Diana replied, her usual cheerful tone a bit distracted as she reviewed some notes on her tablet. She nodded, confirming their meeting time. Frost International was a company that had initially made its name in transportation technology but had now branched into electronics and other industries. However, there was no public mention of Emma Frost being a mutant in this universe, which struck Dave as odd. Something was definitely off. There's something weird going on in this universe. The mutants exist, but they don't have their powers, Dave thought, his eyes narrowing as he considered the implications. Even Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters was just an institution for highly intelligent students. No mutant powers, no secret underground facilities, nothing. It's like the people are here, but without their abilities, Dave mused silently. A faint smile crept onto his face. That actually makes things easier. If I can unlock their latent potential and grant them their powers, they'll surely join me. This revelation opened up a whole new path for Dave. Not only could he potentially recruit powerful mutants, but by being the one to help them regain their abilities, he'd earn their loyalty, and possibly create an army of superhumans under his control. Are you nervous about meeting her? Diana asked, breaking his train of thought. Not at all, Dave replied smoothly, his mind already planning how to handle the meeting with Emma Frost. Whether she was aware of her mutant nature or not, he would find out soon enough. If all went well, she'd be his first step toward building a power base that could rival even Hydra's influence and even go beyond it. As Dave and Diana's sleek, black car pulled up to the towering glass and steel structure of Frost International, they were greeted by a pristine, ultramodern facade. The building was a testament to Emma Frost's success, an elegant blend of cutting-edge technology and architectural beauty. Polished floors gleamed in the sunlight streaming through the large windows, while holographic screens displayed the latest advancements and accolades of the company. Stepping out of the car, Diana fumbled slightly with her bag but quickly regained her composure, trailing behind Dave as they entered the building. The lobby was sleek and minimalistic, with cool blue tones and metallic accents giving it a sophisticated feel. A receptionist greeted them with a professional smile. Welcome to Frost International. Mr. Garcia, Ms. Frost is expecting you. Please, follow me. Dave and Diana followed the receptionist down a long corridor lined with translucent glass panels that hinted at the high-tech operations happening within the building. Every step they took echoed slightly in the high-ceilinged hall, adding to the sense of grandeur. When they finally reached Emma Frost's office, the double doors opened silently, revealing a room as luxurious as it was intimidating. The first thing that caught Dave's attention was Emma Frost herself. She was a striking figure, tall, poised, and impossibly graceful. She stood by the window, the sunlight highlighting her platinum blonde hair, which cascaded in perfect waves over her shoulders. Her eyes, a piercing icy blue, seemed to take in everything with a calculated sharpness. Emma wore a form-fitting white dress, sleek and elegant, that accentuated her flawless figure. Her skin was pale, almost porcelain, adding to her ethereal beauty. She moved with an effortless grace, exuding both power and allure. Dave couldn't help but admire her as she turned, her lips curling into a confident smile. It was the kind of smile that made you feel like she already knew everything about you, and was 10 steps ahead. Mr. Garcia, I presume. Emma's voice was smooth, cool, and commanding, yet there was a softness to it, as if she were both welcoming and testing him. "Ms. Frost," Dave replied, flashing a charming smile of his own. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you." She glanced briefly at Diana, acknowledging her with a nod, but her eyes quickly returned to Dave. "Likewise. Please, have a seat." Dave sat on the seat as Emma sat across from him, a table separating them. On the table were some snacks and drinks. "This looks more like a date than a business meeting," Dave said playfully as he looked at Emma. Emma was stunned for a second but quickly composed herself, responding with a poised smile. "Surely, you jest, Mr. Garcia. You've only just entered the market, and yet your company is already rising like a rocket. What could someone as talented as you possibly be interested in from my little company?" she teased, her charming smile never faltering. Dave leaned back slightly in his chair, crossing one leg over the other as he took a sip of the drink in front of him. His eyes twinkled mischievously, yet his voice remained calm and measured. "Well, Miss Frost, even rockets need guidance systems," he replied with a grin, playing along with the playful tone. "Besides, it's not just about my company's rise. I'm more interested in synergy, how your expertise and mine could come together to achieve something greater." Emma raised a perfectly manicured eyebrow, her piercing blue eyes never leaving his as she assessed him. She was clearly used to such games, and while she seemed amused, there was also a guardedness about her. "And what might that something greater be?" she asked, her voice silky smooth as she leaned forward slightly. "My company may be involved in several fields, but we both know you didn't come here for just another business deal, did you?" Dave chuckled softly, appreciating her sharpness. "You're right. Frost International's ventures in transportation technology caught my eye, impressive, by the way. But I'm thinking bigger. You see, I'm interested in pushing the boundaries of what's possible, creating a future where technology and human potential align perfectly. And I believe you, Miss Frost, are at the center of that vision." Emma's smile remained, but her eyes sharpened. "You certainly have a way with words, Mr. Garcia. But I need more than talk. What exactly are you proposing?" Chapter 37, Meeting Emma 2. Dave leaned in now, closing the gap slightly. "A partnership. Combining our resources to create something far more advanced than anything currently on the market. I'm sure you've considered possibilities beyond transportation, think enhancements, a new era of technology that can elevate humanity itself. And if anyone could make that happen, it's us." Emma regarded him carefully, her expression unreadable for a moment. She was clearly intrigued but cautious. "You're ambitious, Mr. Garcia. But you haven't fully answered my question. What exactly do you want from me?" Dave smirked. "For now. Just an open line of communication. Let's see where this leads. After all, I have a feeling our paths are meant to cross in more ways than one." Emma reclined back slightly, folding her arms, her gaze unwavering. "I see. Well, I do appreciate boldness. Let's keep that line open, then. I'll be watching your rise closely, Mr. Garcia." Dave nodded, satisfied with the outcome of the meeting so far. As he stood up to leave, he flashed her one last smile. "I have a feeling this is the start of something interesting, Ms. Frost." Emma's lips curved into a knowing smile. "We'll see, Mr. Garcia. We'll see. By the way, are you free tonight?" Dave asked, flashing a smile. "I am." Emma was stunned for a moment but then nodded. "Then how about we go out for dinner tonight?" Dave asked, looking at her. "It would be my pleasure, Mr. Garcia," Emma replied with a charming smile. "Please, call me Dave." "Can I call you Emma too?" Dave asked, gazing at her. But I." "Please, I insist," Dave said, cutting her off. "Very well," Emma nodded, accepting. "Then I'll see you tonight," Dave said as he began to leave. Meanwhile, Diana shot a glare at Emma, her expression like someone who felt their food had been stolen. Dave flashed one final smile at Emma before turning to leave, feeling the intensity of Diana's glare at his side. He could practically feel the heat radiating off of her as they made their way toward the elevator. Diana, her arms crossed, huffed under her breath, her usual clumsy demeanor giving way to a rare streak of frustration. "She's too smooth. I don't like her," Diana muttered, loud enough for Dave to hear but low enough to avoid being outright rude. Dave chuckled as the elevator doors closed. "Jealous much?" he teased, looking down at her with an amused glint in his eyes. Diana shot him a sharp look, her lips pressing into a pout. "Not jealous. I just don't trust her. She gives off that vibe, you know. Like she's always 2 steps ahead, and I don't want you getting wrapped up in something shady." Dave smiled softly at Diana's concern. "I get it, Diana. But you don't need to worry. I'm not going in blind. Emma Frost is a powerful player, but so am I." He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Besides, it's just dinner. Nothing more, nothing less, for now." Diana didn't seem entirely convinced, but she sighed and leaned back, clearly resigned to the situation. Fine. Just, don't let her steal all your attention, okay? Dave smirked. You know that's impossible. The elevator chimed, reaching the ground floor as the doors slid open. Dave and Diana stepped out, walking toward their car, but Diana couldn't shake the lingering suspicion she had about Emma. Though outwardly charming, she couldn't help but feel that Emma Frost was playing a deeper game than she let on. As Dave settled into the driver's seat and Diana in the passenger seat, he gave her a quick glance. You sure you'll be all right tonight without me? Diana huffed dramatically. Since, when did I need you for a night? But she quickly added, just don't forget who's got your back, okay? Dave smiled, starting the car. I wouldn't dream of it. Emma Frost stood by the large window, her gaze fixed on Dave's car as it drove away. She watched for a moment longer before turning back and sinking into her chair. Her eyes gleamed with a calculating glint as she contemplated her company's precarious situation. His presence was almost too good to be true, she muttered to herself. Unbeknownst to Dave, Frost International was quietly teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Especially after Stark Industries announced their shift from weapons to technology, companies like Frost International had begun to lose their value. Tony Stark's genius and the public's faith in his vision were siphoning away potential investors from others, including Emma's own company. It figures, she sighed, tapping her fingers against the desk. I was considering going to Adrian for funds, but it looks like I no longer need to grovel to that bitch. Emma's lips curled in a slight smirk as she picked up her phone and dialed a close associate. I need a dress that can make a man fall head over heels for me, she said matter-of-factly. Are you drunk? Came the surprised voice from the other end. Just get me the dress, Emma responded, her tone sharp, cutting off any further protests. Sheesh. The sun must have risen in the west today, Emma Frost, interested in a man, her friend teased dramatically. Are you helping me or not? Emma snapped, her voice laced with a hint of icy authority. All right. I'll be over at your place later. Let me grab something that'll make you so beautiful that a lot of tents will rise before anyone know it, her friend replied playfully, ending the call with a laugh. Emma rolled her eyes but smiled to herself, nodding as she began to put things in order. She had a plan, and soon enough, she'd make sure her next move was just as flawless as she appeared. Taking care of all work and explaining rest of the work to her secretary, she began to leave the office and drive back to her home. Reaching there, she found her friend waiting for her. Chapter 38, Date with Emma. Dave soon arrived back at his home, parting ways with Diana, who returned to the company while he prepared for the evening ahead. Standing in front of the mirror, he inspected his appearance, thinking aloud, I wonder what her preferences are. Trish, lounging nearby, noticed Dave's curious expression. What are you doing? She asked, eyeing him playfully. I've got a date with a beauty tonight, Dave replied with a smirk. Trish raised an eyebrow, already sensing the tease coming. Let me guess, she's blonde and hot. Trish grinned, teasing him as Dave chuckled and nodded. You know me too well, Dave admitted with a light laugh. Well, enjoy your night alone with her, Trish said with a mischievous smile as she blew a playful breath of air in Dave's ear. Dave glanced at the clock, noting that he still had plenty of time. You shouldn't have provoked me, he grinned back, scooping her up effortlessly before heading toward the bedroom. Trish gasped, laughing as Dave carried her off. You're impossible, she giggled, but the playful spark between them was undeniable. Tonight, Dave would meet Emma Frost, but for now, his attention was fully on Trish. Dave carried Trish to the bedroom, the laughter between them filling the room as he gently placed her down on the bed. She gazed up at him, still smirking, but there was a soft warmth in her eyes. You always know how to change the mood, she teased, playfully tugging at his shirt. Well, I can't help it when you make things so tempting, Dave replied with a grin, leaning down as their lips met for a brief, tender kiss. The teasing and playful atmosphere melted into something more intimate for a few moments. As they lay together, Trish's voice softened. You really like this girl, huh? Emma Frost. Dave chuckled lightly. I don't know yet. It's more of a business date for now, he said, running his hand through her hair. But she's interesting, and I think she could be a good ally for what's to come. Trish nodded, understanding the layers of Dave's plans. She knew he was always thinking ahead, strategizing every move, but she appreciated these moments where he could just be present with her. Just don't get too distracted, she teased again, or I might have to come and steal you back. Dave laughed and sat up, gently patting her leg. No one could steal me from you, he said, planting a quick kiss on her forehead before rising to get dressed for his dinner with Emma. As he moved about the room, Trish watched him, her eyes lingering with both affection and curiosity. She knew Dave was someone who could handle himself in any situation, but there was always a spark of unpredictability in him that made every encounter exciting. Once Dave was dressed, looking sharp and ready for the evening, Trish whistled, You clean up nice. Better make sure that Frost Lady doesn't get too mesmerized by you. Right, Dave grinned, adjusting his collar as he glanced at the mirror one last time. Wish me luck. Good luck, Trish said with a wink. But remember, you owe me a night after this. You've got a deal, Dave said with a smile, giving her one last look before heading out. As he left his home and got into his car, the thought of Emma Frost lingered in his mind. She was more than just a beautiful face, there was something mysterious about her, something that made Dave attracted to her, her powers that lay dormant in her. He knew tonight would be an important step, not just for potential romance, but for whatever power she could bring to his growing influence. As the city lights flickered by on his drive, Dave remained calm and collected, mentally preparing for the evening ahead. Whatever happened tonight with Emma, he knew it would lead to bigger things. And he was ready for it. Meanwhile, across the city at her lavish penthouse, Emma Frost stood before an ornate full-length mirror, frowning as she tried on yet another dress. Her usually calm and composed demeanor had given way to an unusual wave of indecision. One dress after another lay strewn across her bed and floor, a rare sight for someone as impeccably organized as Emma. This one's too formal, she muttered, slipping out of a sleek black gown and tossing it aside, walking back to her wardrobe. Emma Frost, the CEO of Frost International, was used to commanding attention without effort. Her beauty and confidence alone usually ensured that people bent to her will. Yet, for some reason, the thought of her dinner with Dave Garcia had her second-guessing everything. She had felt something different when she met him earlier, his calm demeanor, the way he effortlessly saw through her charm, and the sheer power he exuded intrigued her more than she cared to admit. Slipping into a flowing silver dress, Emma examined herself in the mirror, her expression thoughtful. "Too flashy," she said, shaking her head. She sighed, pulling the dress off, leaving it on the back of a chair before moving on to the next option. She paused for a moment, glancing at her reflection, her hand resting on her chin. "Why am I even trying this hard?" she whispered to herself. "He's just another man, no different from the others." But deep down, Emma knew Dave wasn't just another man. He was unpredictable, and that intrigued her. Normally, men were easy to manipulate, but with him, there was something elusive. And Emma hated not being in control. Finally, after what felt like hours, she pulled out a dress she hadn't worn in a long time, a sleek, form-fitting white dress that subtly hinted at her signature style as the White Queen, but with a modern twist. It was elegant, but not overpowering, and it allowed her to maintain the air of sophistication she always exuded while appearing approachable. As she slipped into the dress, Emma smiled at her reflection. This will do, she decided, her blue eyes gleaming with confidence once more. Chapter 39, Date with Emma 2. She moved to her vanity, carefully styling her blonde hair into soft waves that framed her face perfectly. She applied her makeup with precision, enhancing her already striking features. With a final touch of lip gloss, she stood back and admired her transformation. "Perfect," Emma whispered to herself, the self-assured smile back on her lips. She was ready for whatever game Dave was playing. If he thought he could charm her, she would be the one in control tonight. As she grabbed her clutch and checked the time, Emma allowed herself a small smirk. Tonight, the chessboard was set. And she was determined to stay several moves ahead, no matter what. "Let's see what you're really after, Dave Garcia," she murmured to herself before heading out to meet him. She left confidently with a smirk playing on her lips alas. Next morning. The sunlight filtered softly through the curtains, casting a warm glow across the room as Emma Frost slowly stirred awake. Her head felt slightly foggy, and she blinked a few times, trying to shake off the haze of sleep. It took her a moment to realize she wasn't alone, her head was resting on the bare chest of Dave Garcia. Emma's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively sat up, clutching the bedsheet to her chest. Her mind raced as she tried to piece together what had happened the night before. "How did this happen?" she mumbled quietly to herself, frowning as flashes of the evening returned in fragmented pieces, dinner, drinks, laughter, a spark of connection. But she couldn't quite recall how things had escalated to this. As she tried to gather her thoughts, she suddenly heard Dave's calm voice. "You're awake," he said, his tone steady and relaxed. Emma turned her head to look at him, her expression still one of confusion mixed with surprise. "Yes," she replied softly, her usual composed demeanor faltering as she tried to make sense of the situation. Without another word, she slipped away from his chest and laid beside him, staring up at the ceiling, her mind racing. This wasn't like her. She never lost control. And yet, here she was. Dave glanced over at her, sensing her unease. "You should rest," he said in a gentle, reassuring tone. He sat up, kissed her softly on the lips, an action that felt both natural and intimate, and then effortlessly got out of bed, gathering his clothes. Emma remained lying there, watching him as he got dressed and left the room with a final glance in her direction. The door closed softly behind him, leaving her alone in the quiet room. Emma sat up, still clutching the bedsheet, her mind swirling with questions. Seriously, just what happened last night, she thought to herself, frustration bubbling up. She was a master of control, always several steps ahead of everyone. And yet, with Dave, she couldn't shake the feeling that she had been caught off guard, that somehow he had taken the lead in a game she usually dominated. Her thoughts drifted back to the dinner, trying to pinpoint the moment things had shifted. But there was a nagging feeling deep inside her, a strange mix of curiosity and unease. "What are you after, Dave Garcia?" Emma whispered to herself, determined to regain control of the situation. Then she remembered how she ended up like that last night. As Emma arrived at the restaurant, she was immediately greeted by a polite waiter. "Miss Frost?" he asked with a professional smile. Emma nodded, her usual calm exterior intact, though her mind was preoccupied with the evening ahead. The waiter led her to the VIP section, situated on the top floor, where a large window offered a stunning view of the city skyline illuminated by the beauty of the night. The soft lights of the streets below twinkled like stars, reflecting the vibrant energy of New York. "This is your room," the waiter announced as he bowed slightly and opened the door. Emma stepped into the private dining room, her eyes widening in subtle surprise as they landed on Dave. He was seated casually on a plush sofa, facing the window, seemingly lost in thought as he admired the night view. When he sensed her presence, he turned his head toward her and smiled, a warm, inviting smile that seemed to melt the tension she didn't even know she was carrying. "Welcome, Emma," Dave said, standing up to greet her. For a brief moment, Emma felt a strange sense of being caught off guard. There was something about his presence that made her feel different. Composed as ever, she nodded in acknowledgement, but her breath hitched slightly as she took in how effortlessly handsome he looked tonight. "You look beautiful," Dave remarked, his voice genuine and smooth. Emma felt an unfamiliar flutter in her chest, her heart betraying her usual calmness. She gave a faint, polite smile, trying to regain control of her emotions. "You also look dashing," she replied, her voice wavering just a bit, a rare vulnerability slipping through. Inwardly, she scolded herself. "What are you doing?" she thought, irritated at how easily her composure seemed to be slipping in front of him. She had faced off against powerful minds and business moguls, yet this man was somehow disarming her without even trying. As Dave gestured for her to take a seat, Emma breathed in deeply, forcing herself to regain her sharpness. This wasn't just any dinner, it was a carefully calculated move, and she needed to stay focused. Still, something about Dave made it difficult to remain as detached as she usually was. "Humph, I will not let you lead this conversation," Emma thought to herself, steeling her resolve as she sat across from Dave. Her posture was elegant and upright, exuding confidence as she locked her gaze on him. "You've chosen quite a nice place," she remarked coolly, her voice laced with the sophistication she was known for. She subtly adjusted her posture, as if reclaiming control over the evening's narrative. Chapter 40, Date with Emma 3. Dave leaned back, a soft smile tugging at his lips. "I thought it would suit the occasion," he replied, his tone easygoing yet firm. His relaxed demeanor only seemed to add to the tension Emma was determined to break. She raised an eyebrow, intrigued yet wary. "And what exactly is the occasion, Mr. Garcia?" Emma asked, her voice carrying a hint of challenge as she emphasized his name, deliberately avoiding the casual tone he had used earlier. Dave chuckled softly, leaning forward slightly. "We're both people of influence, Emma," he said, using her first name with an air of familiarity that made her tense. "You and I know that power in the right hands can shape the world." He paused, his eyes locking with hers. "I'm simply here to see if we can share a vision, or maybe even create something new together." Emma's gaze narrowed, her mind racing as she tried to decipher his true intentions. This isn't just a dinner, she realized. He's playing a bigger game, but so am I. Still, she wasn't about to back down. "Bold words, Mr. Garcia. But what exactly do you have in mind?" Emma asked, leaning back as she crossed her legs, letting the challenge linger in the air. She wasn't going to be led easily, not tonight. "Be my girlfriend," Dave said, his voice smooth as he looked at Emma with that same disarming smile. "Huh." Emma let out a soft, almost uncharacteristically cute sound, her composure shattered in an instant. Her mind went blank for a moment, all her careful calculations vanishing into thin air. "This was your goal all along?" she screamed inwardly. She had assumed he was after her company, especially now that Frost International was teetering on the edge of collapse. She thought he had come to make a business move, to buy her out or propose a partnership, something strategic. But this, he wasn't trying to gobble up her company, he was trying to gobble her up. Emma blinked, trying to regain her composure. "You're serious?" she finally asked, her voice carrying a hint of disbelief, still struggling to wrap her mind around his unexpected proposal. Dave nodded, his smile unwavering. "I'm very serious, Emma. You're powerful, intelligent, and beautiful, everything I could ever want. Why wouldn't I be interested?" Her heart raced, caught off guard by both his directness and his reasoning. Emma wasn't used to being on the defensive in situations like this. She had always been the one with control, manipulating circumstances and people to suit her desires. But now, Dave had her completely off balance. She started, but paused, searching for the right words. Her usual confidence seemed to falter, and for a moment, she felt like a normal woman being asked out by a man who saw her as more than just a business asset. Finally, Emma let out a soft laugh, shaking her head slightly. "You're something else, Mr. Garcia," she said, her usual mask of charm slipping back into place. "I wasn't expecting that." "And your answer?" Dave asked, leaning in slightly, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Emma's lips curled into a smile, but this time, it was one of genuine intrigue. "Let's just say, you've caught my attention, and that's not easy to do." Emma, now realizing that Dave wasn't here to dismantle her company but instead had a much more personal interest in her, visibly relaxed. With a playful smirk, she crossed one leg over the other, her dress shifting slightly to reveal more of her toned figure, her eyes locking on Dave's. "Why don't we treat this as a date then?" she suggested, her voice sultry and teasing. Her confidence returned as she leaned in slightly, her eyes gleaming mischievously. "If it goes the right way, who knows? I might even end up in your bed tonight." Her words were laced with seduction, a playful challenge she didn't fully grasp would be prophetic. Emma wasn't used to being outmaneuvered in such situations, but something about Dave intrigued her, maybe even excited her. Dave chuckled, his expression not shifting an inch. He knew what she was doing, but he also knew that things were already moving in his favor. "I like where this is going," he said smoothly, his eyes scanning her figure appreciatively but without losing his composure. "But let's see how the night unfolds. I'm in no rush." Emma smiled back, a spark of curiosity flickering in her eyes. She hadn't expected Dave to be so bold, yet so composed. It was rare to find someone who could stand toe-to-toe with her in both business and seduction. "All right then, let's enjoy our evening," Emma purred, leaning back in her chair, her posture confident and inviting. "Let's see if you can keep up with me, Dave." "Great, why don't we start with our likes?" "What do you like, Emma?" "And please, call me Dave, or it won't feel like a date," Dave said, looking at her with a smile. "All right, Dave," Emma giggled, a teasing smile playing on her lips as she leaned forward slightly. "Let's see, what do I like?" She paused for a moment, as if genuinely contemplating her answer. "Well, aside from running a company and taking control of any room I walk into, I enjoy the finer things in life. Good wine, classical music, and intellectual challenges," she said, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She locked eyes with Dave. "But I also like to keep people guessing. There's always more than what meets the eye with me." Dave chuckled at her playful tone. "I can tell you're full of surprises. But what about outside of business and power plays, what makes Emma Frost, Emma Frost? Any hobbies, secret pleasures?" Emma tilted her head, clearly enjoying the back and forth. "I'm also quite fond of art, specifically sculpture. And, well, I have a bit of a soft spot for mind games, not just the telepathic kind," she said with a wink. Dave smiled. "Interesting, so you enjoy a good challenge." He leaned back, his gaze never leaving hers. "As for me, I like things that are unexpected. Whether it's technology or people. I find curiosity drives me, and so do challenges. Keeps life from getting boring." Emma raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Curiosity and challenges, huh? So you're not easily satisfied?" "Not in the slightest," Dave replied, his voice deepening just a bit as he met her gaze directly. "I think that's why I'm sitting here with you right now." Emma smirked, feeling the intensity of his words. "Well then, Dave, looks like we both have a lot to discover about each other tonight, don't we?" she said, her voice dropping to a sultry tone, signaling that the game was just beginning. Chapter 41, Trish and Emma. "Ha! I can't believe I got drunk and ended up in bed with him," Emma muttered to herself, covering her face as she thought about her activities from the previous night. Her face turned even redder as she recalled how gentle and sweet Dave had been. "But, he was quite gentle and sweet," she whispered, her embarrassment mixing with the warmth of the memory. Maybe, it's actually nice to be in a relationship, Emma thought to herself, feeling conflicted but oddly content. As she was deep in thought, she lifted her head to see Dave emerging, holding a tray. "Here, you should rest in bed for now," Dave said kindly as he placed the food in front of her. Emma looked at the tray, surprised to see toast, eggs, and milk. "This?" she asked, looking up at him. "Well, you might feel some discomfort if you try to move too much, so I thought you should have breakfast in bed," Dave explained with a smile. Emma smiled back softly, appreciating the gesture. She felt a sense of warmth and care she hadn't expected, and nodded. "Thank you, Dave," she said, feeling more at ease as she dug into the breakfast, realizing she was more satisfied than she had anticipated. "It's okay, I can do this much for my girlfriend," Dave smiled and said. Emma nodded. "I'm going to the washroom." "You eat in comfort," Dave said as he left the room, leaving Emma to her thoughts. Moments later, Diana stormed in, crossing her arms with a cold expression. "Why did you seduce him? What do you want from him?" she demanded, her voice sharp, like an angry cat ready to pounce. Emma raised her head, an eyebrow arching slightly before a sly smile tugged at her lips. Jealous, she asked playfully. What? Who's jealous? Diana stuttered, her face flushing with anger and embarrassment. I just want to make sure Dave doesn't get smitten by a slut like you, she pointed accusingly, her voice laced with frustration. Emma rolled her eyes at Diana's outburst, smirking. So, you do like him, she muttered to herself. But you should give up now. He's mine, Emma declared confidently, standing tall as Diana fumed. Diana let out a mocking laugh. You may not know this, but there's another woman in Dave's life, her name is Trish, and you are nothing compared to her, she sneered, her words dripping with scorn. Emma frowned, setting the food tray aside. Despite her composure, a flash of coldness flickered in her eyes. Who is this Trish? She asked icily. Follow me, and you'll see, Diana replied with a smug grin, already turning to lead the way. Humph, I may lose to Trish, but I won't lose to you, Diana thought inwardly, determined to keep Emma at bay. Meanwhile, Dave, who had been listening to the conversation from the hallway, chuckled to himself. Will there be a catfight, or will Trish handle this, he wondered, deciding to let things unfold and see what would happen next. Is there any other woman in Dave's life and he is just playboy? Emma thought to herself as she clenched her fist angrily. Here she is, Diana said, pointing toward the drop-dead gorgeous woman lounging lazily on the sofa, watching TV. Emma, looking at Trish, felt her confidence waver for a moment. However, she mustered her courage and confronted her directly. Are you Dave's girlfriend? She asked angrily, her voice sharp. No, Trish replied without even glancing at Emma. Of course, I'm his servant, not his girlfriend, she thought inwardly, keeping her true feelings hidden. Trish's casual response only frustrated Emma more, so she pressed on, her eyes narrowing. Are you sleeping with him? She asked, her voice trembling with anger. Yes, I am, Trish responded bluntly. Emma's eyes widened, and her fists clenched in fury. That bastard. She muttered under her breath, feeling betrayed. But it's for his safety, Trish added calmly, not breaking her relaxed posture. She glanced at Emma from the corner of her eye, watching her reaction closely. Huh? What do you mean? Emma demanded, still boiling with anger and confusion. A low chuckle escaped Trish as she suddenly transformed into her demonic form, dark wings sprouted, horns emerged, and her appearance became truly devilish. Emma, startled, fell back onto her knees, fear creeping into her expression. Relax, Trish said, her voice taking on a more sinister tone. I'm a demon under Dave's command. He's gained my power, but it's too much for a human to handle alone. Emma stared at her, both shocked and trying to comprehend the situation. So, you're protecting him by being with him, she asked, her anger slowly giving way to confusion. Exactly, Trish said with a smirk. It's not about love, it's about power, and trust me, you don't want to cross me. Emma gulped, still trying to process the bizarre revelation. Does she have to complicate it like that? Dave thought as he looked at Trish. It's better to be honest from start, lest it break our relationship later, Dave thought as he entered wearing his towel. But even after that, I won't leave her, Dave said as he entered the room, his voice calm but firm. Emma looked back at him, still wearing her lingerie, catching his gaze as his eyes briefly wandered over her. What do you mean? She asked, standing up, her eyes narrowing as she walked closer to him. I mean, she has helped me in more ways than you know. Even if I later gain full control of my powers, I won't abandon her, Dave said, his tone resolute. So, you want a harem? Emma crossed her arms, staring him down, her voice cool yet laced with an edge of disbelief. Yes, Dave nodded, bracing himself for the possible backlash and the sudden tension between them, especially considering their freshly formed relationship. To his surprise, Emma didn't explode in anger. Instead, she took a moment, her expression shifting, calculating. Finally, she replied, I will allow it. Huh. Dave almost lost his balance, his eyes wide with shock as he stared at her, not expecting that response. Emma smirked a little, walking up to him. I'm no fool, Dave. Power attracts power. As long as I stand at your side, I'll have what I want, too. Just remember, I won't be second to anyone. Her tone was as cold as it was confident, showing that she wasn't backing down but rather adjusting to this unexpected dynamic. Dave was still processing her answer, but one thing was clear, this wasn't going to be as simple as he thought. Chapter 42, Trish and Emma 2. Emma then turned to Trish, her expression sharp as she demanded, if you want to keep my boyfriend, then give me power too. Trish shook her head, her gaze steady. I can't. The power I have is too destructive. You'd end up consumed by it. Emma frowned, her lips pressing into a thin line. Dave stepped in, placing a calming hand on Emma's shoulder. Trish is right. But don't worry. I'm working on something else. Soon, you'll have your own power, one that suits you. Emma looked back at him, her irritation easing as she nodded, though her pride still held strong. Fine. But don't take too long. She then glanced down at herself, chuckling lightly. By the way, where are my clothes? I can't exactly go out in my underwear. Dave smiled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. You can find something in my bedroom, there's a dress that should suit you. Emma raised a brow, smirking slightly at his suggestion. Nice try, but you're not getting anywhere with me until I have my power. She let out a playful huff as Diana handed her clothes. Dave chuckled softly, his hand gently trailing along Emma's arm as he leaned in closer. I can't touch you, or what? He asked, his voice teasing, eyes locked onto hers. Emma began to respond, but before she could finish, Dave captured her lips in a fierce kiss, cutting off her words. His lips moved with a determined passion, and when he finally pulled back, he smirked. Looks like I'll have to punish you a little. His hands roamed, cupping her with deliberate intent, causing Emma's face to flush a deep red. Though she tried to pretend she was resisting, her body betrayed her true feelings, trembling under his touch. Anyone could see she wasn't really putting up much of a fight. Without another word, Dave swept her up in his arms, carrying her to the bedroom for yet another round of intense passion. Can I join in? Trish asked casually, her devilish grin playing across her lips. No. Emma shot back fiercely, her cheeks still flushed and her composure barely intact. She wasn't ready to share this moment, especially not with another person present. Dave chuckled at Emma's reaction, shaking his head slightly. Maybe next time, he teased, giving Trish a knowing glance. Trish shrugged nonchalantly. Your loss, she replied, her grin never fading as she turned to leave, leaving the two to their privacy. Emma huffed, still flustered but trying to regain control, while Dave just smiled, clearly enjoying the moment. Dave couldn't help but smirk as he watched Emma try to regain her composure. She pulled the sheets tighter around herself, her face still flushed. You're enjoying this too much, she muttered under her breath, shooting a quick glance at him. You make it hard not to, Dave replied, his tone teasing but with a gentleness that made Emma's defenses falter even more. He moved closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face. You don't need to worry. There's no rush with us. We'll take things at your pace. Emma, for a moment, let her guard down, leaning into his touch. You sure know how to handle a woman, she said softly, her usual calculating expression replaced by something more vulnerable. Dave smiled, giving her a reassuring nod. Only because you let me. The warmth of the moment lingered as the two sat in silence for a while. Emma finally sighed, her typical confidence slowly returning. All right, maybe I overreacted a bit back there, she admitted. Dave raised an eyebrow. A bit. Okay, fine, maybe more than a bit, Emma laughed, rolling her eyes. But you can't blame me. I wasn't expecting all of this. I like keeping you on your toes, Dave said, winking at her. Clearly, Emma responded with a smirk, her earlier tension dissipating. She paused for a moment, her expression shifting as she thought about everything that had happened. So, what's next for us? Dave leaned back, looking at her thoughtfully. Well, we've got a lot to figure out, Emma. Business, personal life, and everything in between. But for now, why don't we just focus on enjoying the present? Emma nodded, a small smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Agreed. But don't think for a second that I'll make this easy for you, Dave. You may have won this round, but I don't go down that easily. Dave grinned. I wouldn't expect anything less. The playful banter lingered in the air, but underneath it, there was a deeper understanding forming between them. As Emma finally stood up to dress, she looked over her shoulder at Dave with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Just so you know, next time, I'll be in control. Dave chuckled, already anticipating the challenge. I'll be looking forward to it. You will see, Emma said, as she began to leave wearing her clothes. Ring ring. Dave opened his eyes as he heard the ringing sound of his phone. Hey. What's up? Dave answered. I need help, came Tony's painful voice from the other end. Where are you? Dave asked, immediately alert. Home, Tony replied, his voice weak and strained. Dave quickly dressed, his mind already racing as the urgency of Tony's situation hit him. He hadn't heard Tony Stark sound that vulnerable before. Something serious must have happened, Dave muttered to himself, grabbing his jacket and checking his weapons out of habit. He glanced at the quest notification hovering in front of him. Emergency quest. Help Tony. Reward, Tony quest line opens. The reward intrigued him, but that wasn't the focus right now. Tony needed help, and fast. Dave hurried out of his apartment, making his way to Tony's place. Stark residence. When Dave arrived, the mansion was eerily quiet. Normally, Tony would have security or Jarvis greeting him at the door, but there was nothing. His instincts flared, and he moved cautiously inside, keeping his senses sharp. As he walked down the main hallway, he heard faint sounds coming from one of the rooms deeper inside. Chapter 43, Obadiah's End 2. Following the noise, Dave found Tony sprawled out on the floor of his workshop, his hand clutching his chest, breathing heavily. The arc reactor in his chest was missing, it wasn't where it should be. Tony. Dave rushed to his side, kneeling down. What happened? Tony coughed weakly, looking up at him. Obadiah took the arc reactor, he. Tony gasped, struggling for breath. Why didn't you use the armor? Dave asked, already pulling out his phone to contact medical help or alert someone. Didn't get the chance, he used an old pranking tech of mine, Tony managed to say. Dave nodded, understanding the situation. Do you have any spare reactors? Dave asked as he scooped Tony up in a princess carry and began to head downstairs, where all of Tony's tech was usually spread out. Not there, my room, Tony gasped as his condition continued to worsen, looking as though he might faint any moment. Dave followed Jarvis' directions and rushed Tony to his room. As he entered, he found a hidden safe behind a painting, just like Jarvis had directed him. Opening it, Dave saw a bunch of spare arc reactors neatly stored inside, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He quickly grabbed one and carefully placed it into Tony's chest. "Oh," Tony gasped loudly, breathing deeply as he sat up, clutching his chest. "You saved me there." "Well, you had a lot of spares," Dave said, noting there were about 10 more arc reactors inside the safe. "Yeah, after that little gift of yours swallowed up my armor, I got scared it might swallow my reactor too, so I made extra backups for emergencies," Tony explained with a faint grin, and Dave nodded. "Where's Pepper?" Dave asked, now serious. "Obadiah took her. He found out I sent her after him, and now he's planning to kill her first," Tony said grimly as he stood up, his strength returning. He began moving toward his basement lab where his suits were stored. "Why did he take her?" Dave asked, following closely. "He figured out what I was up to, and Pepper was the one I sent to gather evidence against him. Now he's holding her to get back at me," Tony said as they reached the basement. Tony quickly suited up in his armor, grabbing 2 gauntlets, just he picked them, his body was covered in Ifrit Mark I, the Iron Man armor. "You coming with me?" Tony asked, looking at Dave. "Of course," Dave nodded, shifting into his Dante form. "So it was you," Tony said, realizing now who had taken down the abomination. Dave nodded, knowing Tony had just connected the dots. Now it was time to save Pepper and put an end to Obadiah's scheme. Tony, fully suited up in his armor, turned toward the exit of his workshop, determination evident on his face. The tension in the air was thick, and Dave, now in his Dante form, cracked his neck, ready for whatever was coming. "Jarvis, locate Obadiah," Tony commanded. "Sir, his last known position is near the Stark Industries warehouse district," Jarvis responded, his calm voice contrasting with the urgency of the situation. "Let's move," Tony said, blasting off from the basement with his thrusters, while Dave followed, leaping through the air with ease, keeping up with the flying suit of armor. As they approached the warehouse district, Dave spoke up. "What's the plan? Is he expecting you?" "He probably is," Tony replied through his comms. "He's got my old arc reactor in his chest now, and he's using a version of my suit, probably thinking he can overpower me with brute strength. That overconfidence will be his downfall," Dave muttered. "I'll take care of any distractions, you focus on Pepper and getting that reactor back." "Deal," Tony agreed as they closed in on the warehouse. From a distance, they could see the massive figure of Obadiah's armor, larger and bulkier than Tony's Iron Man suit, standing menacingly near a line of shipping containers. Next to him, Pepper was tied to a metal post, her face pale but her eyes sharp with determination. Tony landed first, his suit hitting the ground with a metallic thud. Dave followed, his boots skidding across the gravel as he came to a stop beside Tony. Obadiah turned slowly, his massive suit creaking under the weight of its oversized frame. "So, you finally showed up, Stark," Obadiah's voice boomed through his suit speakers, dripping with malice. "And you brought a friend." "I'm not here to talk, Obadiah," Tony said coldly, his visor lowering over his face. "You crossed the line when you went after Pepper." Obadiah laughed, the sound rumbling through the air. "You never had the guts for this, Tony. Always hiding behind your technology. But me? I'll crush you with your own invention." As Obadiah took a step forward, Dave shifted slightly, his eyes narrowing. "You're making a big mistake if you think brute force is going to win this." Obadiah sneered. "And who are you, huh? Another of Stark's lackeys?" Dave smirked, raising his hand as a glowing red energy gathered around it. "You'll find out soon enough." Before Obadiah could react, Dave dashed forward, using his air trick ability to vanish and reappear behind Obadiah's massive armor. With a swift strike, he slashed at one of the armor's joints, causing sparks to fly. Obadiah roared in anger, spinning around to face Dave, but the smaller and faster man easily dodged his attacks, slipping through the air like a shadow. While Dave kept Obadiah distracted, Tony made his move toward Pepper, his suit's scanners analyzing her restraints. "Hang tight, I'm getting you out of here," he said, his suit's gauntlet lighting up as he carefully sliced through the metal bindings. Pepper, though shaken, nodded. "Be careful, Tony. Obadiah's gone mad." "I know," Tony replied, his tone softening for a moment as he freed her hands. "But he hasn't gone mad, he is just showing his real face." Suddenly, Obadiah let out a bellowing roar, swinging his massive arm toward Dave, who nimbly avoided it with a backflip. The attack missed, crashing into the ground and leaving a deep crater. Chapter 44, Obadiah N3. "She's safe," Dave said, glancing back at the ironmonger. Obadiah, still in his bulky suit, swung another fist at him, determined to crush him. Dave merely looked at the incoming punch with a sidelong glance, raising his hand effortlessly to stop it, without even moving his feet. "What?" Obadiah shouted in disbelief, stunned that Dave, in his Dante form, had stopped his punch so easily. "Idiot," Dave laughed, tightening his grip on Obadiah's fist. "I was just pretending to struggle so you wouldn't target Pepper while she was bound." With a swift motion, Dave crushed the metal gauntlet of the ironmonger suit, causing it to crumple and sparks to fly. Along with the destruction of the armor, Obadiah screamed in agony as his hand was trapped inside. "Arf!" Obadiah howled in pain. Without hesitation, Dave yanked Obadiah forward and then delivered a powerful kick to his chest, sending him flying through the air. Obadiah crashed into a nearby building, debris and metal falling around him as his suit continued to malfunction. Dave's eyes glinted as Obadiah, in the massive ironmonger suit, came crashing down, slamming into the side of the building with a loud thud. Obadiah groaned in pain, his suit sparking and dented from the sheer force of Dave's kick. "Impossible!" Obadiah shouted, struggling to get back on his feet. "This suit, it's indestructible. How are you so strong?" Dave simply smirked, his eyes glowing faintly with demonic energy. "You're dealing with someone way out of your league, Obadiah. The moment you decided to target Pepper, you sealed your fate." Obadiah snarled and swung again, but this time, the punch was slower, less precise. Dave caught the massive fist with ease, his fingers digging into the metal. He tightened his grip, and with a casual twist of his wrist, he wrenched the arm of the ironmonger suit, causing it to screech and spark. "I don't have time for this," Dave muttered as he ripped the arm clean off, tossing it aside like a discarded toy. Obadiah stumbled back, his breathing ragged, fear now evident in his eyes. "No, this can't be how it ends." "You made your choices," Dave said coldly, stepping forward as Obadiah backed up in desperation. "Now deal with the consequences." Before Obadiah could react, Dave vanished, appearing directly in front of him with a burst of speed. With a powerful uppercut, Dave sent Obadiah flying once more, his suit crashing through several metal beams before finally slamming into the ground, completely immobilized. Tony, now standing with Pepper, watched in awe as Dave calmly approached the wrecked ironmonger suit. "That was intense," Tony muttered. Dave glanced over his shoulder, giving Tony a nod. "All part of the job." Obadiah, barely conscious, coughed weakly from within his shattered suit. "Stark, you ruined me." Tony stepped forward, his helmet retracting as he stared down at his former mentor. "You did this to yourself, Obadiah. You let your greed and thirst for power destroy everything." Obadiah groaned, his head slumping forward in defeat. Tony nodded, calling out to Jarvis. "Alert the authorities to come pick him up. We're done here." "No, why the authorities, just let me handle it," Dave said, as Tony frowned but nodded. Dave approached Obadiah's crumpled ironmonger suit, his eyes glowing faintly as he prepared to carry out his next move. With a cold expression, he ripped open the chest plate, exposing Obadiah's heaving form beneath. Obadiah groaned, still conscious but barely able to move, his breath labored. Without hesitation, Dave summoned a swirling red energy into his hand, demonic power radiating from it. "I wonder what I'll get from this," Dave thought to himself as he plunged his hand into Obadiah's chest. Obadiah's body initially relaxed, the energy seeping into him almost like a healing balm. But moments later, his body stiffened violently. His eyes flew open in terror, and his mouth twisted in pain as the demonic energy took over. Obadiah thrashed, screaming as his body began to morph, energy surging through him, reshaping and corrupting him from the inside out. The remnants of the ironmonger suit began to fuse with his body, turning him into a grotesque, metallic demon. Pepper turned her head away, unable to watch, while Tony stood in shock, staring at the horror unfolding before him. "Dave, what the hell are you doing?" Tony demanded, stepping forward but not daring to intervene. Dave glanced at him, his expression calm. "I've made him into a demon. Now, instead of being a threat, he can produce demonic energy. You can use him to recharge your suits, Tony. He's fully loyal to you now." Tony stared at Obadiah, who was now writhing in pain, his body distorted, a twisted mockery of what he once was. "But, this isn't right. He's still He was never truly human to begin with, Dave interrupted, his voice cold. I just gave him a body that matches the darkness in his soul. Tony was silent, his mind racing as memories of the countless lives lost due to Obadiah's greed surfaced. Still, this isn't what I wanted. Dave shrugged, stepping back. It's what needed to be done. If you let him live as he was, he would have come back for you. Next time, he wouldn't just take your reactor, he'd kill you. Now, he can be of use. Tony clenched his fists but said nothing, the weight of Dave's words sinking in. Tony turned to leave, his work done. I'll be heading back. Just send Obadiah, that thing, to my place once you're done with him. He'll need to rest before he can start generating my energy. Dave watched Tony grab Pepper and fly off, the echo of Obadiah's agonized screams fading into the distance. He shrugged, a small smirk playing on his lips. Well, my work here is done, he muttered, turning his attention back to Obadiah. The man, now transformed into a juggernaut demon, stood before Dave with metallic skin, but his form was more human-like, lean and not as bulky as one might expect. He almost looked normal, save for the gleaming metal covering his body. Dave tilted his head, intrigued. Can you turn your skin back to its original color? He asked, watching with curiosity. Obadiah's red eyes flickered as he concentrated, and slowly, his metallic skin shifted and softened, returning to a more human tone. He now resembled a normal man, though the subtle, unnatural shine of metal still clung to his body. Interesting, Dave mused, eyes scanning the arc reactor embedded in Obadiah's chest. It was fused with him, not just as a technological device but as something more, something pulsating with demonic energy. Blood vessels snaked around it, glowing faintly as they intertwined with the reactor, merging technology and demon biology. He's like a demon cyborg now, Dave thought aloud, admiring the twisted fusion. The arc reactor, once purely a technological marvel, had now become something far more powerful, infused with demonic energy. Chapter 45, Obadiah's End 4. Dave walked up to him, inspecting his creation. You feel that power, don't you? He asked, eyes glinting with curiosity. Obadiah's crimson eyes flickered as he clenched his fists, feeling the energy coursing through him. Yes, but it's different, Obadiah said, his voice gravelly, distorted, almost inhuman. What have you done to me? Dave smirked. I made you into something better. You're no longer just a man in a suit. You're something far more powerful, both machine and demon. Fully loyal to Tony, of course. You'll protect him, won't you? Dave's words dripped with irony, knowing full well the history between Obadiah and Tony. Obadiah looked down at his hands, flexing his fingers. He didn't answer, but the conflict in his eyes was evident. Whatever feelings he had before were now buried under layers of demonic influence and forced loyalty. Still, somewhere deep down, the man who had once sought to destroy Tony Stark was struggling to break free. Dave shrugged. Well, I'll leave you to it. When Tony calls, follow his orders. For now, you should get used to your new form. With a final glance, Dave turned to leave, but not before whispering, you'll serve him well, I'm sure. He walked away from the wreckage, leaving Obadiah standing alone in the darkness. Meanwhile, at Stark Tower, Tony landed on the balcony, setting Pepper down gently. She looked at him, her face pale and eyes wide with concern. Tony, what was that? She asked, the tremor in her voice betraying her fear. That wasn't just about Obadiah, was it? What did Dave do to him? Tony hesitated for a moment, glancing back toward where they had left Obadiah. He turned him into something else, Tony admitted. Some kind of demon hybrid. I don't know what exactly, but he's loyal to me now. Dave said I could use him. Pepper crossed her arms, staring at him. And you're okay with that? With what Dave did? Tony ran a hand through his hair, frustration building. No, I'm not okay with it, but what choice did I have? Obadiah was trying to kill me, again. And this time, Dave saved me. If he hadn't, I'd probably be dead right now. And so would you. Pepper shook her head. But turning Obadiah into that? What kind of solution is that? Tony sighed, feeling the weight of everything pressing down on him. I don't know, Pepper. I really don't. But we need to deal with it, and fast. I can't afford to let something like this get out of control. Back at the wreckage, Obadiah, now fully aware of his new form, stared down at his hands. The demonic power coursed through him, giving him strength beyond what he'd ever imagined. Yet, he felt like a puppet, strings pulled by a master he didn't choose. The ground trembled beneath him as he took a step forward, his metallic feet leaving cracks in the pavement. The arc reactor pulsed, the demonic energy surging. He didn't understand it, this power felt raw, uncontrollable, like it would tear him apart if he let it. And then there was the loyalty, an unnatural, magical bond tying him to Tony. He hated it. But he couldn't resist. No matter how hard he tried to will himself to walk away, to escape, the compulsion always pulled him back. As he stood there, seething with rage and confusion, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Enjoying the gift? Obadiah turned to see a figure emerge from the shadows. It was none other than Trish, in her devilish form, her wings casting ominous shadows in the moonlight. Who are you? Obadiah growled, his demonic instincts flaring up. Trish smirked. I'm someone who knows a lot about what you're going through. After all, Dave and I have been in this business for a while. She circled him slowly, her tail swaying lazily behind her. You've got power now, but it's not yours, is it? You're bound to Tony, like a good little soldier. She leaned in close, her breath hot against his ear. Doesn't that piss you off? Obadiah clenched his fists, the metal groaning under the strain. What do you want? He snarled. Trish's smile widened. Nothing much. Just thought you might want to know that Dave isn't exactly the loyal type. Sure, he says you're Tony's now, but how long do you think that'll last? Demons don't stay bound forever. Eventually, you'll be free. She stepped back, her eyes gleaming with mischief. And when that happens, you'll have choices to make. Obadiah's red eyes flickered with confusion and suspicion. Choices. Trish shrugged. Just something to think about. You've got a second chance now. But it's up to you how you use it. With that, she turned and vanished into the shadows, leaving Obadiah alone once again. But now, her words lingered in his mind, planting seeds of doubt. At Stark Tower. Tony sat at his workbench, staring at a holographic display of the arc reactor. His mind was racing. What had Dave really done? Could he trust this newfound power in Obadiah? And more importantly, could he trust Dave? He glanced at the suit of armor standing in the corner, wondering if even that would be enough to protect him from the kind of power Dave wielded. He'd always relied on his tech, but this was something beyond his control. Something supernatural. Pepper approached him quietly, placing a hand on his shoulder. We need to figure this out, Tony, she said softly. Before it's too late. Tony nodded, knowing she was right. But how? Back at Dave's hideout. Dave returned to his base, where Trish and Emma were waiting. Trish smirked as she saw him, folding her arms across her chest. Well, that was fun. How's Tony holding up? Dave chuckled. He'll figure it out soon enough. Obadiah's his problem now. Emma, still slightly apprehensive about everything that had happened, looked at Dave with concern. Do you think Tony will be okay with all of this? You've essentially given him a demon as a bodyguard. Dave shrugged, nonchalant. Tony's smart. He'll use Obadiah's new form to his advantage. And if not, well, he knows where to find me. Trish grinned. You always know how to make things interesting. Dave leaned back, his eyes glowing faintly with demonic energy. This is just the beginning. There are bigger things coming. Chapter 46, I Am Iron Man. The morning following the chaos, Stark Industries was a media hotspot. A sea of reporters and cameramen surrounded the entrance, all pushing to get closer, their flashes lighting up the scene. Microphones were raised in anticipation as they awaited a statement from Tony Stark. The footage from the night before had spread quickly, a massive, mechanized battle at Stark Tower. Two towering figures had fought, one clearly identifiable as Flaming Armor Guy, the other, a giant, bulky figure with a resemblance to ancient battle armor. Rumors had been swirling all night, and the press was hungry for details. Especially when the rumor is about the new tech of Stark. Outside Stark Tower. The sleek doors of Stark Tower slid open, and out stepped Tony Stark, his face composed despite the weight of the questions about to come his way. Dressed sharply in a black suit, sunglasses covering his eyes, he walked up to the podium that had been hastily set up in front of the building. Pepper Potts followed closely behind, looking both composed and concerned. And there one other guy accompanying them, our always smiling Baldy, Phil Coulson. Make sure to go according to script, Phil said to Tony who just nodded. Will he even act according to it, he thought, as he stood there calmly. Mr. Stark. Mr. Stark, reporters called out, their questions blending into a cacophony of demands for answers. Tony raised his hand to calm the noise, waiting for the crowd to settle. Once it was quiet enough, he cleared his throat and adjusted the microphone. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure you've all got a lot of questions, so let's get right to it. A reporter at the front thrust her microphone forward, shouting her question, can you explain what happened last night? Was Stark Industries attacked? Tony paused, choosing his words carefully. Last night, an incident occurred involving a rogue suit of armor. It was a prototype, part of an older project that went off the rails. I'm sure you've all seen the footage, and I won't deny that things got a bit out of hand. The crowd erupted with more questions, but Tony continued before they could overwhelm him. However, I handled it. The situation is under control, and the damage is being addressed. Another reporter managed to push his way to the front. Mr. Stark, was this an act of corporate sabotage? Is Stark Industries in danger? Tony smirked, his usual confident demeanor returning. Stark Industries is fine. No sabotage, no hostile takeover. Just wrong programming that got a little heated. Phil behind him nodded, seeing he is going according to script. Last night the whole incident was captured and released on net, though the Shield had removed it, but by that time, most influential people have now know it. The reporters buzzed at the vagueness of his response, and someone shouted, and what about the humanoid figure that was seen fighting alongside Iron Man? Was that another piece of Stark tech? Tony hesitated for a brief moment, memories of Dave's transformation from last night flashing through his mind. No, that's not something you need to worry about, he said, brushing the question off with a casual tone. Just a friend lending a hand in a tight spot. The reporters weren't satisfied, but Tony knew better than to let them push any further. Look, he said, addressing the crowd more directly now, Stark Industries is safe. I'm safe. The city is safe. This was an isolated incident. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got a company to run. Tony stepped away from the podium, and though the reporters continued to shout questions, he turned on his heel, making his way back inside with Pepper by his side. Are you Iron Man? Someone suddenly shouted, causing everyone to freeze and turn their attention back to Tony, remembering the footage of Iron Man's attack on Afghanistan. Tony paused, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he heard the question. Phil Coulson, standing nearby, felt a sinking feeling, sensing what was about to happen. Before he could intervene, Tony turned around, that iconic, confident smirk plastered on his face. He raised an eyebrow, surveyed the crowd, and then, with an almost casual shrug, said, "Yes, I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted in chaos. The entire press crowd fell into stunned silence. Cameras clicked furiously as reporters scrambled to process Tony Stark's bombshell revelation. Pepper froze, her eyes widening in shock, while Phil Coulson, standing nearby, visibly winced, knowing that Tony's words had just unleashed a storm. The silence didn't last long. It shattered almost immediately as the reporters exploded into a frenzy. Mr. Stark, what does this mean for the future of Stark Industries? How long have you been Iron Man? Is this a government-sanctioned project? Are you responsible for the attack in Afghanistan? Questions came from every direction, the volume rising to a deafening level. Despite the onslaught, Tony Stark stood there with a satisfied smirk, as if he had been waiting for this moment all along. His confident posture, his tone, it was all a part of his showmanship. Pepper moved closer to Tony, trying to pull him back before the situation spiraled even further, but Tony just raised a hand and spoke again. I know you all have a lot of questions, he said smoothly. But that's all I'm saying for now. Coulson stepped forward, attempting to regain control of the situation. That's enough for today, everyone. Please direct further questions to the official channels, he said firmly, motioning for Tony and Pepper to head back inside. Tony, clearly enjoying the spectacle, threw a final wink at the crowd before turning and walking back into Stark Tower with Pepper and Coulson trailing behind him. This bastard really did it, Fury, who was watching the live news, broke the remote in his hand as he heard him say that. What should we do about him? Marie Hills asked, looking at Fury. Send Natasha after him, Fury said, and Marie nodded and began to relay orders to Black Widow. Chapter 47, I Am Iron Man 2. Inside Stark Tower. The doors closed behind them, and the air inside the building was thick with tension. Coulson rubbed his temples, clearly irritated. You just couldn't resist, could you? Tony shrugged, grinning like a kid who had just gotten away with something. What? They were going to find out eventually. Might as well make it a memorable moment. Pepper, still reeling from the shock, gave Tony a hard look. Do you even understand what you've just done? You've put yourself, and Stark Industries, in the spotlight. This could bring a lot of unwanted attention, Tony. Tony waved her off dismissively. Relax, Pep. I've got it handled. Besides, it was time for a little honesty. What's the worst that could happen? Pepper crossed her arms, exasperated. You really have no idea what you've just unleashed, do you? Coulson, recovering from his earlier shock, nodded in agreement. This will draw more than just reporters, Stark. The military, this guy, Shield, even other countries, everyone will be watching you now. You need to be prepared. Tony, still unfazed, leaned back against the wall, arms crossed. I'm always prepared. And I'm not worried. Let them watch. After all, I am Iron Man. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, Dave sat in front of a large screen, watching Tony's press conference unfold. His lips curled into a smirk as Tony made his grand declaration. So, the cat's out of the bag, he murmured, leaning back in his chair. Trish, sitting nearby, raised an eyebrow. Tony Stark just openly admitted he's Iron Man. That's bold, even for him. Dave chuckled. Bold, reckless, typical Stark. But now things are going to get interesting. He's put a target on his back. Every villain, government, and organization out there will be gunning for him, at least his tech. Trish leaned forward, intrigued. And what about us? Do we get involved? Dave thought for a moment, his blue eyes flickering with a hint of amusement. Not yet. Let Stark have his fun. For now, we'll just sit back and watch the chaos unfold. But when the time comes, we'll make our move. He glanced back at the screen, where Tony's face was frozen in a frame, mid-speech. The smile that crossed Dave's face was one of calculated mischief. After all, Dave said softly, chaos is where we thrive. He looked at his fusion rate, which is now above 80%, soon, he thought as he wondered just what template will be next. After Tony Stark's bold declaration, I am Iron Man, the world waited with bated breath for the chaos that was sure to follow. Yet, surprisingly, a year passed without any major incidents. No villain surfaced to steal his technology, no organizations attempted to hijack his suit. Even whispers of underground threats were unusually silent. The reason seemed simple enough: Tony's public insistence that only he could operate the Iron Man suit, verified by S.H.I.E.L.D., had been enough to deter any would-be attackers. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s quiet involvement in managing potential threats helped maintain the peace, though Tony's solo control of his tech frustrated many in power. But it wasn't as if Stark's life was completely free from trouble. The U.S. government, particularly the military, remained relentless in their pursuit of Stark's designs. Congressional hearings were frequent, with politicians demanding that Stark's Iron Man technology be turned over for national defense purposes. Tony stood firm, unwilling to let his tech fall into anyone else's hands. Meanwhile, no one could have predicted the quiet storm brewing beneath the surface. Hydra, still deeply hidden, moved its pieces in silence. The world, including Tony Stark, was unaware of their careful watch. One evening, at Stark Tower, Tony was alone in his lab, staring at the holographic projections of his arc reactor technology. The lab was filled with the soft hum of machines, the usual cacophony of clanging metal and robotic arms notably absent. He leaned back in his chair, running his hand through his hair. The year of relative peace had given him time to focus on improvements, but the looming sense of unease hadn't left him. As Tony tinkered with one of his gadgets, he heard the quiet creak of the door behind him. Without even turning around, he knew who it was. "What are you doing here, Dave?" Tony asked, not taking his eyes off the device in front of him. Dave leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching Tony intently. "I was in the neighborhood. Thought I'd see how the great Tony Stark is handling the peace and quiet." Tony smirked, still fiddling with his tech. "Restless, honestly. I thought by now someone would have tried to swipe my tech, but nothing. Maybe I scared them all off." Dave chuckled, stepping further into the lab. "Maybe. Or maybe they're just waiting. The calm before the storm, you know." Tony finally looked up, his eyebrow raised. "Waiting for what, exactly?" Dave's expression turned serious. "The thing about peace is it never lasts. Someone, somewhere, is planning something. They're just waiting for the right moment." Tony leaned back in his chair, rubbing his chin. "So, what are you saying? I need to keep an eye out for shadowy figures?" "Not exactly," Dave said, his tone measured. "I'm saying that people who want your tech aren't going to come in guns blazing. They'll be smarter about it. They'll look for weaknesses, places to poke holes." Tony stared at Dave, his mind turning over the implications. "You're probably right. But S.H.I.E.L.D's got an eye on me, and I'm ready for anything." Dave just nodded, though his expression remained thoughtful. "S.H.I.E.L.D. won't always be there. You'll need more than tech and armor if something bigger comes your way." "So you are here to train me?" Tony asked, chuckling. "Yes," Dave replied. "You are not kidding, right?" Tony looked back at him and asked. "Nope, though, I got in devil contract. I am going to a different world. Wanna come with me? There you will get a lot of opportunities to train too," Dave asked as Tony looked at him. "Right, I sometime forget you are now a devil." Tony nodded and then he said, "Why not?" He smiled as Dave nodded. Just yesterday, he has reached the full completion of Dante template, leading to arrival of Inquest for his new template. Chapter 48, World of Pirates. Dante template, 100% fusion rate. Choosing next template, randomizing. Template selected, Edward Newgate. Quest for Edward Newgate opened. Edward Newgate. Edward Newgate, better known as Whitebeard, is a towering and imposing figure in the world of One Piece. Standing at an enormous height, he has a muscular, barrel-chested build that reflects his immense physical power. He is recognizable by his white mustache, shaped like a crescent moon, which is his signature feature. Whitebeard's skin is tan, and his face shows the wear of age and battle, with numerous scars adorning his body, a testament to his long career as a pirate. He wears a large, open pirate coat draped over his shoulders like a cape, often with no shirt underneath, revealing his broad chest and scarred torso. His pants are tucked into boots, and he carries a massive weapon, a naginata, a type of polearm that he wields with incredible strength. His appearance is further accentuated by a tattoo of his pirate symbol on his back, which features a skull with a white mustache and a cross of bones behind it. Despite his intimidating look, Whitebeard is known for his paternal, protective nature, especially toward his crew, whom he considers his sons. His strength is legendary, as he was once considered the strongest man in the world and was one of the 4 emperors ruling the seas. His devil fruit power, the Gura Gura no Mi, allows him to create shockwaves capable of shaking the earth and sea, making him a force of nature in battle. His presence commands respect, embodying the ideals of a pirate king, and even in death, he remains a symbol of power, loyalty, and family in the One Piece world. Objective: overcome Whitebeard regret. Save Ace and rest of his family. Reward: Whitebeard template. Optional objective: kill celestial dragons. Rewards: 1% Whitebeard template fusion progress for each celestial dragon slain. Upon accepting the quest, host and the selected individuals by him will be transported to World of One Piece. It will be a year before Ace execution. Host can take any amount of people with him to help him in his quest. Selected individuals will be granted a random template too, but only the talents and abilities of the template character, not their powers, like in case of Host, who inherits everything of the templates. This was the quest that popped up the moment Dave achieved 100% fusion with the Dante template, and now he's selecting individuals to accompany him. He already has his 3 women, Trish, Emma, and Diana. His clumsy secretary, who recently confessed her feelings to him, was also accepted into his harem. Now, Dave finds himself at Tony's house to invite him along as well. Over the past year, their friendship had strengthened to the point where Tony believed in almost anything Dave said, even the random and wild stories, like the whole devil contract situation. "Do you want Pepper to come with us too?" Dave asked casually. Tony's relationship with Pepper had advanced as well, and now they were officially dating. Tony had rushed to confess his feelings for her after realizing Dave was juggling 3 girlfriends and still flirting with Pepper from time to time. "Can she come?" Tony asked, a bit surprised by the question. "Of course," Dave replied. "And she'll even gain powers. You already know how messed up this world is, right? It would be better if she had some form of self-defense." Tony nodded thoughtfully. He had already assigned the now devilized Obadiah as Pepper's bodyguard, but even that wasn't foolproof. It would definitely be a good idea for Pepper to have her own powers, just in case. "Okay, then I'll invite her." "When are we leaving?" Tony asked, nodding in agreement. "Right now, or if you want to prepare, we can leave tonight," Dave replied. Tony thought for a moment. "Let's leave tonight. Should I come to your house, or will you come here?" "Just come to my house, and we'll head out from there," Dave said before vanishing in a flash of red light. Watching him disappear, Tony mumbled to himself, "I need to learn that trick. It's freaking cool." Back at Dave's home, he returned to find his 3 girlfriends, Trish, Emma, and Diana, lying naked in bed, exhausted from their earlier exercise. Smack. 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 He playfully slapped all 3 on their butts as he said, "Go and get ready. We're going to an interesting place tonight, and you 2 might get powers as well," he added, looking at sleepy Diana and Emma. They shot up instantly, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Really?" they asked in unison. "Yes," Dave confirmed. "Get dressed. We're leaving tonight. Tony and Pepper are coming too, so wear something appropriate." It was still early afternoon, so the girls had plenty of time to prepare. The afternoon passed smoothly as Dave's girlfriends busied themselves getting ready for the trip. Trish, Emma, and Diana went through their wardrobes, picking out the perfect outfits. Excitement buzzed in the air as they realized the significance of this journey. It wasn't just another day, they might return with new abilities. Later that evening, Tony arrived at Dave's home with Pepper, both of them looking a little nervous yet eager. Pepper had heard enough from Tony to know that this wasn't going to be an ordinary trip. Her curiosity about what powers meant still lingered, but she trusted Tony, and, surprisingly, Dave. Plus there is also another guy following them. "Hey, you ready?" Tony asked, looking at Dave as he walked up, already suited up in a casual but sharp outfit, unlike his usual armor. Dave nodded. "Yeah, just waiting on the girls." "You invited him too?" Dave asked, looking at Rhodes. "Yes, he overheard us and insisted to follow us. You know how he won't trust you," Tony said, with a weary smile. "Well, I got my spy," Dave thought as he already planned to send Rhodes to Marine. "It's okay," Dave said as Rhodes nodded at him. "So, how exactly are you going to, whatever place, Tony told me?" Rhodes asked as he looked at Dave. "Just relax as the girl comes, you all will understand," Dave said as Rhodes, Tony and Pepper all sat on the sofa, and soon his girlfriends also came, each wearing a comforting clothes and holding a bag each too. Chapter 49, World of Pirates 2. As his girlfriends arrived, Dave glanced at their casual outfits and nodded approvingly. Great, now we're good to go, he said as he stood up. All right, just sit down, we're going there magically, Dave instructed, taking his seat in the circle as his girlfriends and Tony with Pepper followed suit. Once everyone was seated, Dave focused on the system and mentally accepted the quest. Quest accepted. Does the host wish to transport everyone to the One Piece world? Dave nodded mentally, confirming his choice. The system acknowledged his decision, and suddenly, a shimmering aura began to envelop them. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued, while Pepper glanced around nervously. The group exchanged a few looks as their bodies were surrounded by the swirling energy. With a soft hum, the air around them shifted. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from their seats, disappearing from the Marvel world. Everything around them froze in time as Dave and his group were whisked away, their destination, the One Piece world. The One Piece world is a vast, oceanic realm where the seas are dominated by pirates, marines, bounty hunters, and revolutionaries. Power dynamics are primarily driven by devil fruits, mysterious fruits that grant individuals incredible abilities, though at the cost of their ability to swim. The Marines serve as the world government's military force, tasked with maintaining order and capturing pirates, while pirates roam freely in search of adventure, treasure, and the legendary One Piece. Bounty hunters hunt down criminals and pirates for reward money, while the Revolutionary Army fights to overthrow the oppressive world government. The world is divided into 4 major seas and the Grand Line, a treacherous ocean where the most powerful forces reside. The balance of power is constantly shifting, as legendary figures like the Yonko, 4 emperors, warlords, and high-ranking marines battle for supremacy, making it a world full of conflict and ambition. But the world isn't as black and white as it appears. The world government subtly encourages pirate activity so that various countries, kingdoms, and islands are forced to seek their protection. In return, these nations pay heavy tributes, often in the form of gold. It's a world where the line between good and evil is heavily blurred. What is shown as evil might be good, and what appears good could harbor deep malice. In this complex world, Dave and his group have just arrived, with their first destination set in the East Sea, a region relatively calm compared to whole world as this has the protection of a giant named Monkey D. Garp. As they landed on a secluded island with no one in sight, Dave looked around. Well, it seems our start is hectic, he said, turning back to see the confused faces of his companions. Hey! I think I got powers. Emma said, her hands suddenly igniting with white-blue flames. Dave glanced at her and checked his system notifications. Emma Frost template, White Phoenix. Powers inherited, Phoenix Flames, psionic energy control, more powers need to be self-discovered. I told you I was working on giving you guys powers, Dave said with a grin, looking at the others. Tony Stark template, Max Steel. Powers included, turbo energy generation, and steel, the rest of the powers and modes need to be unlocked by himself. Tony stood, fascinated, as a white, floating orb hovered in front of him. The steel was now synced with him, his body beginning to channel turbo energy. He studied the phenomenon carefully, his mind racing with ideas while his new ability subtly coursed through him. Next was Pepper, who seemed to release white mist around her, and her template was surprisingly Frost from DC Verse, which is good as she now got both brains and powers, which is ice-type powers. Then Rhodes, who got powers of Captain America, Guy got the low blow. Anyway, Diana gained the powers of Mirai Kuriyama, allowing her to control her own blood, which now possessed corrosive properties capable of melting almost anything she touched. Fortunately, I already have her virginity, or who knows what would have happened to my Dave thought with a fearful expression, glancing at Diana with a "I am saved" smile. Diana, noticing his gaze, raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment, too focused on testing her new abilities as she summoned a blade from her blood, the sharp crimson weapon dripping with an eerie, corrosive glow. Now that you all have powers. Dave began, but he was interrupted. I didn't get any, Rhodes cut in, looking at himself in disbelief. Look at the others, and look at me. All I got is super strength, and that's nothing special here, he complained. Dave shrugged, smirking. Well, that's what you get for coming uninvited. My devil contract was set for these people. There was no Rhodes in it. You should be happy you even got something. In my opinion, you had a 99% chance of getting nothing. Rhodes pursed his lips, clearly annoyed but unable to argue. He crossed his arms and stayed quiet, begrudgingly accepting his new but less than exciting powers. Now, as I was saying, Dave continued, I've already briefed you all about this world. So, choose what you want to do. I'm going to create a pirate crew, with my girls coming with me, leaving you 3 to decide. Dave's girlfriends gathered behind him, while Tony, Pepper, and Rhodes stood to the side. I'm coming with you, Tony shrugged, speaking casually. Pepper, naturally, followed him, leaving only Rhodes undecided. I'd like to check out the Marines myself, Rhodes said thoughtfully. You said it yourself, not everything is as it seems here. Dave nodded in agreement. Good luck. Just know, when we meet again, it might be on opposite sides. Tony chuckled. Might be fun, huh? Rhodes laughed, giving them both a firm nod before walking away, heading toward the path that would lead him to the Marines, ready to see this world for himself. Where are you going? Dave called out, watching Rhodes walk away. I'm going to the opposite side, Rhodes replied, determined but slightly confused. This is a goddamn no-human island, Rhodes. Where the heck do you think you'll find Marines here? Just sit with us for now, wait for a passing ship or something, Dave said, rolling his eyes as he sat down on the beach. Everyone burst into laughter at the situation, and Rhodes scratched his head, realizing the absurdity. Reluctantly, he turned around and joined the group, still a bit embarrassed. They all sat together, waiting for the next adventure to find them. Chapter 50, World of Pirates 3. I don't think anyone's coming, Emma said, her voice tinged with frustration. Dave nodded, wiping away the phoenix flames from his hands as they continued waiting. While waiting for the ships to come, they had been working hard to master their newfound powers, with Dave guiding them. Pepper had learned how to freeze objects, Tony could now enter his turbo base mode, and Diana had developed the ability to create weapons from her blood. A week had passed, and there was still no sign of any passing ships. The isolation of the island was starting to become unbearable. Well, I guess it's time we make our own way off this island, Dave said, standing up and stretching. Tony, who was always ready for a challenge, nodded in agreement. Both he and Pepper immediately began working on designing a ship, sketching ideas in the sand as they discussed the best way to build it. Meanwhile, the rest of the group ventured into the nearby forest, gathering wood and supplies to bring Tony and Pepper's vision to life. The idea of creating their own ship now seemed the only way out. Another week passed, and soon the ship was finally ready. With two brilliant minds like Tony and Pepper working together, the construction had gone smoother than expected. Dave stood before the massive ship, nodding in approval. They had essentially stripped the island of its forest to gather enough wood, and the team had even dived into the sea to salvage usable materials from a shipwreck they found beneath the waters. Luckily, the wreck provided them with enough supplies, sails, metal, and other essentials, to piece together a sturdy vessel. The ship gleamed under the sun, a testament to their collective effort and ingenuity. Dave smiled, feeling a sense of accomplishment as he admired their creation. Well, looks like we're ready to set sail. I told you, nothing can stop us, he said, turning to his group, who were just as eager to leave the isolated island behind. Now, let's see what this world truly has in store for us, Dave added, his voice filled with anticipation as they prepared to venture into the unpredictable seas of the One Piece world. The ship they built wasn't just an ordinary wooden sailing vessel, it was a high-tech marvel powered by Tony's turbo energy. This meant that without Tony, the ship couldn't move at its full potential. While the ship had traditional sails for backup, relying on them would make travel painfully slow compared to the jet engines integrated into the hull. From the outside, the ship appeared like any other old wooden pirate ship, perfectly blending in with the world of One Piece. But the moment you stepped inside, it was a completely different story. The interior was packed with advanced metals, machinery, and systems that kept everything running smoothly. Hidden weapons were mounted throughout the ship, capable of obliterating any enemy that dared to challenge them on the open sea. Tony and Pepper had worked tirelessly to ensure that the ship had some of the best technology and weaponry available. Cannons that fired explosive projectiles, energy-based turrets powered by Tony's turbo energy, and defensive shields were all hidden beneath the ship's rustic exterior. It was a fortress on water, one that would give them a major advantage in this unpredictable world. All right, everyone, Tony said, admiring their handiwork. This baby is ready to hit the seas. And trust me, no pirate or marine will see it coming. Dave stood tall between the ship and his crew, a smirk playing on his lips as he crossed his arms. We still have 3 things left to do, he declared. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What are those, he asked, leaning against the ship's railing. Dave raised a finger. First, we need to name this beauty of a ship. Second, he continued, raising a second finger, we need a name for our pirate crew. And third, Dave added, holding up a third finger, we need to design our pirate flag. No crew is complete without one. The group exchanged glances, excited by the prospect of finalizing their identity in this new world. All right, then, Tony said with a grin, let's get started. Any ideas for the ship's name? Dave asked, looking around at everyone as they began brainstorming. Well, what about you? Emma asked, giving Dave a teasing look. You're the captain, isn't this your job? Tony laughed and added, yeah, you can't escape this one, man. Dave shrugged. All right, but don't blame me if the name's bad, he said with a grin. He turned to the ship and pointed. Mother of Destruction, Dreadnought. Everyone took a moment to process the name before Emma broke the silence. It's a good name, she said, smiling. Pepper nodded in agreement, and even Diana gave her approval. Tony raised an eyebrow and asked, so, what's the name of our pirate crew then? Dave thought for a moment before smirking. We'll be called Hell's Prince Pirates. Tony chuckled. That sounds like it's all about you, he said with amusement. Dave grinned. Told you not to leave it up to me. I warned you about the names. With a collective sigh, the group accepted the name. It did have a certain ring to it, after all. Now, who's designing the pirate flag? "'Cause, I'm no good with art," Dave said, raising his hands in surrender. "Painting or graffiti? Not my thing." Emma immediately volunteered, stepping forward. "I can do that," she said confidently. Everyone watched as Emma got to work. After some time, she unveiled the design, a skull engulfed in blue and white flames, with two futuristic-looking guns crossed behind it. A rebellion spear pierced the skull from top to bottom, adding a striking and unique touch to the emblem. The Hell's Prince Pirates were now officially ready to sail the seas, with their ship, their name, and their flag. The adventure was just beginning. "Now, onto the world, let's see what it has to offer," Dave said as everyone cheered, and then they officially set sail.